All right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. I know there's a lot of international players, a lot of international viewers. I know we just finished the Barcelona regionals, the last OP10 event, as we know it, and this is the first unofficial EB02 event in my mind for us. How are you doing, Jonas?
I'm good this morning. How about yourself? It's
I'm
been a pretty hectic past couple days between streaming and everything.
Yeah, it's just been busy, but busy's good. We've got 204 players. My largest event I've ever run is 210 players, so just a little bit closer. This is also the day and the event where people find out when Mother's Day is. I've had like 30 people be like, "Oh, I had no idea until yesterday." I'm sure a lot of people are finding out, maybe even right now, that it is Mother's Day, and we'll maybe
Yeah,
have
shout
to.
out. Definitely send some messages to Honey Mothers today.
Yeah, definitely. I sent a lot out this morning saying, "Hey, I'm going to be casually busy for the next 8 hours, but then right afterwards, you've got my full attention." So,
Perfect.
but excuse me, I am still a little sick, but so sorry if I am coughing for this one. But looking forward to this event, EBO2, 200 plus players. Jonas, is there any decks that you believe in that you want to maybe see, or what are your thoughts into this meta?
So going into this meta, I'm a staunch believer of the green purple Luffy deck. I think that deck is just like way too flexible, way too strong.
Yeah.
But I'm a really huge fan of the Vegapunk deck. I've been trying it a lot recently with mixed success, but I think a lot of people might be able to crack that deck with a lot more focused attention. So I'm excited to see that in today's tournament.
Yeah, if I'm being incredibly honest, a little disappointed in people playing mostly just green purple Luffy. It's very clearly the most popular deck today, by a wide margin, and I think we're actually just probably going to go to maybe table two. I'm looking through some rounds, through some tables. A lot of people just have their deck list face down. Their screen is just completely horizontal. What are they doing? All right. All right, I'm going through it. But yeah, I've seen a lot of names that I recognize too, which is really cool to see. I know a lot of people wanted to play for this event, and we have such a condensed EBO2 format for us, right? It's unique for us, and we have like what, three or
I
four
think it's
events over
four. Yeah.
a small period, right?
Yep, it's gonna be very accelerated, and we're gonna be jumping straight into OP11 in the like middle of June. So we basically just have this month to test it out. That means not a lot of like reiterating on the format, just kind of working with what we have from the Japan and the Asia formats. So a lot of creative deck building can happen within this next month. So the deck builders that usually work from scratch are gonna have a lot more fun this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And in general, oh man, they have. We are. I'm behind. I'm behind. It's okay. Round one. We can be behind. Do we put JCM on stream because he hates it? I really want to. It's
Oh no! All right, that
always a
sounds fun.
temptation.
Is he
Honestly,
on? Is he on Newgate?
yes, he is on
Oh,
Newgate.
okay. Ooh, well, maybe
But
he's playing some Ledu cards.
maybe I won't say one way or the other. But I did find a blue and purple Luffy, or sorry, a black and purple Luffy, blue and purple Luffy, maybe in a future meta. But let me see
Okay.
what this looks like. We can get over there. Yeah, I'm just gonna go over there. I'll update the images and stuff. But we'll go into round number one. It's gonna be black and purple Luffy versus Doflamingo, and their pulsing webcam. I don't know what happened with that, but I know a lot of people have been trying to believe in this deck, especially it is getting a star deck. With the release of OP11. Not that Purple Straw Hats really needed any more cards, to be honest, but hey, I guess they're gonna get some more.
It might be the Black Straw Hats. You never know, but
It could, yes.
yeah. But I do think the Black Purple Luffy deck does have a lot of promise. I mean, there's a lot of purple Straw Hat cards in the current set.
Yeah.
So there might be a lot of fun deck building with the new like 6 cost secret Luffy. And even aside from that, a lot of its tools are quite powerful to the current format. And the +1 cost is actually quite useful against decks like Doflamingo that kind of rely on cards like Jozu or 4 cost Law to deal with your opponent's characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that kind of makes a difference, right? Like Doffy does get affected by like the cost increase a lot of the time, which is interesting. I also have like this weird theory that like Black Purple Luffy got better with Moria getting banned because you don't need to run Moria, right? I feel like it was like one of the worst decks to run Moria, but it felt like it had to anyways.
I would agree. Yeah, not having Moria in this deck does make it have less resources because Moria, bring back that 4-cost Frankie, was really powerful. But it was just way too slow with what this deck wanted to do. It was much more of an aggressive leading deck, and not having to play Moria gives you a lot more options to play like 10-cost Luffy and other interesting cards like that.
Yeah, because it'd be like what you play out a like a Frankie and a Trafalgar Law. You draw like 3 cards, but you're really not doing that much, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So from the Doffy player, basically the ideal turn 1 Perona start. So hopefully this ends up being relatively useful, and a relatively slow start from the Black Purple Luffy deck. Oh no. Let's see what the first Teach leader effect does. Oh, Weevil. How? I mean, I have some insane deja vu because I feel like I see this start from the Doffy deck almost every time, where it's just a 1-cost into Teach Weevil.
Yeah.
How likely is this going to line up well against what Black Purple is going to do? Is like a really important question. This 3-cost Zoro is a relatively useful tool for Black Purple Luffy, just to get all this done to swing 8 at this Weevil like he's doing.
Yeah.
But also just making sure they can play 6-cost on curve. So I'm excited to see if this will end up lining up pretty well.
Yeah, and there's some question like why they went second. I think like honestly, my opinion is that like going first is like the quote unquote better curve, but going second is the more consistent curve. I think kind of for both these decks. So it could be a situation where like, oh well, if they don't have a 1-drop for Doffy, they're kind of behind, right? If they go first. We also really like to attack on our turn 2 for Luffy to try to remove whatever they play off their leader effect. So I think that could make sense because we did get the removal of the Weevil, which is quite nice.
Yep. Sengoku found a boa, so at the very least, the Doffy player is going to be able to put at least a 6K body in play, or they're going to try to remove some characters. We're not entirely sure, but I think step 1 in this matchup is always trying to get rid of that first 6K body, and Tristan was able to do so. So kind of want to see what the next couple turns look like. Okay, just active boa this turn, just trying to actually develop an active board in this matchup. So that seems quite reasonable.
Yeah, and just really thinking about these 3. I think like on the surface. I mean, we've talked about Doflamingo for a lot of our lives, but the putting a card on top of your deck, right? That's the surface level. Oh, that's the big thing. But the consistency of being able to find other pieces that you can draw like next turn, setting up future plays. I think that's what really makes the difference between like a good Doflamingo player and like a great Doflamingo player.
Yeah, the kind of sculpting you can do of your deck of just like searching for all these relevant cards in the situations they come up, whether you need more 2Ks, need more 6K bodies, and kind of manipulating the top of your deck to kind of make sure all that happens is one of the most skill intensive parts about Doffy, but it's also one of the most rewarding.
Yeah, for sure.
Tristan searched a 10-cost Nico, right, off of the Law. So
I think he did, and honestly, I really like that card in this deck. The fact that like it really, instead of like a Don -10, it's like a Don -5, right? Like it's not that expensive in this deck specifically. Oh, and the double Zoro ramp, that's quite nice.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to just really make sure to hit that boa, we can. But we're gonna continue to make this wide board of just like practical attackers. Still think having. Go for it.
Go ahead. Yeah, I do think this is super interesting because of how quickly Tristan's going to be able to play 10-cost Nika.
Yeah.
I've never seen it this quick. And additionally, Tristan's been great at managing how little resources Michael's been able to actually hold on to. Leaving Michael at 5 this game is going to make sure that, ideally, hopefully, that Michael won't be able to keep putting in scary threats every single turn in the game this game.
for sure. And Bond Clay is always like just great for this. We have one open for Giant, which we have 10 Dawn. So if we need to use it, we're not even like losing that much for it right now. And honestly, this is probably one of the best starts I've seen for a black and purple Luffy in a while.
I would agree. Okay. All right. Jozu still helping us get rid of some of these like 4 cost or 5 cost characters. I wonder which one's going to be more important for Michael. Whether getting rid of one of the Zoros is going to be more important, or trying to remove that Bonkley. And it looked like Bonkley was the answer that Michael reached. Just now that it'd be a 7K attacker is probably a little too much.
Yeah. All right, playing out the Gecko Moria, adding your single Weevil that was KO'd way earlier. Okay, there's the Giant. Yep. Generally, a cost at these early turns, but when we ramp so much, we just get a Gamma Knife out of our hand for free. We get out of the attack, and we're still going to 10 Dawn next turn.
Yep. Which is honestly kind of insane. I wonder if Mika's is going to be the option that Tristan ends up going to this turn.
Yeah.
You do have a lot of attacks at this Moria. The 12K body is going to be quite useful. But it is also kind of scary. Dawn minus 10 is a real cost, even in a deck that ramps as powerfully as the Black Purple Luffy deck.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
Your 10 cost Nikas aren't always safe against Doffy nowadays because of Gum Gum and Red Rock.
All right. Looks like there might be some kind of judge call. Or just clarification for something.
I'm curious.
Yeah, because all we did was just attack.
Oh, we got third party. Might be a Dawn issue. It might be. We'll figure it out relatively soon.
It might be. Yeah, it might have just been like a camera issue or something. So.
Okay.
All right. All right, pass him back. All right, so we've got 8 Dawn going to 10 for Luffy. 10 drop. I think I'd likely think this is like one of our better turns to play that 10 drop, right?
I would agree. All right, 5 at that Moria.
And generally, so Doflamingo, if we want to remove a 10 drop, right? We do have tools for it, right? I think most people are playing Red Rock, mostly for kind of respecting 8 drop Kid being a little bit more popular in this format. But it does get a lot of just like great removal against some of these more unique cards. So if you don't know what this 10 drop Luffy does, it's Dawn minus 10, which is kind of the maximum amount that you can do. It lets you take another turn, but also since you lose more than 2 Dawn, the black and purple Luffy does let you get 1 back, and then you can use the other effect of the 10 drop Luffy to tap a Dawn. So you're at 5 right now. You're going to pass the turn. You're going to go to, 3 right now. You're going to go to 5, and then you get to ramp again with the Luffy 10 drop. So you don't really lose a lot, and you get to get 2 turns.
Yeah, and even just going into his extra turn, Tristan's already at 5 Dawn and very likely going to immediately up to 6. So a lot of that cost is immediately removed, which is super nice.
Yeah, and I think they added the Bond Clay back to hand, right? So we can just play Bond Clay again. And we're at what, 7 Dawn right now?
Yep.
And we've got the, I think this is the Gum Gum Lightning. Yeah. So it's kind of like Top Knot. It unfortunately it KOs, and it KOs based off of power, which are just two. Both those things are kind of bad. If it was kind of by cost, I think it'd be a little bit better. And if it was just bottom decked, it would have been better, probably. But still a card in the archetype. You don't lose Dawn due to it losing 2, so the Luffy leader effect takes care of that. And being able to get rid of that boa is really strong too.
Yep. So Tristan still at a pretty healthy 3, pretty sizable hand. and now has kind of set up this really scary board of both bond play and a 12k Nika. So Michael has a lot of catching up to do, but honestly not that difficult to clear at this point if he ends up having some of those like really powerful blue cards to help clear some 10 cost characters.
Yeah, and I don't think we have like that many cards in hand for the Luffy player. The fact that there's not, it is a bit of a minor miracle, right? That they're at 3 life this late into the game against Doflamingo, usually a more aggressive deck than this. But you're gonna play up the Law to bounce the Perona back to hand and likely the Bon Clay.
The Bon Clay is a 5 cost. Actually,
oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah. So that. Yeah, because it's 4 less. Yeah, do that. Yeah, I can't play Black Purple Luffy and I can't play Usopp strictly because of this. This is not even a joke. Like you can look back every time. I'm like the card says 4 on it. How could I be wrong? Like I just get messed up by that all the time.
My brain autopilot's almost exactly the same way. I'm just like, okay, I see a 4 right there. Okay. All right. Look, but it still looks like Michael really just wanted to reset up with Perona because of the lack of really premium characters to put in play. And unfortunately, that Perona had to bottom or the top 5 to set up. So nothing great there for Tristan, unfortunately. But thankfully, because of Teach, if there's any really scary warlords in Michael's hand, they'd be able to put them in play with leader effect.
Yeah. All right. Looking like using the Teach effect. No Red Rock is great news for Tristan. Yeah. Terrifying for Michael.
Okay. I wonder if Michael's going to. I wonder what character is going to be put in play. Could be a lot of things, to be honest. I guess we still know about the Weevil from the Morio a while ago, actually. So I'd assume it might be that one. Looks like 10 at life, putting in that aforementioned Weevil. There we go.
All right, going to use Gatling with the Onami.
Okay.
And needing another. Oh, and another 0 for another 10 drop. So,
yep.
Establishing one's usually enough, but sometimes you can do the back-to-back.
100%. Okay. And Tristan going up to 9 Dawn, trying to figure out what to do. Really prioritize staying at 2 life there. And now they can probably take a lot more aggressive options, including Frankie. Frankie's really powerful right here, making sure that you get these blockers to make sure that you're safe against Doffy's aggression.
Yep, you get, and yeah, looking at it in action, right? Like getting 2 Dawn back feels really great. But I mean, we haven't seen green purple on stream yet today too, so we're gonna see, I think, a lot more aggressive version of that skill. Yeah. All right.
All right. Jozu down to the 10 cost Luffy.
Might have wanted to attack with Bon Clay first to maybe pressure the Weevil while it was a 7. Yeah, because this is like a little bit smaller than it would have been.
Yep. So now this is an 8, copying the Weevil. I suspect it's going at the Weevil.
Yeah.
And then a 7k at life. Okay. Okay, and Michael's trying to decide whether they want to go all the way down to 2 and make it a little bit scary to survive, or whether they want to counter this up in 2K1.
2K1.
Okay.
All right. Well, Michael's finally at 10 Dawn.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Tristan has gone from 10 to 0 to 10. It's crazy how much extra Dawn this deck can get.
It is insane. But I think that's one of the most fun parts about playing this deck, to be completely honest. Okay, and it looks like Michael is Josuing. Okay. Bouncing that Perona to reset again and getting the Frankie back in hand.
Man, Josu's just been like, I think generally just an unintendedly strong card, right? It's been like, honestly, it's been used enough to be almost qualified like a super rare. You know what I mean?
That's true. It's been seeing a lot of play. I know you're playing at Marco for a while as well, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
As intended.
As intended. But yeah, Doffy's been dominating with it for a very long time. Boa's been playing it since its inception. All the fun interactions you get with these one-cost searchers and these other characters with like relatively marginal upside when they're played makes Josu feel like a lot of extra card advantage for a relatively powerful effect when dealing with characters on board as well.
For sure.
So, okay, and it looks like just 5 with Law, 7 with Lead, putting in another Weevil, and Michael showing the resiliency of Doffy, despite the fact that nearly every character has been cleared every turn. It feels like they just keep multiplying.
Yeah, I was watching like a game yesterday where it's like, I think it was Chris Sock's game with Shanks. Every turn he removed at least one body from Doflamingo's board, and they just put 2 more relevant bodies every turn. Like it just keeps, exponentially getting more and more of a problem, even without Jinbei.
Alrighty. Okay. All right. Let's see what Michael or Tristan has in store for us this turn. Looks like it's another the same Frankie.
Same Frankie. Yeah.
Discarding Onami, draw 2.
Now we've seen 2 or 3 Josus so far.
I believe this is just the second.
Okay. Yeah. Because with leader effect, right, being able to make that blocker a 5 cost is really important. That means that it has to be Josu, can't be Law. Oh, the pulsing.
Yeah, the pulsing camera is terrifying.
When the focus
it's the heartbeat.
Yeah. I mean, kind of fitting with Gear 5 Luffy on the board, I think.
Yeah,
but yeah.
We can call it the Presumptive Liberation. It's fine.
Yeah. There we go. You just had to add it on to Luffy. Never mind.
Okay. Looks like Michael's going down a 2 to the 6K swing. And Tristan
and maybe another. Oh, okay. Sanji. Okay.
Oh, 5 cost Sanji. Yep. Getting rid of, I presume, that 4 cost Law.
Yeah.
And building a relatively sizable board, trying to compete with Doffy's nonstop offense. So.
Yeah, I think the only other play we could have done is we could have hit into Law, try to get removed, and if we did, honestly, using Sanji to get rid of Teach at this end game is not a terrible, I think, play either.
Yeah, that's true. I know a lot of people, myself included, tend to try to prioritize removing Teach over all else when playing against Doffy.
Yeah,
just because of how useful that card is for Doffy to just repeatedly build that wide board while also still attacking a lot. So.
Yeah,
I think
agree.
We're probably closing.
Yeah, only 2 life. Like Doflamingo really has to respect a lot of this board too.
Yeah. 7K swing with Josu was countered with a 0 cost pitching, a 3 cost Zoro. I think Tristan only has 2 cards at the moment.
2 cards. Yeah, 1 Dawn open. One of those cards could be anything.
That's true.
We've got 1 blocker Frankie that's currently a 5 cost, 1 life. So unlikely for Doffy to be able to pressure for game this turn, but they're not looking so hot on the crackback either.
I would agree. I wonder if I wonder what Michael's contemplating, whether they want to just go to apply pressure at life this turn, whether they're trying to find a boa or some other sort of blocker to help try to survive one or two more turns.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious what tools he has in his hand to help fight this game.
Yeah, they're probably hoping that 7 went in, right?
Yeah, we were hoping. Whether Michael had perfume femur or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Perfume with like Teach on the board is also just a scary prospect in general.
Mhm.
All right. Well, I mean, we do have some time, right? We've got 10 minutes left in this
Yeah.
round, right? So we've got time to resolve this, but
Yep. I always encourage people, once you kind of reach these critical turns of the game where the game's probably over in the next turn or two, just thinking about it being a lot more methodical can usually be very helpful.
yeah.
Ooh, looks like Michael's resting all 10 done for something.
Are we playing Kaido?
Ooh, that'd be exciting. The real question is which Kaido?
Yeah, there are two. They did where they released 2 blue 10-drop Kaidos 2 sets apart, which is a fun decision for it. Oh, it looks like 7, so
No,
maybe Gravity. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It looks like getting rid of those 2 characters. Definitely stopping Tristan's aggression completely. So definitely helps Michael be able to survive a couple more turns, and hopefully they can set up some more characters this turn as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of go for game as well. Oh, is that a 1-drop law blocker though?
It is.
Okay, that's actually pretty important as well. Yeah, so this is going to let them be able to attack 7K, play a body out, which is Boa.
Yeah,
Okay.
Bow left on top, and then 8K swing at life.
Oh, no giant. Okay. And then, yeah, play out the 1-drop law blocker and just hope there's no Sanji or Usohachi. I guess it kind of just has to be Sanji, right?
Yep, just Sanji.
All right.
Or there's a chance there might be something a little bit more fun.
I mean,
The heartbeat is pulsing again.
It is, yeah. We did see a second 10-drop get into the trash from a 0-cost Gatling, so which again, attacking, like using everything on board first does kind of indicate that. Oh, just deciding to take it. Interesting. Probably the thought here is that if I take it now, I might be able to get the counter I need to get out of a 7K attack.
Yeah, I think that's pretty important. And it looks like 10 Don's being rested.
Yeah, all right.
It is another Gear 5.
So Dawn minus 10 once again. You're going to be able to get 2 Dawn back, 1 active, 1 rested. Use leader effect. Sorry, use with the leader effect. Use that. Sorry, just a 6K.
And can Michael counter out of this one?
Yeah, they just need a 2K or double 1K.
Ends up.
And they kind of have to do it here because, like, you are going to 6 Dawn next turn. Oh, ooh, yeah. Taking it is remarkable though. So these attacks are going to be way bigger now.
100%. Going up to 5 Don on just in the second turn with the Nika.
Yeah. So this is now going to be what, 10 and 12?
10 and 12. Or if they end up having a Gum Lightning, it's even scarier.
That is rough. Yeah.
Get it done.
So 9 and 12
9
and
12. That's super powerful. Yep.
Yeah, didn't look like they had the counter anyways. Yeah, for the 6K attack anyways. But so, waiting for maybe a 1K to get out was good, but not having a 1K available, yeah, kind of sealed it.
100%. That was super powerful performance of these 10 cost Nikas, just trying to get that extra turn and get all the extra pressure. The swings definitely add up against Michael. And the first one being able to fight for board relatively well, and the second one to close the game out was really, really powerful.
Yeah, agreed. So, well, that was that game. We'll go back to us real quick. We'll see if we can find another one. A lot of these games are kind of ending though. But this is round 1 though, so we can be a little crazy with who we choose.
Ooh, okay. Everyone's undefeated now.
Yeah, everyone's undefeated. I mean, this is just, there's like a late game Enel, which is against Rob Luchi, just a single share Hoshi holding the line.
That's probably a little too demoralizing.
Yeah. We've got a Smoker versus Green Purple Luffy.
Ooh.
I mean, this is just going to be some end game.
Yeah,
stuff.
imagine just the ACOS kid shenanigans.
Yeah, let's just go over there.
Ooh, okay. So it looks like a triple Sanji putting in play versus ACOS kid.
Yeah, and proxies are legal for this event for EB02 cards. So, and they can be black and white if that's what's available to you. But we are going to play out the Seeker or Luffy. Use the leader effect, Dawn -2, get 2 active. So we would be able to. Oh man, we've got so many Sanji puddings out. So it'd just be. Yeah, an 8K here with this again straight into a straight 8-drop kid. Oh, Rad Beam. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
But I don't. We're at 2 life. Oh, that might just be enough then.
And another 8 with a 6 cost Luffy.
Yeah.
You Dawn -2 active Dawn, not paying 2, but I imagine there's always growing pains.
Yeah, I think this is the last turn, right?
Yeah.
Because they can attack twice, but with 1 Dawn active, that Nami's not gonna be pulling its weight, I feel. Yeah, GG's there.
GG's, yeah. We've seen this matchup in the Japan finals plenty, and the ACOS kid is definitely a card that can do some crazy work in this matchup.
Yeah, that's why I like playing Gamma Knife. At my build, I know there's Green Purple Luffy. Like, as much of it's a meta deck, I do like that a lot of people can run the techs and the stuff that they want to. Right, I know a lot of people are playing Electrical Luna too. But yeah, being able to adjust the matchups that you feel are important, I think, is what helps them actually make the deck like tier 0-ish. Not probably tier 1. I don't think it's tier 0. I misspoke, but just best deck in the format, I think, is probably the better for it.
Yep, I would agree. It has a lot of similarities to like decks like Doffy or stuff like that, where it's more of an aggressive leading deck. Just tries to apply a lot of pressure relatively early, but it still has a lot of natural problems. Like ACOS kid, like we mentioned before, but also they were like trying to keep its 7K bodies alive is also a huge issue with that deck. So
yeah,
a lot of people are trying to build their decks to kind of beat it in different ways. So
yeah, and that's I think that's at least good, right? The fact that there are some like identifiable flaws in the deck, that if you just want to really lean into, if this deck's going to be a lot of the format, I can target some weaknesses and I can get rewarded for it too. So I think that's at least helps balance it in my mind.
I'd agree.
Well, we're almost actually done with round one. So real quick, we had a bit of a quick start today, but I do want to just kind of go over. So one, this is Jonas. Hi, Jonas. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good.
Good. He's going to be our co-commentator for today, so I do appreciate it. And today is 7 to 8 rounds of Swiss into a top 16 cut best of 3. We have over 200 players today. We have 204, but that's still over 200. This is the second largest event I've ever held. So, and if it wasn't on Mother's Day, it'd probably be the largest event I've ever held. So I do appreciate everyone showing up, everyone being viewing as well. I know a lot of people are looking forward to EB02, and proxies are also legal for this event just because generally if it's within the first week of an event coming or a set coming out, I usually allow proxies, especially for EB02. I know this is probably since release of the card game, the first time that there's been like some mild product availability issues, and or like I think Green Purple Luffy's been the most expensive deck on release for this game almost ever, like by at least in most recent terms.
I can't think of a base rated deck being more expensive. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it is probably number one. So I imagine everyone's going to have a little bit of issues trying to procure cards like 2 days after the set's been released for the first time. So
yeah, for sure. So like I want to be able to have like the sweet spot is that this set is legal next weekend, right? There's events next weekend where people will be able to play these cards, right? So I want it to be a practice event for that event without having people needing to spend express shipping or just day one prices. They can now they can try out the deck if they liked it in this event. They can play day two prices for next week too. So, so that's kind of like the idea for this one too. But honestly, I think this is a great event. The pricing's great. If I'm being super honest, I was only able to get a case for EB02 period. So I am not opening a single box of EB02 this set. I'm just buying singles, it seems, but I want to make sure that was available for y'all. And I'm really happy you're able to hold this event too. So what are we feeling? I think we're about done with the round as is at least regular time. So Jonas, are there any leaders that you would be interested in seeing?
So for me, I want to see if there's any like really aggro decks if they do well, like Zoro, Bellovetti. I want to see those just so we can get more games in today.
Sure.
I'd also love to see if anyone's bringing decks like Body, because I want to see how people are building that deck, because I kind of struggling with it, but I think I also had a fair amount of potential. So
yeah, I do know. Shout outs to Daniel Alvarez, probably one of the best Bonnie players that I know. That's not Russell. If you're Russell's at a tournament, I can bad talk him right now. But I know he's really well known. He's a Dragon Ball Masters player out here in the West Coast too. Used to play a lot of that. So really cool to see him on Bonnie. I hope he does well today. We'll maybe see if he won round one. I could definitely see going to his game two. But I do know like a lot of people are on Bonnie with the expectation that it does have a good chance against specifically Green Purple Luffy, right? Which is a good boon, and I think in this format in general.
Mm-hmm. And I do think that matchup's really fun to play from both sides, to be completely honest. ACOS Kid is definitely a powerhouse, but it's not the end-all be-all either.
Yeah, for sure. If you were playing in this event, Jonas, what would you be playing today?
I would be playing Green Purple.
That's fine. You're among friends.
I would be playing it largely just to get more testing in against a wider variety of people.
Sure.
My testing circle is relatively small, so the more people I can play against, kind of understand how a lot of people are playing their strategies, kind of gives me more prep for any upcoming regionals.
Yeah. I don't know the actual numbers. We have 204. Let me just search Green Purple Luffy in here and see how many hits come up. No, that can't be right. Actually, maybe it is. No, that seems like low. That seems on the low. Of only 40 people? Let me double check.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently only about 40 people. So, a little bit less than a quarter of the event. Okay. That's not too bad. I swear it felt like 25-30% of people. So actually, that's too bad. Not too bad. I can get maybe a little bit of a better. Let me see. Let me do some data analysis. And by data analysis, I mean copy pasting in spreadsheets, baby. All right. We've got a couple Odins. We've got a couple Zoros. Luchi is super popular today, 26. Shanks still popular for sure, 21. Teach at 9 copies. So a lot of smoker from OP10. I know that there's some OP02 smokers, which is a favorite of both of ours as well. Yeah, so EB02 Luffy is the most popular deck today, but not by a super wide margin. It is, and there's also like this weird thing. I think there's weekend 1, the deck won't be as popular as it would be if it wasn't as difficult to obtain as well, right?
Yeah. Shout out to the one Vegapunk player. I'm rooting for you.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I swear that we didn't have any. So if we actually, we do have one Vegapunk player. We got a couple Marcos. Always gotta love Marco players, and that is it. I think most people didn't know it was a proxy term. Maybe I don't know. It's really difficult to market because I say it like every time, and it's like pretty bold, and I've had to tell people like a dozen times. So it's like ingrained in my mind, but I also know like it's really difficult to efficiently distribute information in any ways. So I think there are 9 players on Teach today, so not that much. Yeah, Mother's Day. Yeah, we have over 200 players. If it wasn't Mother's Day, I think we could break 300 players.
100%.
Yeah, I think that would be fair. But to be honest, I did not know it was Mother's Day when I picked the day. It was like, well, it's the Sunday after set release, and there's no official tournaments. Boom, right? And I love my mothers, but as in because I have a mom and stepmom, but and a grandma and a bunch of other mothers in my life, but they are very far away. So it is a call at best is my current
That's
availability, which is but it will be made up later in the year anyways. So
100%.
We're going to take a quick break though as we get into round number 2. Let us know if there's any decks you guys want to see. Maybe we can see some Bonnie. I know people want to see green purple Luffy. I feel like we're going to eventually not have a choice to not see that deck, but maybe we'll try to get an early game with some more of it. But let us know what you guys want to see, and we'll be right back. All right, I'm going to update the things. I'm a little behind. But yeah, we've got June on the left playing Vegapunk, the only Vegapunk player today. And then on the right, we've got Trevon, who is on Zoro. Not the only Zoro today. Unsurprising that one. But yeah, Vegapunk did get some new cards, specifically a card named Vegapunk. Very helpful for the deck to be able to it just kind of lets you get some more blockers. Zoro's almost always going to get a wide board, so you don't even get like punished by like the negative part of it. And yeah, it's a really like this is definitely a deck like you have to know how it works, because if you don't know how Vegapunk works, you give them a lot of free advantage without even knowing about it. And it specifically against Zoro, it's kind of like a now where you can get a lot of value from aggressive decks just by being able to outvalue them.
I'm glad we get to see the soul Vegapunk playing.
It's got a 100% win rate today, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Can't lose. But Trevian's definitely putting in some scary characters.
Yeah, we do get a new chopper from this set too. So it works exclusively. Well, you generally do not want to play in a deck that's not a Straw Hat deck, but Zoro does not mind. Zoro was already paying that cost, so it was good. And we've got the Atlas. This is a pretty tricky card. It just essentially can't be KO'd if you have less than or equal on Dawn, so that's not going to be an issue. But you do have to be worried. You are at 1 life against Zoro, who's got 2 pretty good swings potentially next turn, and we're gonna have to decide what we're going to use our leader effect on.
I forget the name of that stage. The one that says you can restand characters every turn.
Yeah, isn't it? It's called Egghead. Sorry, it's just me.
Just called Egghead.
Yeah,
okay.
It's just my forehead. All right, and deciding to play out Nami. All right,
Nami.
Okay, so I can understand like why this is a bit of a decision, right? Where you kind of like you have too many cards in hand right now. You do want to get rid of that chopper as soon as possible, but you're also still at 1 life, so a bit of a tricky like early game position. Oh, and they could restand the Atlas if they want. It doesn't matter, to be honest, but.
When you have less life than your opponent, you're not gained by a battle, so it's the same. And June having to decide when you're at 1, there's a little bit of some scary swings potentially happening because of this Nami that's just looming in play.
Double wide with double Sanji. That's pretty scary. Also doesn't give your opponent much to really do. And getting that Luffy out of hand just means that, man, I wish I had it on board now. Getting rid of one of these Sanjis would have been pretty good.
I would agree. Let's see what June has available to kind of help, because ideally you'd want to just not give Zoro that many resources, but Sanji's going to be able to allow Trevian to get all those cards in life relatively soon if need be. Okay.
Yeah, and this is kind of like a battle resources, right? Like you can be really aggressive with these Sanjis to go down and draw cards from your life that you might not get otherwise. You could also just go down to 1 life and make it so some of their effects get turned off. But no, Makino. Okay, wow. Generally don't see Makino in the animal builds, but maybe if we do, we just like 2 copies or so.
Yep. Yeah. Both 2-cost Sanji and Makino means that they have a lot of extra 2Ks that aren't part of the animal core. So I'm curious to see how this is going to line up. But thankfully, June happens to have another Nami to get rid of the scary 2-cost Sanji. And with leader effect, you might be able to either gain a life or maybe find another character to get rid of this Sanji.
for sure. And okay, so we're just gonna go full removal. We did have another Luffy here, so we can use this activate main effect to be able to get rid of the the Sanji there.
And using that stage to make sure that these 5K characters end up surviving, which is nice.
All right, a lot of Dawn to work with, but doesn't seem to have a lot. I would, I think it was a mildly safe bet. They have a Nami in play. They discarded a Luffy. They don't have an extra copy of each to get rid of the double Sanjis, but that's kind of what happened. And oh man, unironically, we could just lose right here to this Nami attack, right?
It is scary. Edison makes sure that the non-counters aren't going to stay in hand, but June only happens to have 3 cards in hand. So these swings are quite scary. Rush Zoro means that a 7K swing is actually just enough.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah. And, this is honestly, I think in this matchup, you like surviving the first 2 or 3 turns is scary. But once you get there, you do. We also just did not see the new Vegapunk, which we were really hoping that. I'm guessing we were. And yeah, it's definitely a balance of like, do I need to play out the card immediately for value? Or is it better? Like the first Nami, you probably could have put in your life. Yeah, they would have been able to play something off the chopper, but you'd at least be able to get out of one more attack kind of thing. So tough call. And that is it for Vegapunk's undefeated stream today, or rounds today. But
undefeated streak, yeah.
We do have Top Cut for this event. So if you're X1 or better, you're guaranteed in, and then there will be some X2s. So not unlikely to see Vegapunk to get into that top 16 if they're able to win out the rest of their games today. And let me just furiously look for another match, though, because that's going to be a 30-minute break. We'll be back. Don't worry about it. But we'll see what we've got in store. Let me see. I'm just going to run through some tables right now.
Okay.
All right. We kind of saw this matchup at the end of round 2. It's Smoker versus Green Purple, but I'm kind of want to see. It's just been going a little fast. We have Yamato versus Oden, which is just thematically very neat.
That is a old school versus new school.
Yeah, let's just go there. Let's just go there. Why not? Just for the fun of it. All right, let me update these names and such. Mm-hmm. But yeah, on the left, we've got Yamato running what looks like a strictly Nami package.
all I see are Namis, actually.
Yeah. Well, here's the fun thing, too. The green Nami can only can't find Nami cards, but that far left one for us is the Onami. So you can find that. Yellow Nami's good. Oh, okay. We have non-Nami cards.
I mean, understandably so. And it looks like we're going to do some fun things this turn. All right. Looks like using Yamato effect and attaching 2 down to the Zoro and doing a 7 at life. Okay.
Yeah, and so we've got, Oden as well. Got some new support in this set, right? I know a lot of people have been looking forward to testing out. Have you been able to do any testing with Oden in this?
I have not at all. The main upside is getting I forget the name of the card, the Yamato, right? The 6-cost Yamato from EB.
Yeah.
But I haven't really had much time to do much else, to be honest. It seems like it's quite reasonable, but I'm worried about whether it can put in as many bodies as the green purple deck. There's a lot of similar things.
If I'm allowed to be reductive, it is worse. It's just a worse version of green purple Luffy, if I'm being super honest. I do think there are some positives for it, and it could just be my testing's bad, but I personally have not seen a reason why it is better to play, I think, in this format. And part of the reason is that it just gets kind of blindsided by the fact that everyone wants to remove 5-drop 7Ks, which just happens to be the stat line that this deck plays a lot of.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't happen to have any of the protection pieces the Going Merry or like Gum Gum Giant that Green Purple has, but it does have a lot more ways to deal with characters in play. Just having red
Sure.
cards means that like reduction and like cards like Mole Pistol are going to be quite good.
Yeah, and there are some key parts to it, right? And again, I really don't want to be like super reductive when saying that, but it's just I have yet to see the reason, right? Like both leaders, you know, get some rush cards. Both players play some 5/7s. We have ways to get cards out for kind of cheaper. We're 6K defense bodies, but yeah, it's just a little bit more expensive. And then we have Oden being able to beat Yamato though, so just being able to use that aggression for you. And I gotta find another round now. So, but there it is. Maybe maybe we can find a full game of Oden next round.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I'll note the winner here, and maybe that will be what we get for next round.
I mean, it has been kind of an anomaly to see our games end so quickly.
Yes.
But at the same time, I do think EB02 format seems like it's a much faster format.
I agree.
In terms of how fast the games are going to go, largely due to green purple, but also just because one of the best ways to beat aggro decks is to go under them sometimes. So and Bella Betty are a lot more popular.
Well, then let's just kind of see if we change the pace here. Let's get to an Enel game. Which let me see. Let's go over here. So it's going to be Enel versus Stardeck 10 Luffy.
Red. Luffy. Okay.
Which a bit of a weirder matchup. If I'm being honest. There we go. That's way better. But yeah, we do have some queen blockers out on the board. It looks like we're going to 9 Dawn, and then we can get to 10 with leader effect. We do have the new 10-drop Enel out there, which is quite the menace.
Yeah. The fact that this new 10 cost Enel exists means that Enel has a lot more survivability tools.
Yeah.
That character is saying that whenever you attack with it, you can discard a card and then gain a whole life if you're at 1 or less. Means that, one, you get to gain a life every turn without having to rely on drawing multiple aces or Yamatos, but also just effectively being a 10-12 rush makes it so that you end games a lot faster too.
Agreed. Yeah, it is. It's really just an actual boss monster in the archetype, right? Otherwise, it was OP07 Enel from OP05, right? Like just a year plus ago. So it is a proper boss monster. It is very obnoxious, but yeah, very, very, very strong card that if you don't have an answer to, you just lose the late game.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I promise we're going to see some green purple later today. Like we will not be able to avoid it. I'm trying to get some of the more interesting matchups and more unique ones. Yeah, and there's I think Luchi. We looked through it. Luchi's probably the second most popular leader. I think if we you just did the numbers.
26 players registered drop Luchi today. A little under 13% of the meta.
Yeah.
So.
And then green purple has 38 people on it.
Yep. Followed by Shanks and then red green smoker. So
yeah, I was surprised how many people re-sleeved up red green smoker. That's been a pretty popular addition. I know it does have a pretty good matchup in green purple, which is interesting, but yeah.
I wasn't a huge fan of Red Green Smoker in OP10, but with a new Boogeyman and an increased power level of Kid relative to the format, I think it's quite good.
Yeah.
Okay. Red Purple Luffy's playing the new Secret Luffy from EB02. The 6/7 rush while also making sure you can actually use it to attack multiple times in a turn is actually quite good. And especially against a 5K leader like Enel, the 7K swings demanding either 2 cards or to take a life is like really obnoxious. Not to mention the fact that later in the game you can get multiple swings out of it, which is what Enel doesn't want to deal with the most.
Yeah, paying a life is a bit expensive, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna go a 7K attack, and we're gonna be able to keep it. We also get to use... no, we're a bit too behind on our Luffy effect. We're going to use the Nami to be able to get rid of a queen blocker.
That is super good, yep. Discarding beige.
Discard a 2K. That is scary.
That's a sign of strength.
That is like I should just quit.
And then Enel needs to decide what card to discard after gaining a life. A Yamato. Okay. There's another 7.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
Honestly, if we had 2 blockers, this wouldn't be too bad of a spot, I guess. But with one
blockers,
one blocker is way less, and they get to this essentially heals 2 cards, right? Like just based on how it works, the leader effect.
Yeah.
And if you have a second Enel,
oh,
you just get to go to 2 life, and then you just systematically can't lose to how many attacks they have.
Yeah, this 12K swing is very difficult to deal with. And Red Purple doesn't have any Dawn up, correct?
No, I don't believe so, no. They might have been hoping to be able... I don't know if they used their leader effect last turn, or they maybe forgot to sequence it correctly to be able to have it open. Because I think they were at 9 Dawn, right? Yeah, I think they were at 9, and because they used the -2 from Luffy, they went down to 7 and couldn't use it. So they might have been hoping to have one open for Giant here. They'd be losing a lot of Dawn to do so, but feel a little bit safer.
This looks like it'd be a painful countering. 2K, 2K, 1K, 2K.
Yeah.
4 cards to get out of that last 12K swing.
Oh man, I do not like how they are using 10 Dawn here.
It's a pair of them. And all that work that Purple Luffy did that last turn to put our opponent to 0 kind of got negated by these 2 NLs putting them back up to 2.
Yeah, and then like you get the block, sure, but what is our out here? So one good thing, you are a 6K leader. So that does mean that you get to, you don't get these 5K attacks from the Enel leader or Frankie, but it is pretty clear. This is your last turn in this format, or in this round.
Yep. Okay, so against Enel, you do need 1 extra attacker compared to the life. So even though they have 2 life and you normally would need 3 swings, because of leader effect, you're going to need 4.
Yeah.
So if you find something like another Luffy, we might be able to kind of get a lot of swings in, which would be super awesome.
Yeah, you'd be able to get 4 9K swings, or 4 7K swings. Sorry.
Yeah, 4 7K, or 2 7 and 2 8, because you get to use your leader effect to gain 1 more down.
Yeah.
Oh no, we already used it. Never mind. It's just 4 7s.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, and I have been seeing a bit of a resurgence of Red Purple Luffy because it just works with any multicolored purple Luffy, which dang, there are so many, right? I think it's almost every color, right? We're missing
yellow.
We're missing yellow, yeah. But yeah, we have this is red purple, obviously red purple. We have green purple. We have black purple, which is also getting a starter deck upcrease. So maybe there's a reason to play this and that deck at the same time. Blue. Some people played it in blue purple, but I think they were just kind of better cards for it. But it was at least theorycraft for a while, and just so many color combinations.
Yep, and there's even a rainbow one. So
that's true. Yeah, that's right. Whenever there's a pre-release event, you can just slap that one down.
I'm already ready at all times. Okay. It looks like the first 7K swing was countered by the Enel player, and then the second one being attacked.
Yeah, this also, these leaders came out at the same time, and so, there was a time where there's like 10 cost Luffy, that existed, and you're like, sure, I reset the turn, but then that resets the Enel effect, and then they can't, I can't go for game anymore because they're still at 1 life, and they can hold that 1 life again.
Yeah, that was a very, very dark time back in the day. I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. It looks like it's another Luffy. I'm just doing another 7K swing, no restand, and leaving up 2 down. All right.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, okay. Oops.
Yeah, I mean they blocked. Yeah, it's not an activate main. I know some people like with the leader being activate main and this being a when attacking, it's a bit confusing. But that Brule took one for the team and ended up getting it.
Yep. Ooh, great showing for Enel. These 10 cost Enels really dominated this game for sure. And I was really excited when that card got printed to be a very powerful force into this metagame. Mm-hmm. And they kind of dominated this game to kind of show why I thought so.
Yeah, because like I'm probably like the 100th person to ask you, right? Like you've had some experience playing Enel once or twice, right? You've played it, and so you've probably told a lot of people on a lot of different platforms. But one more time for good measure, what do you think Enel is very viable in this meta right now? How are your thoughts with it with the new support?
Yeah, so I think it's quite reasonable into a green-purple metagame, just because of if you build it in a very defensive-oriented way where you're playing cards like 5-cost Nami, you're playing a bunch of trigger blockers or Shirahoshis, you're able to kind of slow the game down and kind of gum up the board to make those 10-cost NLs kind of overwhelm a lot of what green-purple wants to do. However, I've kind of noticed that aside from green purple being pretty popular, a lot of people want to play like very KO focused decks in the current meta. Decks like Shanks, decks like Luchi, and Enel really struggles against those naturally. So I'm not super excited about Enel in a meta where things are as like balanced as what we see in today's tournament. But if it's a lot more green purple moving forward, I'd be happy to play Enel in a tournament.
Sure. Yeah. I do think it still has like a lot of polarizing matchups. Here, give me 1 second. Someone has like a vertical cam, which is not. Can someone go to table? I'm going to say it out loud. Sorry, I got tournament organizer sidetracked. But yeah, I agree. I don't think it is like the force that people were expecting. Here, you know what? We got another Enel game. Spoilers, it'll probably be our de facto end of round leader for the rest of the day. But it looks like we'll see if we can beat Shanks here. Which is, as you've mentioned, just red Enel, right?
It is just red Enel in a very, very fun way. Ooh, okay. It looks like this game is kind of a really good turn for Shanks to try to apply a lot of pressure and get cards out of Enel's hand.
Yeah, and I think we just used the leader activate, so that life will go to trash. You know what I mean? They're not getting to heal one more.
Looks like never feels good to have to use the 0-cost event on an 8K swing.
No, because they still have a Beckman and a Shanks attack, it looks like. But we also do have a blocker.
Beckman swing for 7. Kind of deciding whether it's worth it to block it or just take it.
I kind of think you need to take it, but the issue is that they might not have a card in hand to heal. But no, yeah, we're gonna take it. If they have another Beckman, it does get around Shirahoshi without proccing the on KO as well. But yeah, Shanks has the single card in hand. But that Otama.
That Otama might get in there. Yeah. 8 Dawn means you get to go 6 and 7 if you want to.
Yeah, because it's a yeah 6-7 would be the numbers.
And it looks like it's happening. 6 with Otama. Enel didn't have a 2K before, but they
Oh
do
yeah,
now.
okay. Well,
And
you
that's
gotta remove the
7K swing.
Shiroshi. All right. Is the card in hand? Is it 10 costs now? Does it heal a card? Like this is quite the grind.
10 cost ace would be a huge card to have here. All right, looks like 4 is very likely going at that Sanji.
Starting with this attack, I don't like though, to be honest, because it just gives
You
them
would just try to
yeah
get extra card to defend stuff with.
yeah.
Yeah. Now they have 2 cards. So now you're doing the 9 at the Rayleigh.
Flampe is gonna have to trade with that Otama, which again very
Go the
funny.
distance, yeah.
2K and
2K.
leader effect, assumedly.
It's just 9 and 8, so you don't have to use leader effect.
I guess yeah. Sorry, it doesn't matter. It depends if they're hitting the Beckman or the silvers. I guess right.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you're right. That's not bad. I forgot the Ben Beckman was there.
Okay.
Ooh, it's 10 cost ace. Okay, that's a huge one.
Yeah, essentially the same as a now in this spot, but it like you draw the one instead of like discarding the one, so that's great. Trades with the Otama, and then unless oh no, okay, going
okay, so it was 7 at the Beckman then.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
right. And
honestly, there was a high chance I'd defend that Otama if I can.
I would have too. Just try to go for gold.
Yeah, unless I have Dragon in hand, right? Like,
Yep.
Right, they got 1 card in hand, so you know this 5K is going to do damage from or 7K from Beckman is going to be good.
Yep.
Dragon, Rush Luffy, either of those cards would be great here. Even 10 costs, if you feel like this 5 cost Shanks is going to go in for damage. Or 5K leader attack.
Two life for the Shanks player. It's kind of scary to just go for a game because it feels like if they are able to survive any blockers or 0 costs, it probably is going to be lights out for you. But I'm not sure if you have any other options with so few cards in hand. A random side note, I know we came into the game with Bram in play, but have you been playing with that card at all? Have you experimented with it? Because I think the card's quite good. In this
I really do, honestly. I think it's a great card. So I would be, if I played it now, I'd definitely put it in the deck.
Yeah. Getting rid of both the 1 cost Going Merry, but also Blackbeard's full of lead. It just kind of has a lot of fun applications.
Yeah, I think there's weirdly just a lot of decks like Reiju's weirdly popular right now. I think weirdly. I don't, Reiju's a great deck, but it hitting that stage hurts them emotionally, right? I guess if Shanks are playing more of the Red Force, that's a great hit.
Yeah,
like for something that's pretty much an archetype anyways, you just get some really good value.
I don't think Bram gets rid of 2 cost stages, actually. I think he only gets rid of 1 cost stages, and Red Force is a 2 cost. Okay. Looking through the trash, kind of combing through.
Excuse me.
You're good. Okay. It looks like there was an 11K swing at a 9K ace earlier.
Yeah.
And it looks like Shanks is kind of debating whether they want to do another large swing at the Yamato because they have 6 extra down.
Yeah, there's just kind of this weird end game scenario for some of these decks, like where it's just like, well, we both have big bodies, and I guess we just attack into them with all our gone, and that's just how we remove them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Looks like that 11's happening. One card. Looks like it's going to be good. Okay.
All right. Well, it's going to be pretty trivial now to remove this Backman, right? They've got what, 1 or 2 cards in hand.
2 cards in hand and a life. But weirdly enough, you don't even have to remove the Beckman if you don't want to. You can try to get some cards with this ragtag squad of 4K bodies and 1K bodies.
Yeah, you're brave as attackers here. I mean, what, you put 6 on, you are what, probably put 5 on Flampe? No, just 7 here.
Ooh, okay. Looks like it's just going to start with the 7. I imagine against Shanks it's not going at the Beckman though. Yep. It's so appealing to try to counter this, but at the same time, like I doubt Enel's going to have much larger swings with these 4K and 1K bodies.
Yeah. Yeah, but this has to be at leader, right? Because otherwise it just be
yeah. Okay.
Right.
8 Dawn. Oh, is it
Katakuri? Put something back in your own life. Oh, Backman. Sure. Okay. I mean, that's fine.
Yep. All right. Completely clear board. And now slowly rebuilding the board it just lost.
Oh, it's only 1 cost stages. That's my issue. That's why I can get rid of Red Force. My bad. Yeah, I'll put the card up. It's Braum. He's an old card. I think he's from OP7.
I think it might be 6.
Yeah,
but
6.
Yes, it's been like over a year.
Yeah, but he didn't come out in the set that Enel came out when. It wasn't OP05. Yep. It was weirdly added as support later on. When I started looking at Japanese lists for EB02 and OP11, I'm like, oh, that's cool. They added some new support and then I'm like, no, this card's a year old.
Yeah, these weird interactions don't really come up where like old cards coming up in new contexts all of a sudden in this meta. But 1 cost stages have become a pretty prevalent part about the metagame, and despite like the normal idea of like, oh, I have to remove one of my own cards to get an effect, a lot of the Shandorian Sky Island cards end up letting you be able to remove either your or your opponent's stage. So you get a lot of interesting applications there. Okay.
All right, Building Snake. Probably would have loved to see it Backman. So this is maybe a tangent or maybe a different in between, but I'm like, I've been telling people like Shanks is probably one of the decks I would highly consider playing the music cards if you haven't tested them already. Have you thought about that or done any testing among those?
Yeah, so the music cards definitely help a ton in this deck, just to help you find your best cards, which are mostly just 8 cost really, like the one that was just played.
Welcome to the chat. Yeah.
My concern when I was playing the Shanks deck, which I ended up cutting the event searcher for, was because a lot of what you want to do with the Shanks deck naturally is KO 6Ks, but the current meta is just a lot of 7K bodies, like the Sanji putting in a 6 cost Luffy. So a lot of your early turns, instead of trying to search with the events, just needs to be these setup cards like Red Force, Building Snake, Hongo, stuff like that. So I never really had the time to use the event. But I imagine in a world where like if Green Purple wasn't this prevalent and we had a little more time in the early game, the searcher event would be probably a 3 or 4 for sure.
Yeah, and I've been trying to do some testing, right? Like if you show like I think the reaction to those cards on first glance was 100% correct. Like any consistency card in this game is nuts, and that card is just like the most consistent searcher in the game for any color, right? But it is really like this game is so tempo driven too that not finding time to play it is an issue as well. So if anything, it's you have to play against decks that get benefits from having events as well. So I have thought about playing it with Marco in Shanks, like so you can pitch it for like protection later or something like that. But Yeah, they are tricky to actually find room for, I feel like.
Agreed.
Katakuri left field by building stake minus 3k, and then we use the Silver's Rayleigh to get the rest of the removal.
Five done. See if we have any fun new cards. Gadatsu, 1 life is all you need to KO an Uta. So
yeah. Yeah. Unironically, I think the event searchers could be also really good in Smoker, because you're always going to have extra Dawn in that deck too.
That's quite reasonable, actually. I don't recall exactly. Are they color locked? Like, does the red searcher only search for red cards?
They are not, and I swear that they were. So I'm happy that you also had that thought, because I'm like, yeah, multicolor leaders, you just don't have time to run it. And then I'm like, oh, it just says anything 4 cost or more. They definitely didn't have to do that, but I'll take advantage of that if I can.
Yeah, that seems quite reasonable. A deck that has that much Dawn. Time to experiment.
We've been talking off screen, and I'm sure I've just doubled your to-do list of things to test already today.
That's like the best part about this game. There's just so many things to bring up, and whenever you watch other people play or just talk with other people,
You're
they
like,
just give you a bunch of more fun ideas.
Now, these guys are in time. I believe this is turn 1.
Okay.
I don't know if... Yeah, we got a couple in there. Let me make sure.
Ooh, Marco plus red 4 taking rid of that Braum is super awesome. And Shanks probably just spending this turn trying to get their opponent down to 0. Pitching Konami. And then there's a 10 at life. All right, and then Enel going to, like you mentioned, turn 2. So after Enel's turn here, Shanks will have 1 more turn if we don't run out of time in overtime. Enel has to decide whether they want to go for game or if they want to...
They kind of have to go for game, which I think is pretty possible here.
Yeah, very possible. 7 with with Gadatsu. I believe that we... so Shanks has 2 life. I keep forgetting that the face up.
Yeah. With the mat, yeah, it's a little confusing.
$2K, and then 9 Dawn. Means that there's a 7 at life, and there's 7 Dawn remaining. Okay, 9 Dawn, and 7 cost Enel.
For the record, putting that Dawn on, yeah, I think Shanks gets this. Actually, I'm not sure exactly how the time procedures work, but
so the first tiebreaker is life, which they're tied at, and the second one would be cards in deck. And I think that happens a lot when you're playing NL, is when you use leader effects so often, you end up just like having very few cards in your deck relative to your opponent. So
yeah,
I imagine even in overtime.
Yeah, I think Shanks won that. They know better than us, but I think Shanks was able to get that one. And I mean, if they had another turn, right, Shanks was going to get there anyways too. So I think that reflects that as well. But we've got round 3 coming up. Sorry, I was distracted towards the end. I have some like tournament admin stuff I have to do real quick. But okay. We'll be back with round number 3. Let me know if there's any other decks you guys want to try to find, and we'll be back then. So be right back. Okie dokie. We are back. We've got round number 3. I was looking through some tables, and I noticed we had a green and purple Doffy, which I was not expecting to, 1, show up for this event, and then 2, to just be undefeated. So let's do it. Let's see what this deck's all about.
I am super excited. I basically have not seen this deck since OP04, so I'm glad to see it.
And we did get like a lot of support in OP10 with the purple Don Quixote stuff, right? So it's not like unheard of. I did some experimentation at the beginning of that format, and my conclusion was there's some cool, neat things you can do, and there's some kind of polarizing matchups in your favor, but there's definitely some polarizing matchups not in your favor. So, but in this more aggressive format, I can definitely see this deck having some good matchups into specifically green-purple Luffy. So we can see.
Awesome. Was Shanks one of those polarizingly good or polarizingly bad matchups in your testing?
Shanks doesn't really have bad matchups now, does it?
That's fair.
You got red purple Luffy sometimes, but that deck will also lose to itself. So
Awesome. All right. Really, let's start off the Hitesh on Shanks, and we have to figure out what Doffy wants to do in these first couple turns.
Yeah, it's crazy just how intimidating like a turn 1 building snake can really be in this kind of format, right? But you know what? Ooh. We have the answer to it, which is the sugar.
And we have a 6 at that too. Make sure it goes.
It is unintimidating. It is the easiest thing in the world to remove.
Glad to see this card seeing some more play. It's one of my favorite cards that they printed. It's just a really annoying body that kind of helps you play a much more controlling game plan into a lot of matchups.
Excuse me.
Oh, good. Unfortunately, Shanks didn't have a 4-Don play this game, just a swing 9 at life. So if Doffy is able to kind of set up any extra characters this turn, build up a relatively sizable board, they might be able to press that really powerful advantage.
Yeah, and like this sugar's an old card, right? Some people don't kind of know how it works, and it works kind of different compared to a lot of other cards. It being able to like rest something when your opponent plays it is so powerful, right? It's an effect that doesn't really see. We haven't really seen a card like it since it being printed in set 4, right?
Yep. Yeah, and there's a card like it, and there's a bunch of weird interactions that have come up because of this card. I'm not sure if you're up to date on your judge test or not, but I'm currently not. There's a lot of
the one thing that I know that tricks a lot of people is that sugar does not need to be active to be able to use the effect that would rest it.
Yep.
Yeah, that is the one that tricks a lot of people because of the fact that you like even in this situation, right? Like you can attack with sugar to be able to excuse me, have a like Doflamingo restand next turn, and then you can still like it's not a cost for the effect, it's a resolution of the effect. So you just do as much as possible.
100%. It just committed a lot of cards to make sure that this sugar ended up dying. Played an Uta to make sure that the Rush would be able to enter and play unimpeded because of the sugar, and then got a couple of swings committed towards it, which is super nice. But that Doffy blocker definitely did invalidate Hitesh's leader swing, which was super prevalent this game.
Yeah, I agree. And it can just be, you want to get rid of that sugar as soon as possible. And if you're not able to, it can definitely just get more and more value throughout the day.
Yep. 2 at that Uta to try to slow down Shanks's board while also making sure they don't get too many cards out of life. And we got that 5-cost Resonance discarding off-white to draw 2 cards.
I'm sorry. I'm hopefully my cough. I'm trying my best to mute it. It just sneaks up on me. But sorry about all the coughing. But yeah, that Resonance super great in archetype for this. Another sugar is intimidating too. And if you play anything, like you kind of have to attack with Luffy first, because then otherwise you can rest that on you playing something else. But it also means you don't get the Don from Luffy. So just again, a very obnoxious card.
Yep. It looks like Alvarez didn't want to get the 4 absurd amount of Dawn this turn. Both Rosinante and Leader Effect would have gotten him a lot of Dawn, but even still, probably doesn't need 2 events this turn.
Yeah, and yeah, I guess just deciding how they want to attack, right? Like Ben Beckman can get rid of any of these cards, but there's no super great target. Leaving the Rosinante on board is scary.
Yeah. So another weird interaction with Sugar is if the card's removed before the ability gets to happen, then the effect doesn't actually happen. So they don't get the rest any 6K bodies this turn. And he touches getting rid of that Sugar to stop all this resting shenanigans for its future rushers, and then just doing 6/7 at life.
Yeah, but that Rosinante gets more and more value every turn that it's played. We're playing our first copy of Off-White, which I don't want to. Let me see if they find a target. Okay, that card was pretty hit or miss, leaning on miss. Now it's leaning on the hit side, just because we have pretty much twice as many functional Doflamingo Don Quixote family cards that we can use and now find off of it.
That card is effectively just plus 4K draw card.
Yes.
And when Gum Gum Giant is probably one of the best cards or counter cards in the game right now. Off-White, while it is just a fair amount worse in terms of just like fixed sculpting your hand, does give you a lot of similar like card advantage and protection.
Yeah, it is. The functionality of that card's way better. 5-drop Rosinante, I feel like is a super big boon for this deck in particular. And so being able to get that is great. And it's just like this, like you have like a lot of ways to be survival late game. Being able to play 10-drop Doffy and using our leader effect to have 2 Dawn at the end of our turn ready is fantastic. We hit the Mole Gun.
Okay.
All right, getting rid of the block.
Yeah, Mole Pistol out of life in the first life is super powerful here since he actually has a 6K body in play. KOing any 7K body is going to be super scary.
Yeah, and that's not like usually in Shanks. It's a tech card. It's an option, but I'd say it's a bit of an off meta one. But in these situations, that can kind of like put you on track to just win this game now.
1000%. But Alvarez looks like there's an 8 cost to help build up a board all the same. Oh, it's a 9 cost, and it's 9 cost of Zoro. Okay. Ooh, all right. Well, this can definitely help a lot. Shanks doesn't really tend to have a lot of answers to a 9K, with the exception of the film KO Shanks. So, or some combination of cards like Building Snake or something. And as I jinx it into existence, it gets rid of the Zoro immediately.
That is unfortunate. Generally speaking, that's like the only card that can easily remove this, right? So and again, that 10 cost Shanks is not as viable, at least in like the OP10 meta. You play like 1 or 2 copies. Generally, 1 or 0 copies, I feel like.
Yeah. Some lists that are just like completely committed to just controlling everything about green purple might play 1 or 2, but yeah, it's usually a bit too slow in a lot of matchups. So.
But I do think like a lot of Shanks leaders, like initially in this format, they are leaning towards just straight removal, right? Respecting that, I think maybe like green purple Luffy really does not like you removing their 5/7s, so I can see like why some decks are leaning more towards that instead.
And it looks like doing a 6K swing with Luffy, putting it down on the Beckman, 6K at Rosinante, okay, and then doing an 8 at life. Really trying to bully the Rosinante and make sure that Doffy doesn't have any characters on board.
Yeah, and this is kind of like the spot where it's a little bit tricky, right? Like, you can play a deck like this where you ramp to 10 a little bit faster. But you really just kind of live and die depending on how many Rosinantes you're able to have on board and establish. So the fact that Shanks has been able to remove boards so effectively has been very, very strong.
1000%. Okay. Well, we do know that Afras has a 10 cost Doffy, so maybe trying to invalidate a lot of these characters by keeping them rested might be the game plan this game. Looks like the first one's already entering the fray, stopping leader Ben Beckman and Luffy, I assume. Yep.
Right. Doflamingo's not terrible. When the 10 cost Shanks is the card that's still around, it's terrible. If they have a second one of those, like it's pretty much game over, right?
We don't both have to jinx it.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
So,
Otama, make it an 8K. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh yeah, the Divine Departure. Yeah. Oh.
Divine Departure. Whew.
Yeah, this removal is brutal from Shanks here.
Yep. 3 active Dawn, 2. And plenty of cards in hand.
Yeah, I think just passing from here. Yeah, unfortunate. One big thing with like Off-White, I think, in this deck is that this deck can really consistently find 2 Doflamingo 10 drops back to back. So any decks that are weak to 10 drop Doffy, I think you do very, very well because of that consistency from it. But when Shanks is able to consistently remove your cards, I think it's just a tough matchup that's uphill like this.
1000%. And that really highlighted how powerful these controlling versions of Shanks can look and how they can execute against these green decks.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's one of the main reasons why people want to play Shanks. Just removing these relatively sizable bodies is just what you want to be doing in this format, and that was a clinic, honestly.
Yeah. Honestly, the mid game was kind of full of hope, I feel like, but once we got to the mid to late, right, it was, I don't know, that the Rosie just being such a good card that you can't really protect in a lot of situations makes it very tough.
I would agree.
I'm jumping through some additional games right now, see if there's anything that catches my eye. We've got 25 minutes into this format. I do say I do miss OP10 already. Every matchup being a solid 15-20 minutes, generally really digestible, very easy to go through. And now I just got a bunch of jumping through to try to find other games sometimes, and it's mostly Enel, it seems, is our conclusion to get some more time. All right. This is the Shanks player we saw. I know we just saw this player, but it just looks like there's a lot of time left. It's against specifically Rob Luchi.
Okay.
Let me just jump through a couple more tables real quick, but otherwise it will probably default back to there.
I saw a lot of Luchi and green purple. If that's something you're interested in, Luchi weirds.
Probably green purple starting next round. I mean,
yeah,
a little bit more consistently. Actually, here, let's go to table 16. Table 16, it seems to have some game left, and it's going to be Rob Luchi versus green purple Luffy.
Yep.
All right. Let me get my own camera out of there. Boom. All right. It is going to be on the left, Rob Luchi.
And on the right is
green purple.
Green purple.
Where's Luchi? There he is. And oh shoot.
Yep.
All right, I'll update the
and
you won't believe me. I guess I don't have a green purple Luffy leader crop.
Brand new deck.
I swear I did, but I guess I didn't. So we're gonna have this Luffy. It's gonna be green purple Luffy. Help remind me in between rounds. It takes 2 minutes to make, but
oh, good. Yeah. So we've kind of reached the middle part of this game. It seems like where green paper was able to stake at least one character in the 7-cost Luffy Taro.
Yeah.
But Luchi has been slowly amassing this kind of block of Mancheri, Brook, and then it needs some reduction to kind of make sure it can KO green purple's threats every turn.
Now, one question for you: Luffy Taro in this deck right now? Yes, no.
Begrudging, yes, I
Okay.
guess is like the easiest way. I don't think it's that good in the deck. It's kind of slow. It's really good to put and play with Sanji Pudding, but when you're putting in Zoro, Jiro, or some other character, it's a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that against these KO decks, one of the best things you can do is just put into like high priority threats in play in a turn.
Yeah.
And Luffy Taro plus Sanji Pudding is just like one of the scariest things you can do against Luchi and Shanks. So um, it might, or I think you can play like 1 to 2 to kind of help these kind of matchups. And if you really want to commit to it, you could try something like 3. But I'm not sure if you've like built this deck a lot, but there's plenty of bricks in it already. So
Yeah,
I try to refrain from
there
playing
is. Yeah,
anymore.
I've been doing some, I'll say, creative deck building. I'm not going to claim any which way that it's good deck building, but more so just the idea that, you know what, there are so many bricks. Like, what are the actual cards that we need for this? And yeah, Luffy Tar does seem like, you know, another a compromise. Yeah, it's not something good. I think against Rob Lucci specifically, like, you really do care about being able to put 2 bodies on the board. This becoming a 9K with this stage also means that it's mildly difficult for Lucci to remove in a post Ice Age format. So
Yeah.
it just means, like, what, on 5 you just play out Sanji Pudding, you don't use your leader effect, and then next turn you Luffy Taro, and then do all your things.
Yep. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Now we get to see another card that I think is one of the bricks that's probably worth playing in Electrical Luna.
Yeah.
A card that's been in play or in the game since OP08, but
8,
hasn't
yeah.
really seen play and since EB02. Have you been trying this card? Are you a fan? What are your thoughts on it?
It is crazy to me how this card went from unplayable to stupid, almost overnight, right? Like, it's a card that's existed for over half a year. A lot of people didn't know. For the life of me, thought it was called Electric Luna. That's how much I knew about this card. I did not think it. I thought like Electrical Luna was like the bad fans translation or something. No, that's the name of the card. So, but yeah, I do agree that specifically in this format, you get a lot of just like hitting great cards. There's a lot of cards that are 7 cost or less. So that's very strong. And green purple. Like in the mirror match, you kind of need it. The trigger is stupid, right? Like, rest
Yep.
anything. So yeah, I've been playing with this card a lot, and the more I play as it or against it, the more I'm like, man, this card is very strong.
Yeah, I do think that this is like the first like really powerful green aggro deck we've had in a very long time.
Sure.
So yeah, I think that the fact that Luna is being a lot more or is a lot more popular is largely due to just like green purple existing, and like it's one of the best counters to itself, to be completely honest. Um, but yeah, I did not expect a card like this to be particularly powerful in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like a lot of people kind of had differing opinions. A lot of people playing even 4 in a lot of this, or a lot of lists that I've seen online in Japan. So it is a terrifying card.
Yeah, it just does. Like, this is an edge case too, but I'm like, I play Marco Newgate. Oh, I have like 2 Newgates on the board. Like, whatever they play, easy. I'll just untap them and retap them next turn. Electrical Luna comes down, I have to concede. Like, it's brutal that, like, the range that card can obtain.
Mm-hmm. It makes me want to try some green black leaders with like cost reduction sometimes.
Yeah, Isho was on my mind 100%. I'm like, or Perona as well, right? But like Isho, like, we have like new Navy cards too. Like, we have to have just like a sidebar of like all the stupid combos that we have to text to see if it's good or not.
All right. The cat will not mind wander too much. We got to focus on this game
Yeah.
for sure. All right. It looks like Luchi's trying to scramble in terms of how they want to try to clear a 9 cost.
Sure.
Like you mentioned before, since we're no longer in an Ice Age format, it's actually quite difficult for Luchi to get a lot of reduction without like prior setup.
Yeah.
A lot of lists have been playing cards like 4-cost Kuzan, like the 4-cost Laboon that was milled, 2-cost Uta, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And since Luchi doesn't have any of those in play at the moment, it's going to be probably very unlikely that this card goes away. But Luchi's still at 2, has a fairly sizable hand, so this might be a game that should be fun. And 7 cost $4 or $8.
All right, we're gonna use giant here
Okay.
with another giant.
Giant?
Yeah.
It's giant. Okay.
All right,
I'm drawing 2
I
cards.
said I was making questionable choices. My current green purple Luffy list, we're playing 3 giants. It is the card
I
where,
get it.
in my mind, purple Luffy, to be able to win with purple Luffy, you need to resolve 2 giants, right? That generally is enough
Yeah.
to win you the game. In this deck, I feel like you only need to resolve 1, which is why we're pitching 1 extra copy of it. But
That is fair. I do think that a lot of the time you don't even need to play giant just because you're a 6K leader. A lot of times your opponent can even like muster that many good attacks against you.
yeah,
The games you don't find giant are kind of painful though, but thankfully there's a lot of searchers. So
yeah,
I've considered cutting it a lot. And the Dawn minus in this deck compared to a deck like Luchi or a deck like Purple Luffy is much more of a cost.
for sure, yeah. And honestly, when I use giant, it is literally sometimes it's to actually get out of the attack. Half the time it's just to filter my hand, to be honest, right? So I think that's something that, you know, whenever I try to build a deck, I always like start swinging at like what I think is the foundation to make sure that those are like actually load bearing cards. And I think giant is obviously a great card. I'm not going to say that's not. I've been complaining about the card since release, but 4 copies might be superfluous. You might be able to sneak a third. There are only 3 copies instead.
I think that is quite reasonable. I honestly have not touched that card since trying it out, but I can see it. The games where you just draw 2 giants and you're just like, oh god,
Yeah,
I need more threats right now. So
yeah. Well, just let me know. Get used to that construction hat, a hammer, start swinging. See how it feels.
Demolition Crew.
Yeah. Caves in. Well, at least you know.
All right. Ooh, all right. Second stage, just to make this Luffy even more sturdy, unless a Green Purple player has found even more characters to protect instead of making one Luffy even bigger.
Yeah. Can we talk about this kind of off meta, unknown, up and coming card called 4-drop Kuzan? That card's, you know, he's had humble beginnings. You know, he's been around from set 2. You know, see people usually play it or not. No, it's a very strong card still. Like it is absurd how much presence can be obtained by him just being on the board staring at you, threatening to -4 cost your cards.
I think Kuzan is just my favorite character in the game.
Sure.
Just because of how fun and busted 4-cost Kuzan has been throughout this entire existence.
Yeah, like Kuzan on curve, like your opponent doesn't want to play anything anymore. Like, right? Like they're just like, this card gets removed for free. Why do I even try?
He's had moments where he hasn't been good. Mostly formats where people have a lot of good removal to it, or the format's too fast for a card.
Yeah.
But as they keep changing the restriction or the reduction effects that exist in the game, Kuzan's been tried and true, always been playable. So
yeah, honestly, I think it is the reason why this matchup is so good. Because if you play Kuzan on 4, what is your like? Do you want to play Sanjay putting out? No, you just know it's going to get removed. Like it's so intimidating, even with the Going Merry.
And this is like we're kind of slowly reaching this like very miserable part of playing against Luchi, where Luchi's slowly building this vice grip of a board, making sure that I'm able to KO everything, keeping back Rebecca with Mancherry, and kind of lulling the green purple player into just repeatedly fighting for board. A game that Luchi generally is happy with playing. And then we got 6 Dawn. Is that a 6-cost Luffy entering?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Oh, man, the day 1 alt art looking good.
I know. Okay, and now we get to decide what kind of fight we want to play. We have a 7K swing and an 8K swing against 4 cards. Even if we're feeling feisty, we could even go for a game if you want to go use leader effect and then use Luffy's effect, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. Just going a 7K swing at the Mancherry, stopping Luchi's card advantage this game. And then an 8K swing going somewhere, whether that's Brook or Hina or Life, we don't know yet. Brook, okay.
Now, what do you think about the green 4-cost Zoro that also comes from the set? Do you think that card's helpful in this deck? And I think it helps in this matchup for sure to answer Kuzan, but
Yeah.
do you play a couple copies of that? What's your thought?
Yeah, I'm playing a couple copies of that card as well. It has definitely cons. Just being a 5K body is actually quite bad in this deck because you're a 6K leader with a bunch of really big characters.
Sure.
But I think the effect is just too important. Just because, like I mentioned before, a lot of decks just want to set up against green purple to make sure that they can get rid of these characters on curve. So against Luchi, making sure that 2-cost Uta goes, 4-cost Kuzan and Brook get pressured down, Rebecca gets rested. That's all super important.
Yeah.
But even against decks like Shanks resting, Building Snakes, Hongos, stuff like that, could give you a lot of extra time. So I think that it's really relevant in this meta, just to make sure that your opponent doesn't have any of these scary cards. But it is a card that people have been very under impressed with because of those reasons of it being just a 5K body.
Yeah.
That's not really great at applying pressure.
All right. Kuzan getting in, though. So I think this Luffy is 2 costs right now.
Yep.
Now, I have found with Rob Lucci, sometimes, Gecko Mario would be able to play something with reduction and KO, so you could get whatever you're missing. Sometimes I'm like, man, I have all this reduction, I don't have any removal, or vice versa. So I do find that a little bit more often in this format right now. Do you know what I mean? Or do you find when you've been playing Luchi, you still are able to kind of find the balance of finding removal cards and cost reduction cards to?
So,
I think your internet might have popped out a little bit.
Yeah, consistency of not having Moria is a big issue, just because Moria's had so much versatility. It kind of did everything, both blocking, reduction, KO, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think the main thing I miss with Moria is just being able to swing with it, to be honest.
Yeah, if I was to be super honest, the most broken thing about that card was that as a 9K. If it was a 7K body, I would mildly be the amount of happiness I'd get is incredible, right? The fact that you'd have to get out of a no Dawn attack with it, you'd have to give me 3 cards, was what really kind of stole the game,
Yep. I do think that was one of the best parts about it. But yeah, I do think that Luchi is a much more inconsistent deck that can't really rely on combat as much anymore. It just has to kind of set up a lot of these combos, and it's not really great at finding them nowadays either, especially once they cut Spandam.
Yeah.
But I think it's quite reasonable. This game is super interesting.
Yeah.
I keep watching it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but Green Purple chose not to use Leader Effect and became a 5K. Or for the turn. And Luchi tried to spend a lot of time this turn trying to apply pressure and getting cards out of hand. But because of that, the Luffy still got to survive for 1 extra turn. And because of that, now Green Purple has a lot more Dawn.
Yeah.
So this might be a turn where Green Purple might be able to just go for a game if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, at only 2 life and about 4 cards in hand, it's very possible if they don't feel like they can survive next turn that you could just go for game. I do agree that Luffy Taro just being able to be a foundation of this board the entire game has been very strong and gotten a lot of value from it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It just depends on with 9 Dawn and Secret Rare, you do get a good amount of attacks.
Yeah.
So not unusual.
Yeah, you can go 7, 8, 9, 9 if you end up having the Luffy, but it looks like it's not going to be a Luffy turn. It's going to be more of a Sanji Pudding turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, going back to the Moria thing, I do think that Luchi is a significantly worse deck because of it. But I do think it can very easily work. I'm just glad that Moria is gone in every possible way, though.
Yeah. Honestly, I think I said it. I'm happy that it opens up deck spots for decks that just felt forced to play the card. There are a lot of black leaders where I don't really have a good combo with Moria, but I have to play the card because it can just get me enough value to win games. So outside of Luchi and BY Luffy, where they could, I think, functionally take advantage of every piece of that card, there are a lot of other leaders that just kind of got like half functionality in my mind.
Yeah.
All right, so we're playing Sanji Pudding. So either one, we don't have the secret rare, or two, we feel like we can just survive this turn. Not unusual with the chance of like Gum Gum Giant. We do play a good amount of blockers in this deck too.
Okay. Alrighty. Looks like we're taking this turn relatively slowly. Just keep trying to fight for board, and I presume we're playing a blocker.
Yeah. Which means if we're playing a blocker, I'd probably want to use the Merry-Go to protect the blocker. Unless we have like another copy in hand and we can like do a double buff or something.
Ooh, that'd be super. Ooh.
All right.
First stage, protecting the Sanji Pudding to make it a 7.
That's fair.
And then looks like this one's going to be a 7, maybe an 8.
All right, we're going to play out Nami, look top 5.
Yeah. I imagine the things we're looking for most are just ways to survive. So whether that's counter, Gum Gum Giants, or blockers. So
yeah, and Usohachi's
2K Usohachi's perfect.
Yeah, a great 2K that can also help you push for game next turn if needed. I'm going to guess maybe 7K to try to get rid of the Hina now.
Depending on the counter situation, you might be able to justify even going at life.
Sure.
But it just depends. So it should be fun. And I'm curious what the Green Purple player's blocker of choice is going to be this turn. They can obviously just play cards like Nico Robin or 2-cost Chopper. But they also have 8 down to their opponent's 10. So they can play the 2K Sanji as well.
Yeah, the only 4 cards in hand, right? Having to use half of it to defend is quite a lot.
Yeah.
All right, there goes the
wasn't the Hina. Okay. And then 3.
Okay.
And it's Robin. Okay. And another stage. Like you mentioned, he did have the second stage to make sure that this Nico Robin is protected a little bit more. Having a 5-cost blocker is going to be a lot more easily or harder to remove.
Yeah.
From Luchi's side, which will be super nice.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a pretty good board. We've got 1 Dawn open. We have, I think we've got like 5 cards in hand. So going to be a little bit difficult for I think Rob Luchi to go for game here, but not impossible, right?
Yep. Looks like
potential of Kaido coming down with 9 looking set aside.
Yep. Remove either of the 7-cost characters, or just get rid of the blocker and make sure that the on KO effect of the Nico Robin no longer happens.
Yeah, the funny thing is that like in this situation, like 2 6K attacks are pretty much as good as 2 9K attacks, right? Or 2, right? Like knowing that one's going to get blocked and the other one's going to get gianted, right? Like it doesn't matter if you're within that range.
And 6 cards is going to be hard to beat. Yep, and 6 is going to be a card all the same.
Yep, get a 1K with Zoro.
Ooh, Zoro. Wonder if this Kaido is looming.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be that bad. It's just you have to be scary about Secret Rare again next turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wonder what Luchi's like main plan is going to be this game. Whether like it's just try to play the Kaido and then or play some big character and try to win that way. Try to go small and go super wide. Kind of a lot of options here. This game is definitely highlighting the resiliency of this green purple deck, though.
Yeah.
Having its threats kind of removed every turn. I know Luffy Taro has been able to survive, but removing something every turn. Green purple still has 6 cards or 5 cards in hand now, and plenty of Dawn and life to work with. I have no life now, but still plenty of cards and plenty of threats.
Yeah. We're going to play out the Star Deck Uta, which I've been liking this card more and more every set. I feel like it's been a really strong card. Playing 8 for Sabo. Wow. Okay.
Okay. Just KOing the Sanji.
Yeah, Sanji, and it has to be, I guess, the Nami. Yeah.
Yeah.
Blocker surviving is fun, but like not bad. But they're going to go to 10 Dawn next turn because we didn't have to use a giant either.
Yeah. But if there is a secret Luffy, I think it's going to be very scary. But without that card, this Sabo is going to help facilitate some really dangerous attacks next turn for going your game.
Yeah, I like. It wouldn't be impossible for you to bunker up again next turn for green purple Luffy, but you might just have to kind of go for game, especially since we're in time procedure. If you don't put them down to like 1 life, then you can be in trouble. Yeah. Well, with 2 cards in hand, 8K is very tough to get out of. So I'm going to take that, go down to 1 life. It looks like we're paying what looks like 6.
6
yeah,
for the Luffy.
That's probably going to be game.
Yeah. Using leader effect here, or are we starting with the Luffy swing?
Okay. Yeah, so using this leader effect here, we lose 2 Dawn, set 2 active. So now we have 6 Dawn. And then we essentially get a 6K swing and then 2 11s, if I doing the math right?
Yeah.
Given the protection, just in case there's a something random. If
I bid 500
I was going to say that's the
fine.
only card I can think of. I bid 500 million. Yeah. It looks like we're going to do a 7 and then 2 10s, which is fine. I don't think.
Yep.
Yeah.
They all roads lead to Rome here. I think.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah. There's 2-1.
2-1.
It's going to be a 10.
10 with the Luffy, removing 2 active Dawn to restand, but at the cost of a life. Thankfully, there's no life to lose, so we still get to restand for free.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, unless, again, something spectacular happens. Yeah, 2 cards can't defend a 10, which is just the case.
Super awesome.
So, definitely a tougher matchup, I think, for Green Purple Luffy to be able to win. Able to sneak it out at the end, I think being able to... honestly, I think Luffy Taro won that matchup for him, it seemed.
100%, yeah. And that's kind of what I've noticed a lot in the games that I've played, where if you just have Luffy Taro plus Sangoro, it really makes it difficult for Luchi to set up some good KOs.
For sure. Also, yeah, I did, for some other reason, the Green Purple Luffy image did not export, which is the most important image for me to probably have for today. So I'm just going to re-export that in a minute and rebuild it. But that's why we had to do the red-green Luffy. It was, it's a multicolored green Luffy. It wasn't that far away from what it could be. But honestly, we're at time and time pretty much. So round 3 is done. We'll start round 4 pretty quickly. Likely more of Green Purple Luffy in there. And if you are just joining, this is a 200 plus player event. We have 7 or 8 rounds of Swiss into a top 16 cut best of 3. And so we're not even halfway through the day. We've got a lot of One Piece left going. So give me a moment to get all that set up, and we'll see you guys in round number 4. We'll be right back. Pew. All right, we are at round number 4, about halfway through. We're playing a pretty unique matchup, not necessarily EB02 focused, but it is going to be a Lim versus the Star Deck 13 Sabo, the red and yellow one.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see this red yellow Sabo deck. I have not seen this deck much in many tournaments. Looking through his list is a lot of really fun interactions. So I'm excited to see him do well in a format and using some cards we haven't seen in a couple sets now to kind of hopefully compete against even the new EB02 cards.
Yeah, and we did the good thing by going first against Lim. Lim definitely dislikes you doing that against them, so that does help you. We are playing 2 1-drop Namis, so these will help you get Dawn in places where they need to belong, so that helps you there. I also I'm going through the results on the back end now, but we did have the Carta Magica regional, the last regional for OP10 here for North America, and there was a Sabo who I think they got an X2 finish, but it was a top 32 finish for the weekend.
Ooh. I'm glad it's not only just one shot. A lot of people have been doing well with this Red Yellow Sabo deck. It kind of gives me a lot of more things to work on in between in terms of deck building. Sabo triggering the Satori very immediately this game, trying to apply a lot of pressure really early against Lim. And looks like Lim just using leader effect to put in a rested 6k Sabo. Normally quite good, but weirdly enough, these starter Namis are going to apply a ton of pressure to this Sabo and maybe just get a bunch of cards out of Mokudown's hand.
No, one thing I probably underestimated in how this format kind of shakes out is just how good this 5-drop Luffy is, right? You read it, it's like, it's a rush card, gives a Dawn, whatever, but on curve, it's difficult to remove. The fact that like this is great for like leaders that care about having Dawn underneath them is great. This is currently a 7k, so we can use the leader effect as we're doing now to put it back into our life. Now the Satori is plus 2k until the end of your opponent's next turn, so it's going to stay around as a 7k, and now we just get a lot of attack pressure.
Yeah, 37 this turn is explosive. Jeez.
Yeah. And Sabo's, a bit of a tricky yellow deck at times too. You can feel like, they're at, very little life, I can win. And just with like the amount of life manipulation they get to, it can be very deceiving. But man, just going 7s, not caring about the board, very, very scary here. All right, we're going to get the 2k Nami as well as the... Oh, this is some rough glare. I do apologize. This and a 1k looks like Doffy.
Doffy blocker.
Yeah.
Ooh. Probably one of your premium 1ks.
Yeah, that card would be, if we were able to establish that one first to get a lot of value. I would expect to Sabo to at least draw a card here, but what we're attacking into pretty much has to be leader to give them back the rush Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, only 3 cards in hand though, so that is the cost.
Still quite hard to attack into these 7k bodies though.
Yeah. I mean, we could play like a Sakazuki to get rid of it, but like we could just lose next turn too. Very tricky.
Very.
We got a upset puppy.
Oh, good. All right. What did Lim decide to do this turn? Looks like they're going to start with playing Rosinante blocker. Okay.
Yeah, Rosie's not too bad of a blocker. Sometimes being able to get kind of like around some reduction or like some cards that would be able to interact with blockers. So ideally being like a 3 cost so you can kind of fit some better curves helps out too. And we are playing another Doflamingo blocker, so having double blocker is going to be really good.
Yeah. And then now you have some rested characters. You can start with a 7 and drawing a card. I imagine Carlos just wants to get the cards out of, or Bogo wants to get the cards out of Carlos's hand, swing 7 at that Satori, just so that they don't have any extra rush Luffys to play next turn.
And their passing turn, they're going to have to, restand the Doffy there. Rosie's on attack, so that will help you get that blocker after the first attack.
Yep. Another 5 dump being rested for a second 5-cost Luffy.
Yeah, this is absurdly strong here.
Yep. Going 7 with the Luffy, attaching 1 to leader.
And do we have to restand the Rosinante in the first attack?
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I can't recall immediately the rulings or the condition for that card.
Yep.
Yeah, because it says, set this character is active on opponent's attack once per turn.
Oh, okay. Then I think you would normally.
It's an unconditional auto. Here, I'll remind them then real quick.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, it can be. Yeah, fixed. Thank you also, CJ. Yeah. So yeah, it is unconditional. It has to happen on that first attack. So that you really it's something that you can't quote unquote forget if that makes sense. You can still forget it, but if you it's not something that if you don't do it, you lose it for the turn. It has to resolve.
Yeah. It looks like there's a block happening with this 8K swing, and then a second 8K swing with leader.
Yeah. One thing I think people find out about Lim, as someone who's been playing a lot of it in this kind of end of OP10, is that their 5/6 bodies are really obnoxious. But part of the reason this deck gets value is because it pretends that it's a 6K leader for most of the game, right?
Yep.
However, if you just don't care about that and start hitting their 5K leader, Lim becomes very fragile very quickly. Like they have to really start respecting a lot of attacks, just as quickly as they'd have to their 6K bodies. So being down to 0 here is quite scary. There's so much potential for to get around blockers in a red and yellow deck like this one too. And, we do have a blocker and we do have kind of like our value set up for Lim, but now we're just being at 0 life is very scary.
Yep. And trying to deny Red Yellow Sabo the resources out of life is kind of building this kind of insurmountable wall of life that you're going to have to power through as Lim. 5 life is just a lot to deal with.
Yeah, it is.
But looks like priority number 1 is just make sure that the board is gone. So, or sorry, I presume with a 7 at this Satori.
Yeah, and with 2 cards, that's fine. The now scary part is that good. Now I have to give them back a rush Luffy, right? If I want to do any damage, I'm making it easier for them to try to go for game next turn.
Two, 3, using leader effect.
All right. Enel is a great card.
Yeah.
All right. Double Sakazuki. Yeah, perhaps a little late to play him now. All right. Enel's in the sun there. Perfect lair.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
2, 3. So the Rosinante, a Lim, could be anything.
Lim would be good. Another Rosinante. Okay, that's still fine too.
Also great, yeah.
Probably would have attacked with Sabo first just in case there was maybe something better to play off that top card, but...
Yeah, more blockers would be nice, like 5 cost Doffy, or just more characters to apply pressure with. 3 extra done.
All right, and Lim. Okay, cool.
And Lim, okay.
So, I mean, unironically, this can be very scary for our player here, just because we can easily lose next turn now. The board's really wide. Sabo's not very fantastic for removing board outside of battle. Most of these cards are going to restand. Double blocker is good. We've kind of every card almost has drawn us a card plus by playing it too this turn. So just a lot of value still in Lim's hand.
Mm-hmm. We got our opponent to 0, but yeah, Lim has used a lot of time to just build this wall of blockers to hopefully try to win the game with.
Yeah. I've definitely always thought about like playing Kid in Lim too. Like, yeah, you can't use its effect, but it's really easy to have that Dawn open to play. They just put a thing there. We play a lot of blockers naturally with like the Doflamingo too. Ramping into playing 8-drop Kid feels good as well. So it's interesting.
It seems quite reasonable. Yeah, 8-cost Kid is just going to be so good in these matchups where they're trying to aggro you back down.
Yeah. Yeah, it can definitely be a card I think in like green purple Luffy. If you feel like they don't respect that card enough, you can tech it in Lim.
Okay. After Lim restood the 3-cost Lim and the Doffy.
Yep. And then the Rosie blocker will restand on the first attack as well. All right. Yeah, unsurprising. Yeah, that was added to hand from the life. So we're going to play out the 5-cost Luffy. And we're going to be playing out the...
4-cost Karasu.
Oh, okay. I mean, we are Revolution Army leader, right? So that does help. This also means that one of our Namis will be able to likely pressure a 4K as well. We're going to start with Luffy. We're going to make a 7K attack into 4. You get the Rosie restand. And, we're going to see a 7K attack again from leader. And then likely, I don't know, I kind of would have liked to see Dawn set up so like one of these Namis maybe would have been able to pressure too.
Oh, yeah. I think the Namis probably could have gotten in there, but I imagine Carlos just wants to set up, making sure they can get these 7K swings effectively every turn. Okay. Using the leader effect to put the Luffy back in life, and then make the Harasu a 7K for a turn.
Yeah, and just Rosie or the... Oh, unless they're attacking into... No, wherever it's attacking, you're attacking to a 6K, right? Like...
Yeah. Unless the reduction was on the Doffy blocker.
Sure.
Which I think is also quite reasonable.
Yeah,
but
I
it
agree.
looks like it was not. Yeah. Okay. But Radio Sabo's slowly making way through all of these blockers and these 2Ks. And this Karasu is going to be really useful to try to go for a game with in the subsequent turns if it ends up sticking.
Yeah, especially when you saw your opponent like get rid of 2 Sakazukis in hand. This Karasu just gets a lot of value. Like you could use like an Edward Newgate to rest the card, but then you still have to apply enough pressure to remove it in the first place. So yeah, we're gonna have to see if they have the Sakazuki to answer it. But also we could just win right here, like unironically. Like they have 4 attacks. Cards in Sabo's life usually like that. The deck has to run a lot of bricks, and we have at least 5 attacks and 6 attacks if you consider Mihawk as well.
You also know about one of the other Luffys that's currently in Carlos's hand.
Sure. Yeah, that's very true.
So you might be able to go. You might be able to get the distance. I actually don't know how many cards Lim has in hand. It feels like a book. Okay. Starting off with 2K Kuma. Carlos recognizing the potential dangers and just trying to counter out a little bit earlier.
All right, and thinking about this one, so now it's incrementally harder to get out of these attacks, but knowing that again, like best case they have a 2K in hand. Yeah, I'm thinking what we want to do on these 10 Dawn. Our 5-cost Sabo being able to draw a card every turn since like turn 2 or turn 3 has been really helpful. But to keep our hand size healthy. Yeah, just another 6K.
Yep. Taking it, getting that Luffy back.
We might be wanting to attack with Sabo to maybe just help us find us a Sakazuki too.
It looks like it's just gonna be more 6s.
Yeah, another 6 with Lim. Oh, taking it. Oh man. Yeah, 4 cards in hand. We know 2 of them are non-counters. Thinking on the we still get a draw from Sabo, which is good. Can change what we want to do for the rest of this turn too. Yeah, I think a 7K would be fine, to be honest.
Yep, I think 7K is probably the most reasonable. Gives you a lot of different flexible options. Committing a Dawn means you can't play like Sakazuki this turn.
Yeah.
But, it looks like they're going 7 and then trying to just go, or is that 6?
I believe that is very blurry. That is what I believe.
It is very blurry.
Well, we'll see if it's on my end or their end, but yeah, I believe it's either 6 or 7 at leader. Yeah, because if we go, I think the play is, if we got that, we can go just very tall with double Sabo swing with the Mihawk.
Yeah,
costing for
3.
The
Mihawk's in hand. Yep.
Oh. Right at the end here. I don't know if both are freezing though. Our Sabo player is not responding. Looks like either. So
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, let me maybe. I'm not dropping frames. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Looks
like
okay.
Things are moving.
All right. Yeah, we played out the Kuma. That's a 2K from life.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So we take the 7K.
Okay.
We play the Kuma. It's not a blocker though, right?
It is not.
Okay.
4 cards in hand. And 8 Dawn for the Uto player.
Yeah, 7 Dawn, I think. So we can do double 10s. So playing out the 2K from life is a little intimidating, right?
Mm-hmm. And it looks like 3 Dawn being put on the Sabo, and it's a 9 being taken.
And then I think we just got to do it. Okay, I mean we attached that to our leader, so we're not whatever. We're using the 3 with leader effect to play out the Mihawk to restand, swing again, and okay, yeah.
Yep,
3 Luffy, 2 1Ks. So even if we had the 2K in hand, it would not have made a difference. And honestly, like I thought Lim was in a very uphill position for a lot of this matchup, but red yellow Sabo having to run so many non-counter cards kind of really caught up to them at the end. And yeah, that Luffy's great when you see 1 or 2 of them, but when you see 3, that card gets a little bit worse.
A little bit of a problem. But yeah, that early game kind of ran out of steam, but it was really close to just catching them completely off guard.
Yeah.
But that extra card advantage was just going to be enough.
Yeah, and I think at this point, playing out the Kuma meant 2 things. One, they knew that no matter what, Mihawk was just going to be lethal. So they're like, let's maximize my chances of winning next turn in case they feel like they need a pivot or they're trying to bluff it, right? Because having the extra 2K in hand would have made us get to 9K to not even get out of a 10K at that point, right?
Yeah.
So that was the end of that one. We've got a couple other tables that are still going on. Real quick, let me see what they look like. Oh, they are not playing. Table 7. We've got green purple versus Luchi again. The same player on the green purple side, different Luchi player, because that's how pairings work. Table 3 just wrapped up. Table 2 is purple Luffy versus Rob Luchi.
And there's Enel Luchi on table 1.
And now, oh yeah, that was kind of the backup game I was thinking about playing or watching first.
Yeah,
So
I see that.
I knew Enel would get us to the end game position. Man, Luchi's still at 5 life. Yeah, let's. I mean, we got nothing better to do, right? Let's just head on over there. All right.
See what the game looks like.
All right. On the left, we've got Enel from OP05. And then on the right, we've got Rob Luchi from OP07.
Yep. How many cards does Luchi have in hand? I think their hand's outside the window.
Luchi has. Sorry, no, they have a little cradle there. I don't know if you can see it.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like they have 4.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
And to be at 5 life, but also see a useless kid on board like that is very funny.
Yeah, it is. It is wild. Okay. Looks like Luchi wants to commit to defending here. Gave 2k, 1k Khalifa Kaku to defend.
Yeah, we kind of have to get rid of the cards on board, right?
Looks like a Yamato incoming.
Yeah, Yamato is very strong.
Get rid of that Kuzan. And game that life. Okay.
And honestly, it seems like we are effectively, stalling out this Rob Luchi. That was kind of theory crafted, I feel like, as a play previously, but Gecko Mori just made it non-functional, right? I feel like.
Yeah. It was just so hard to out-attrition them in terms of resources, because if they ever got to their Morias, they just had enough cards to keep going. But nowadays, it's a little bit easier, especially now that Ice Age is gone as well.
Yeah.
Clearing these 8 costs and 9 costs is a lot harder. It basically almost always involves something like a Kaido or a 5 cost or 8 cost Saba.
Yeah. I think 4-drop Kuzan gets a lot better because of that too. Though I haven't been seeing that card as often. But
yep.
Very, very strong there.
Interesting. Try to figure out what the plan is from the Luchi player.
Yeah, it can't be that easy. We've got 3 cards in hand. We're at the full 10 Dawn, but like it might be unironically just put all the Dawn on a leader to attack into Useless Kid to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I have 15 in these spots a lot of the time. Just get rid of one thing. I don't have the resources to keep playing cards, so.
Yeah, and even though like Kaido's like a large 9k, like having that card rested, having that card be able to be attacked into, just feels way worse. So you just kind of want to keep it chill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yep. Looks like a 15 a kid. And kid is gone.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Okie doke. Yeah, this format. This is obviously the first time I've really streamed an event at a large scale for EB02. For me personally, it looks like a frustrating format to stream. It's either like, all right, games are going to last 10 minutes or go to time. No in between, which is definitely tough to be able, especially like in person, where it's like, all right, do I want a 35-minute Enel game or a 10-minute Betty game? What's the best content? It's going to be tough. Because OP10 was great. Every game took about 10, 20 minutes. No one really went to time unless like maybe a Doffy mirror match. And but no one really got blown out in the first 10 minutes. This format, way different.
Accurate. Yeah, but I kind of miss the mid-range wars. Just like, yeah, let's just play a 20, 25-minute game. That's just kind of where I like my average game to go. But I also don't mind playing more games per hour because sometimes just playing super fast is also fun.
Yeah. All right, we've got the 10 cost Enel. We're just attacking in. Not really afraid of them attacking into us now. And I think we just have like a lot of defense cards. And, 10 drop 11k is difficult to attack over in battle, especially against a color without any power reduction or increase. So I think that's a pretty fair spot to be in.
I would agree. Yeah, even not using Enel's effect because you're at 2 life, just 10-11 rush, try to end the game relatively quickly, still very scary. Okay. I know Luchi took an off turn just trying to get rid of a character with like a 15k swing.
Yeah.
But it does feel a lot worse now when there's like 2 big rested characters. So it's going to be a lot harder to take this turn off and probably need some sort of KO to keep up.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like they're trying to get an 11k swing in, I presume, at the Yamato.
Yeah, same. And then, I mean, if we don't play anything else, yeah, it's 2k, 1k. That might have been double 2k, but yeah, we get out of it.
And
I mean, we've got, 8 Dawn left. We can go 13 into either 9 or to an 11. Kaido's probably just not going to stay on board, though, anymore, which is kind of frustrating. 9 into, I guess Yamato?
yeah, okay. Luchi seems like they're pretty content with just nickel and diamond cards this game. Until Enel eventually runs out. I mean, trying to fight for life is going to be pretty futile with a 10 cost Enel in play, so I also get that.
All right, Rebecca's going to help us defend against like Rebecca's probably been is one of the weirdly anti-yellow cards I've ever seen, right? Just having a 4-drop blocker just to be able to defend any of your cards for cheap is pretty obnoxious. And yeah, I like this, playing the Spandine to be able to just get a max value. Establishing 3 bodies on board means that they kind of have to respect the amount of attacks you can prepare, and yeah, kind of tricky there.
Interesting whether they decide to bring back a Khalifa, which is a smaller body, but fixes your hand a little bit more, or a Luchi. But it looks like they chose to take a Khalifa to try to set up for next turn.
Yeah.
Luchi and...
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that if they wanted to get rid of Luchi next turn, they would be able to do so just with the cards on board. So playing the Khalifa instead's not too bad of a decision.
Yeah. Yeah. And now with a slightly smaller hand, I think they're down to 5 cards or 4. Okay.
Yeah, I think 4 cards. Yeah.
4. Did like Vegapunk? Yeah.
All right. We do get to look at the top card of our life and decide if we want to keep it there or not. We do get rid of a 4 less, so likely this Rebecca.
Yep.
And we could probably clear this board for Rob Luchi if we really want to now.
4 cards in hand for Luchi, so if need be, some sizable 15k swing would be quite reasonable to the Kaido. But looks like we're content with just an 11.
Yeah. Just want to know, yeah, okay, they're going to take it anyways, but curious what they were wanting to use the rest of their Dawn for. I definitely think this is the meta where people will rediscover their love and or hate for Enel. I understand why it's such a polarizing deck, but man, it is feeling like you're so close to winning and just never having a chance to actually win is very frustrating.
Yeah, the immortal god himself.
Yeah.
I never really liked playing against this leader. I mean, I was the person inflicting misery on other people for a while too. Um, but I do think it's a deck that really kind of tests a different skill set that we don't really have to exhaust that often in other gameplay, which is nice.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. And this is just kind of like this is what feels real bad about this matchup, right? They've been starving you for all the game, and now they've kind of overfed you, right? Like you're like, look at all these resources that I've been dying to have, and now I just don't have time to play them, right? I'm at 1 life. I probably can't get rid of any cards on their board now. They're at technically, the now player's at 3 life technically right now. But Tempest Kick is a good start. That might help us get removal on either the Yamato or the Enel, so that's helpful. All right. Looks like they're thinking. Yeah, they are not frozen. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just deciding on what they want the reduction on. Only these two players know, though, right now. Yeah, YouTube chat immediately validating 2 comments. I hate Enel. I love Enel. All right, we knew this card was there.
That sounds.
Deciding if we want to trigger it, and it is a Nami here. So this will be able to get rid of a Khalifa and rotate a Frankie over hand to get a draw 1.
Yep.
Yeah, we are in time. I believe this is turn 0 right now. But I'd say I'd be pretty hard pressed for Enel to just not take this game now.
Yep.
All right, and thinking on. I mean, we've got 9 Dawn available, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to use Hina to get an additional reduction of 3.
Yeah.
Or sorry, 4. Yeah, Brook.
4.
That will be able to get rid of the Yamato.
Perfect.
Oh, and right, like you don't. This is only benefit for you, right?
Yeah, without any extra swings, there really isn't any headway made in terms of the life of Enel.
Yeah.
But the second overtime rules cards in deck and getting rid of extra cards in your opponent's deck, like forcing them to use leader effect can be nice.
Oh, yeah. So getting a Damned Punk out of life, going to get a draw to discard 1, and then using leader effect to discard 1 to heal 1, if they recall.
I don't think they used leader effect quite yet. I think it's also an auto that they're forced to use.
Yeah, unless we just saw the sequencing wrong, yeah, because they're at 2 life, and I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's going to really matter, if I'm being super honest.
It's just seeing the writing on the wall. So
yeah, just 12 and then 15.
Mm-hmm. Unless they have the counter for the 12, which would be 4 2Ks.
Yeah, but then like Shirahoshi just gets better numbers.
That's true. Some of my favorite types of lethal.
All right. Okay, 7, so 2, 9, 12.
That's exactly 12.
Yeah, right. You need 1 more because you used the. Enel effect to discard a card, right?
Yep.
I mean, okay, and Laboon. All
I
right,
guess
we're
to
at
give it one. Okay.
yeah, five with Enel, and then everything with Shirahoshi, right?
Yeah. Just for good time's sake, it's fun to go for lethal with Shirahoshi.
Yeah, and I think the other's wrapping it up from there. So,
Yeah, makes
yeah,
sense.
Enel winning at table one. Yeah, 4-0. And then, yeah, that's kind of on the halfway mark for us. So we started this round with, I think we said 25 players undefeated, right?
Yep. And now we should have 12 or 13.
Yeah, 12 or 13 left. One of them is going to be a Enel. Another one's going to be Lim, right? And we've got a couple others from there. So next round, I'll probably try to find a green purple Luffy as a matchup. I know we haven't been, zero. We haven't seen a full matchup of that one yet. But I'll say by design. But we'll go to there. We'll be right back. Just us right here. So we do have into one undefeated. So there's going to be 7 or 8 rounds today. We're going to have a tiny break, and then we're going to have a top 16 cut best of 3 from there as well. So we'll go from there. We'll be right back, and we'll see you guys in round number 5. All right, my apologies for the extended delay. The short answer is, if there's anything wrong with any pairings, or literally anything, don't try to be the detective yourself. Just please tell a judge. Just, we can make it easier. We can solve the case. Don't think that anything is too small to tell a judge. That is for any event, not just mine. Just any event ever. Just tell the judge you showed up late, or tell them that you've reported wrong, or just make sure you report correctly, because now it caused like a big 20-minute delay for any event instead of a 2-second fix. That's the That's
in general, seeing a judge involved as soon as you notice something is generally a good idea.
Yeah,
even no matter how small.
For sure. So our apologies for that. But yeah, want to make sure that it got taken care of. It got taken care of correctly, and we are in round number 5 of about 7 or 8. But yeah, I do apologize. I've now broken my no repair in a tournament streak, though, so taking it very personally.
It's still a very long streak.
2 years was a good run. And I'll take some solace in that it wasn't my fault, but or our staff's fault. But that means nothing. So, anyways, we've got 2 very capable players. We've got Daniel on the green Bonnie, and we've got Alex on the green and purple Luffy. Bonnie's getting a bit of a resurgence in this meta due to specifically this matchup. What are your thoughts on it, Jonas?
I do think that Bonnie is a pretty significant favorite. I guess not by much. Mostly just relying on just ACOS Kid and this really broken leader effect. Slowing the game down against the aggro deck is just generally going to be good. And aside from some very choice tech cards that Green Purple can play, it's quite hard for Green Purple to deal with a lot of these like scary 8K, 9K characters.
Yeah, no, I agree. And we're looking through some early plays. We do see that we have the Merry Go at the start for our green purple Luffy, but no real additional cards from there. Keeping some Dawn open, but Bonnie just deciding to keep 4 open and passing.
No Bonnie searchers, no blockers, unfortunately. Or maybe there are blockers, but choosing to play around Rush Zoro.
Yeah.
Even still, you don't really need to set up too much in this matchup. It's mostly about the haymakers from both players. And I talked a little bit about the tech cards that can come up. Alex is choosing to play some interesting ones instead of the default Gamma Knife that a lot of people end up choosing to play.
Yeah.
Alex is choosing to play the 6-cost Brook.
Interesting.
Yeah. Giving you a searchable way to get or to reduce a lot of the scary characters is going to be pretty helpful in this matchup. And there's not many great ways for Bonnie to remove the characters on curve.
Yeah, and I know. we haven't talked about this. You kind of had your own crash course when we were in Japan back in March.
Yep.
You decided, no, I'm going to play one deck. It's going to be this deck. I'm going to do my best to learn it. I think if I remember right, you were also pretty partial for the 6-cost Brook. Am I correct?
Yeah. When I was in Japan, it was a different format. It was OP11 rather than this EB02 format.
Sure.
But yeah, I was also pretty happy with playing 6-cost Brook because I was very concerned about the red green smoker matchup, but I didn't want to play any extra non-counters because, like I mentioned before, there's just so many in the deck.
Yeah.
It's a bit slow, 100%, but I think it's going to help a lot in terms of making sure that Bonnie won't be able to stick any like really obnoxious characters. Like Alex has already played this game, which is super awesome.
Yeah.
What else is there? But yeah, I had a really fun time in Japan playing the deck. It is a very powerful deck. It doesn't really require, I mean, getting used to all the Dawn minusing and getting extra Dawn is a very costly part about playing the deck. It's pretty exhausting, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
But after getting used to it, it's kind of just plays like any other aggro deck in a lot of ways. Just applying a lot of pressure, putting in rushers, trying to end the game relatively soon. So
yeah, I do like, you know, some decks are literally like the actions per minute, right? It is like I play card, pass. You know what I mean? Like having a deck where you do have like some procedures, right? It reminds me a lot of like the black and yellow Luffy kind of mentality, right? Where you have to, you know, there's some combos that offer a lot of like card moving and stuff. So I do get it though. Like the numbers, you have to have specific numbers. I'm sure you went to bed just thinking like, all right, 5 to 7 and then lose 2. Like, you know, like that's probably how you passed out a lot of nights.
Almost everyone. But yeah, it was a really complicated process. But yeah, after you get used to memorizing a lot of numbers, it does come a lot more naturally.
Sure.
Okay. And Daniel has, aside from the early slow start, does have a lot of the key cards in this matchup. Both the 6-cost Brook to help reduce some of these characters is going to be really good. The 5-cost Cavendish to get extra Dawn, and also the Toady to kind of pressure the 6-cost Brook is kind of really all you really want.
Yeah. And just trying to think on like what best numbers are. We're trying our best to like starve them out of resources, right? We're going to go 9 into Sanji Pudding here. Generally speaking, if we, I mean, Gum Gum Giant's kind of worth it, right? It just means that you have to go back to what I think 6 Dawn at the start of next turn.
Yeah, we'll go back up to 6. Yeah, so you're going to lose a lot of Dawn here, but it seems like the 6-cost Brook is going to be our route to victory. So Alex is going to be content with just going relatively low on Dawn at the cost of fighting all these scary cards. Ooh, Luffy Taro being pitched, unfortunately, though.
Yeah, I think that's a good concession to say I'm probably not going to get to that amount of Dawn anytime soon. And even if I do, like 7 or a Carrot interacts with that card pretty poorly too, and I guess we do have the Merry Go, so that does help you get it out range for that. All right, we're gonna pay 1. All right, we're gonna think about this next turn here. So 1 Dawn's still available, right? So our first attack is important. Not many cards in hand for Green Purple Luffy because again we are keeping them at a healthy 4.
No, I think he's at 2 now. Oh, Green Purple Luffy has only a couple cards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Has I think I'm trying to figure out what the best attacks would be, and there's kind of a lot of different options. That's kind of the scary part about trying to figure out how to navigate these turns. There's too much flexibility sometimes. Looks like Alex is going to prioritize taking a second Sanji Pudding. Alex has been prioritizing getting the shiny cards too. It seems like
yeah, there's just so many shiny cards to collect, right? Oh yeah, okay, playing it out. I don't know. I got you probably did too, right? You had a essentially close to the max rarity version of Green Purple that you were able to loan out or get loaned out to. So those are the arts that I was really familiar with first, right? So seeing the standard arts, I'm like, what card is that again? Like, it's a weird problem to have.
Yeah, it is a first world problem for sure. But yeah, I've kind of fallen in love with a lot of these alt arts, so I definitely need to go get them myself sometime soon. Especially the Sanji pudding. Okay. Looks like Alex is going to start with an 8, and I imagine Don -1 and reduce both characters by 2. Really trying to make it really hard for Daniel to defend both of these characters.
Yeah, Brook being able to interact with 2 cards too is just makes it so powerful, right?
Yep. And it looks like it's going to be another 8, this time at a 6K Hody Jones.
You're not using Hody Jones to get out of it, so yeah, using the cost increase for, I guess probably Brook to prevent like a carrot from coming down to stun it. It can still stun the Sanji pudding, but Sanji pudding's okay as long as it's just on board, right? The attack is kind of like the bonus effect from it, not the other way around.
Yep. Okay. Interesting from Daniel's side how they want to navigate this turn. Looks like an 8, which is going to demand a singular 2K. And 10 cost Doffy. That's a card I have not seen that much of in these lists, so I'm excited to see Daniel trying that card out.
Yeah, we have exactly 3 rested cards, so that does help. I think this turn pretty much said, do you want to play 10 cost Doffy or do you want to play 9 cost Shanks, right? I think both of those were key here. But Doffy coming out first and the next turn being able to play Shanks and be more defensive is great. But yeah, not that many cards for Daniel right now, which is a little unfortunate. All right, and we have, I think, 8 Dawn to work with, 7 Dawn to work with?
Yep, 7 Dawn. And looks like, I mean, if Alex probably had the secret Luffy, he probably would have just played it this turn. So I imagine he does not have one, so he's trying to figure out what to do with the rest of this Dawn. Looks like a Zoro Juro.
Okay. Yeah, and Zoro is just a good, like any 4 cost is great here because then you can use your leader effect. You essentially untap 4 Dawn, right?
Yeah. Dawn -2, untap 2 Dawn. And since there's 2 Sanji puddings in play, you get to get 2 more Dawn active. So it's almost like a 0 cost Zoro Juro, which is quite powerful. Get 2 Dawn, and then leader effect, get 2 more. Yep. And now looks like Alex is trying to figure out how he wants to use the rest of his Dawn.
I mean, again, like for free, right? Turning your leader into 6K and looking top 5 cards from your deck to find a purple straw, like half your other side of your deck. Like what a strong effect right now.
It is absurd. The actions per turn, like you mentioned before, is kind of astronomical with this deck. Looks like a 10 at that Hody's met with a 2K and a 1K, kind of dwindling the hand. And is there a 4 cost or a 3 cost worth playing? Another Zoro Juro. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so Alex is playing a very kind of positional, try to build a wide the board as possible against Daniel.
Yeah.
And Daniel's kind of trying to rely a lot on his Hody, his Doffy, and hopefully an 8-cost kit at some point to try to outmuscle Alex's consistent board.
Yeah. And
which
I
one's
think
going.
it's has a good chance of working, right? We're still at 2 life, right? Not a lot of cards in hand for Daniel. And we're going to start 8 at 2 something. Anything that can get 2K'd, I guess.
Yep. And then 10K. Is it worth 2Ks? 10 of the Sanji pudding is not good, or is good.
Oh,
Looks like a second 10 cost Doffy's in it.
Yeah, card's still good.
That is still great.
So one big thing though is that, again, since we still just have these, our leader does not untap. Yeah, okay, cool, they caught it. Is that, since the leader's 6K, we don't even, even if we wanted to give them value, it still gets protected, which is really good.
Mm-hmm. But last turn wasn't that scary. But weirdly enough, if Alex happens to have a 6-cost Luffy, it would have been scary. Thankfully, no 6-cost Luffy's in sight. But,
yeah, so far not
looks
available.
like Alex is content with just fighting for board. Just keep doing 10s at these Hodies. Just nickel and diming 2 cards every single swing. 2K, 1K from Daniel. Got down to 3 cards or 4? Not 3. There we go. Oh, yeah, that umpteenth Sanji pudding getting in there.
We saw them at it last turn, so like a draw using this effect. Now we get to essentially untap 5 Dawn.
One of the Sanji puddings got removed last turn.
Oh, so you're right. Yeah, 4. You're right. Yeah. Finish. Yeah, and it is a mechanical thing, right? Untapping 2, and then you're refreshing 2 from there. So, this could be 10 to bully either the Hody. Yeah, successfully bullied off the board here. Getting the increased cost to Brook once again, and we'll see. Do you feel like these attacks on board are warranted, or would you rather see like maybe pressuring the leader instead?
With a secret Luffy, I would have been much more happy with these attacks at board. But Alex is correctly identifying if Daniel just has an 8-cost kid, the game's just going to be over on the spot. So just trying to protect or trying to like fight for board and slow the game down instead of trying to make the game all about kid is probably better for him in the long run. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Looks like Daniel is just content with fighting for 6Ks here instead of giving Alex the opportunity to like 2K out of these swings.
I mean, this kind of identifies as like, again, a third Doffy, right?
That it does, and I believe Daniel was playing 3 in his current list, so the third one would be very, very scary here. But at the same time, these Doffys are going to be super good. But Alex is still at 4, and even 3 Doffys isn't going to be enough to end the game. Against a 6K leader, it still has a monstrously large hand. Ooh, okay. Looks like 2K, 1K, 1K for a 10 at 7. And a 9-cost Shanks, okay.
Yeah.
Or KOing a Sanji pudding.
Yeah, and finally hits the board, but now, it gives up the chance of stunning, we get rid of 1 attacker instead of pausing 3 attackers. So, but we do kind of pause 2 attackers since we still have that Dawn open with Bonnie effect. And the board from Bonnie is getting pretty intimidating.
Yeah, this is a very scary board. But in the same vein, so is Alex's. I think Daniel only has 3 cards. So if Alex starts with a swing like a 7, I think Daniel's almost forced to counter out of it immediately and also use leader effect. Yep. And Alex has been pretty content fighting for board against these 8K bodies and these 6K bodies. I'm interested to see if Alex is still willing to fight for board against these 10Ks.
Yeah. And, there's a bit of, like, at this point, Green Purple Luffy's got, all the way up to 10 energy, right?
Yeah.
So there is kind of like a decision, like, is having the extra Sanji Putty really worth it anymore? Is Brook like the better removal, right? Because that creates the board way easier. And,
for like attacking first.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about for the
for the 9-cost Shanks, yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I probably would have gotten rid of the Brook as well. But I think he's just worried about like using leader or like Don minusing plus also like a 6-cost Luffy effect. You don't want to let your opponent go to 10 Don again immediately afterwards. Okay.
Yeah, but it's been interesting to see, green purple again fighting for board as much as they have. It's, you do get some good pressure and some good trades, but there's a little bit of danger here.
It's a 7 going at life.
And there's a real shot for Secret Rare Luffy if we have it to just kind of go for game. But looks like we're using 5 for was it our 4th copy of Sanji Pudding? No, okay.
Fronosuke is getting in there.
Unironically, this can also just be the game ender too.
Yep. And untap 2 Don and then get 2 Don back.
Just one.
Just one, yeah. Yep. Sorry. And then if you attach 4 to the Fronosuke and then 3 to lead, you have 8 and then 9. That's actually pretty reasonable.
Yeah, that's not too outrageous. All right, starting off with the Fronosuke. I mean, I think that makes sense. Electrical Luna could be played in Bonnie as well, and that can interact with that card. And I believe this is 10, and yeah, just the bricks. Unfortunately, not looking too good for that hand. And yeah, just despite not seeing the Secret Rare Luffy, you know what? Just getting a card with Rush on the board can get there. Doesn't matter which one. There are just some weird times where we're just so Dawn overflowed that I think this 2K can make a big difference.
Yep. That was a really well-played game from Alex, just trying to make the game a lot more positional and just only fighting for board.
Yeah.
And it really showed how overwhelmingly powerful Brook can be in these like board game slow fights.
Yeah. And it's sometimes a tricky card to establish, right? It costs 6 instead of 5. It gets removed almost as easily as like Sanji Pudding can in the kind of the same slot, but just having sometimes you just need stuff to sink your Dawn into though at the same time, right?
Yeah.
So we've got like 13 minutes left. I know we got a couple games left too.
Let's see what other decks we have.
I mean, table 6, both these players are undefeated. We've seen both of them already. It's going to be Lim versus Green Purple Luffy. Our Lim players again got a bit of deadly glare. If they, I may have to ask them to maybe change that moving forward, especially if they're going to top cut, which they have a good chance. If they win this since they are 5-0, they really kind of only need to win one more to get that pretty consistently. But we also do have our purple and black Luffy. We saw this in round 1. Is able to beat a Doflamingo.
This game looks like Lim has gotten a pretty sizable board versus Purple Black Luffy's relatively lackluster one of just Sanji plus Onami. But we have Lim at 0 now.
Yes, Lim at 0. I mean, last game we saw Lim win at 0 too, but most decks are pretty intimidated by being there. All right, we're going to get the block there. And this is definitely a situation where, like, 10 cost Luffy can get a lot of value, but at the same end, like, I don't think our black and purple Luffy's losing this turn, but next turn it's going to be hard to answer this board, and yeah, it's in a tough spot. Yeah. Additionally, yeah, I hate to say it. This is definitely the matchup of the lackluster setups versus continual autofocus and slanted webcam with glare. do apologize, but hey, they're 5-0 or 4-0. So it's not super easy to change a webcam on the fly, but if either of these players get into top 16, I might ask them to maybe. We're gonna have a break if that's the case, and I'll see if I can remind them to set up a little bit better.
Yep. Looks like it was 0 cost pitching I think it was 6 cost Luffy.
Yeah.
I really wanted that one. If we were able to survive to use that for a lethal later down the line. But I think number one priority is just making sure that we get an extra turn.
Yeah, and we've talked about the other purple Luffys that run that card. This one can run it too because we do get technically 1 Dawn back, right? The cost for it is like tapping 1 Dawn if you really want to think of it that way. So just a card with Rush in this deck is pretty nice.
Looks like there's another 7. And then there's, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Dawn active. That's a scary amount.
Yeah.
0 cost pitching Frankie, it looks like.
Yeah, I believe it's Frankie. Next turn, being able to have double blocker for Lim is really nice too.
And I wonder how Lim's going to try to divvy this one up. Gum Giant's always a looming threat, so trying to figure out what the best way to approach it with is important.
For sure. For sure. And especially since they're at the full 10, right? A little bit less of an issue. Looks like we're going to try to go, 8 in the life. Mm-hmm. Do you think you have to respect the Sanji blocker at all?
I don't think so. Oof. Mostly just because you have 2 active blockers still. And there's not really that much you can deal with them. It also looked like Lim had a pretty sizable hand still.
Yeah, and it looks like they had 2K. Yeah, I think it was on Lim's side, right? Yeah, and even if they played 10 costs, like without having access to unblockable, like the red and purple Luffy can get to, it just doesn't seem like it's as viable. It was going to be as viable. So Lim's going to continue. They're undefeated. They're currently 5-0 right now. We've got 6 minutes left, which means we gotta watch our default Enel game for the day or for the round.
Yep.
It looks, again, it's we saw this matchup earlier too. It's going to be Enel versus a Rob Luchi. Let me get these leaders set up once again. But yeah, generally speaking, I think a really traditionally good matchup for Rob Luchi. But we saw one lose kind of already by being successfully starved, I'd find, and that might be part of the way here. But man, double jacks on board, Rob Luchi, Kuzan, Hina, pretty scary.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get to the end here.
Trying to race this game, but against double jack Kuzan, not many characters will be surviving.
All right, going to start with a Kuzan attack, likely getting the reduction on the Enel, making it a 6 cost. I mean, a good like Rebecca play can help you remove the Enel and still get some defense stuff.
7.
Yeah, the fear is like there's just so much diversity in the life of the Enel player where they could play out an extra body that could establish an attack that you're not used to. Sure, Hoshi, if the numbers come down to it, just having another card that can attack against Rob Luchi could be worth it. Okay, we're going to use our leader effect, discarding a card and healing 1, getting an 8-drop Katakuri out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're at this decision point, right? How hard do we push? Are we going to be afraid of like needing to set up a blocker, or are we just going to go for game? Looks like we're just going to go big 8.
And it looks like 8 plus 9 plus 10 if you want to do some swings.
Yeah.
Unless there's some really fun stuff, but 2Ks is given by the Enel player.
Yeah, double 2K. Feels like you still have to do excuse me, a 7 here just to pressure them to go down to 0 life. But it can give them some more value. Or they can just block with sheer Hoshi if they need to stay at 1. Yeah, ends up being the case.
Then taking the 7.
Oh, it's Frankie. All right.
Ooh.
That can just now make it very difficult for you to survive next turn now that there are, likely 2 10K attacks coming out.
For Dawn, very likely a Rebecca.
Yep. Going to use it to, likely just play the Hina that you just used again. I guess the Khalifa, right? We had a -4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so that's. Oh no, we're adding the Khalifa to hand, and then we had another Hina in our hand. So very fair. If they have Damned Punk, that can get rid of this, and you can kind of safely go for game. X-Drake, man, what a fantastic card.
Yeah. One of the new inclusions from OPO10 to the Enel deck, and it's real good in these last turn of the game. So you get some really convenient lethals.
Yeah.
It's like a 12K at life.
And yeah, that's gonna scoop it up. So yeah, Enel's been looking pretty rough right now. A lot of extension. Only Gadatsu left in hand. 2 10 drops though, so they could have healed back up to 1, but would have been. I think, honestly, just 1 turn away from being able to just kind of lose to how wide that Rob Luchi was able to make their board. So I think that's pretty much all of our undefeateds for right now, though. Let me.
Enel still continues to be our undefeated that we're going to use in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're just going to always have a default to end these rounds, which is a nice convenience to have when a lot of these other matchups go just so quickly. So, excuse me. Excuse me, my apologies. We've got round 6 coming up. I believe we have 6 or 7 undefeateds left, so we'll have a kind of a 50-50 chance on if we will have 7 or 8 rounds of Swiss. We will have a tiny break. I'm thinking 20-30 minutes to go into our top cut. It's going to be top 16 cut, best of 3. We're going to play it out. So, end of Swiss is kind of the halfway mark for the day, which is kind of exciting.
Mm-hmm. So. I wonder who you think is going to be the undefeated that remains.
Honestly, our Enel player has been looking pretty convenient, pretty strong, right?
Yeah.
Enel's kind of a deck that you kind of have to remember how to play against, and with us having kind of a month to 2 month break against it, there is some relearning that I think it has to be done.
Yep, and just some learning for the first time with the new cards. We saw the 10 cost Enel, obviously, but they might also be playing the new 5 cost Sanji blockers. So I'm curious to see how well his list does against the rest of the field once we get to the finals and the round 6 and 7 of Swiss.
Yeah, for sure. So we're gonna take our tiny break. We'll be back in 5 minutes ish. I'm gonna say we're not gonna have another repair today, which almost will make another repair happen, but we'll see what happens. Round number 6 on our way, and we'll be there in just a moment. All right, we are back. We've got for you guys our next round. We've got 7 undefeateds. We're at table 4 for our down pair. We've got Dev, one of our 2 undefeated green purple Luffys, versus Joseph, X1, trying to get into that top 16.
Yep. And we're playing a relatively exciting matchup, albeit a very, very fast one normally. Zoro versus green purple Luffy. Have you tried this matchup out? Have you?
Actually, I don't think I have really. But it's really just kind of a bit of a race, right?
Yeah, it's a very scary race given how fast Zoro is compared to green purple.
Sure.
But with enough counter and a couple tech cards, I think green purple can still win this matchup. I think it's pretty close with a slight edge towards Zoro. But it really just depends on how many of the animals that the Zoro player sees.
Sure. I get it. But looks like we are setting up. I do think that what I actually kind of do. You remember what leaders we have left undefeated? We have 7 right now. We've got 2.
Yeah, we have 7.
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
for it. You got it.
Oh yeah, I have. There's 2 green purple Luffys and there's 2 Luchis, and for the rest of it, we kind of have a little hodgepodge of some new ones. One Enel that we've seen almost every round, the Lim player that we watched last round, and a Teach player we have yet to see on the feature match. But I'm excited to see Teach doing well as well.
Yeah, I think that's a deck that a lot of people thought would between OP10 and an EB02 would fall off a little bit. A lot of people, Doffy, I think, is the deck that's probably falling off a little bit harder of the 2. We did see one earlier, but it did take a round. It did lose in the game we saw, but yeah, it's it's weird just how this meta is kind of shifting.
Yeah, I do think that Doffy still has a place in this current meta. It's still very good against decks like Blackbeard, good against decks like Zoro. But it feels like they're just letting Green Purple be star of the show, whether it's because it's that good or whether people just want to try out the new cards. It seems like a lot of the Doffy kind of players have been switching off.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Looks like there's a bit of a judge call. I know the Zoro's player's quality is like a little bit low, but maybe I've just been doing this business for too long. It is pretty acceptable from what I've seen from a lot of other games. Yeah. So we'll see what the call is. Actually, I'm gonna mute myself and just listen to them, see what they're saying.
You're good.
Hopefully it doesn't. Because it might be me.
I'm curious how these players are gonna play this matchup. A lot of it boils down to what your deck list looks like, I think. A lot of what the green purple wants to do is just try to get on the board as quickly as they possibly can.
Yeah.
And then try to deal with all these small animals with like pokes with like cards like Zoro, Juro, stuff like that. And then try to race them down while hopefully sticking some of your 7K bodies before Zoro's able to use their mole pistols to get rid of them. So there's a lot of things going on. Really relying on cards like Electrical Luna and Gum Giant to make sure you actually you're able to survive the onslaught later in the game. But yeah, most of it just boils down to whether your bodies stick or not.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Dez is playing a couple cards that not every list plays. He's playing the 3-cost Zoro Juro. The one that helps you ramp is actually quite good in this matchup as an extra body to help pressure these 4K animals a lot of the time. And it helps your go first draws a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also playing the new EB02 Zoro, which is a very, very good card against decks that are just trying to put a bunch of 3 and 4 cost characters in play like Zoro.
For sure. And, one of our just best starts, Mary Go. We generally don't care about the cost increase in this matchup, but just get that cycle early, get a brick out of hand, hopefully, is helpful. And yeah, nothing on turn 2 for Zoro. So you don't really want to attack here, right? This is a bit intimidating. It looks like we're probably just going to play the Robin and pass.
Yeah, making sure you don't die to the Robin is or don't die to 1 or 2 of the shut up event, and getting a bunch of 3-cost choppers in play is probably for the best. And instead of chopper, it looks like we're playing 3-cost Zoros to try to apply a lot of pressure against Dev. Ooh, yeah. Dev hit a 0-cost event trying to ramp super quickly. So instead of normally going to 5 this turn, they're going to 6. I wonder what they're trying to use this down for.
Yeah, that helps out quite a bit. It kind of means we can use our leader effect off 5-cost Sanji go back to 7 on the next turn, which means we could play something like a Luffy Taro. So it also means we don't feel as bad if we want to use the Don minus from Nico Robin's blocker effect too. But yeah, starting off with the Sanji pudding.
And the extra Don also means we can just play at 4-cost this turn if we want to as well. Because of the tapping 2 Don plus, getting that Don there. It looks like going to just be Searcher instead of playing 4 costs. Just try to fix up that hand, get actual counter or actual good cards or good threats to put in play.
Yep. I mean, we could use the rest of our Dawn too if we wanted to just like really pressure that Zoro. I do think again, like it's mildly obvious that they probably have a chopper that they want to play out. But you know, that's random. It's only going to be one copy, if anything. And I think, you know, trading 5Ks for 5Ks is generally okay too.
Yeah.
And the big difference is that, like, since you are a 4-life leader, but you're also a 6K leader for most of this game. So even with Zoro, it kind of like evens out what Zoro's effect does.
Ooh, and we hit a premium one that looks like the Drum Kingdom one that puts in more choppers. So, and Joseph's really considering countering out of this 9. It's really close because if you get to keep this character, you get to really snowball this aggression.
Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately,
it wasn't worth 3 cards.
Yeah. I think he's got only 4 cards in hand. Like, you know, the question of do they want to, it kind of gets overlapped by the can they question.
Yeah. So, this looks like it's going to be Joseph's main turn to try to build a really wide board. And that's like Zoro's main plan against Green Purple, just try to build a monstrously wide board. But looks like Luffy is going to be relatively scary here as well, going 7 at life and attaching a Donna lead.
Yeah. Going to be using that, to... the fact that this you know, the Dawn that you get from Luffy is essentially free onto the leader, like it makes it better than putting it on itself. It just makes it so strong. All right, so looking at top 5 off of our chopper effect here, this lets us play an animal rested from the top of our deck. And that is
a bit blurry, but look like that EB02 chopper.
Correct, yeah.
On play attaches a Dawn to itself.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is kind of like I mean, I don't think people need more of a reason to play this package, but I think this is one of the reasons people are kind of doubling down on trying Animal Zoro, is that this card does get a lot of great value. Let me bring up the card here. But yeah, on play, you get to add a Dawn to your Straw Hat leader. And then also, opponent's turn, if you have 2 Dawn underneath it, it gets plus 2k power. So, you know, and something against like starter deck 21 Luffy, you can get some free value by, you know, attaching 2 Dawn that you would have wanted anyways to be on there. Lets you be these 5Ks and, yeah, super strong.
Also, all right, Dev still has to deal with Joseph's pretty sizable, scary board. But getting out of these first couple of turns relatively unscathed, still has a character in play, still has a blocker and plenty of cards in hand. So, see if second Sanji pudding, that'd be really good.
Yeah, and I am corrected in chat too. Yeah, it can be a character as well. So adding it to the 5 or 3-5.
Yeah.
All right. You know, when we were in Japan, I think the meme with this deck is like, if you have 5-drop pudding, Sanji, you play that card, right? Like, it's like, what is the benefit of not doing that? Nothing, right? Like, this is always the best card to play almost every turn, unless you're trying to go for game with Secret Rare. So the fact that, you know, Zoro doesn't have a lot of removal outside of the mole pistol means that the second one being established gets so much additional value. It means our plays are just so much extended right now. Though, conversely, our life is becoming quite the resource right now, and we have to really respect what's going on, especially since they have another 1-cost event potential with that 1 Dawn open.
Yeah. Dev's definitely gotten the board situation covered. He has a pretty sizable board. He just needs to make sure that he's able to survive this sort of onslaught, or at least try to pressure it down.
Yeah.
But these 1-cost events are doing work, not putting in the 1-cost characters on turn 1 like they might have been able to. But instead, just like always making sure you get to put up 1 additional character in, despite the fact that Dev keeps attacking board. So you always have that persistent pressure.
Yeah.
Looks like a 9 is going in at either Luffy or OP08 Chopper.
Yeah. Both those cards just generate a lot of value, right? My guess is probably Chopper. Yeah, we do have another one. Looking top 5 for another animal. I have kind of thought, like, are there any cards where, like, I could play the 3-drop Chopper defensively, the new one? Attaching the Dawn defensively does something, and I haven't really found... I don't think there's really anything for it outside of, like, starter deck 1, 3-drop Zoro to, sneak it into a 6K, but the potential for that in the future is really interesting.
Yeah. There's some weird combinations with other colors. Like, imagine like the 2K Virgo.
Yeah.
That can't be KO'd in battle anymore. That'd be super fun. But I doubt red black animals is going to happen anytime soon.
No, and well, it needs to be a Straw Hat card too, right? I think specifically. So.
Yeah, your leader has to be a Straw Hat card.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. The card's on the screen. Maybe I should read it. That's generally the way you want to do it.
I memorize cards by pictures at this point. I don't bother trying to memorize the art sometimes, or memorize the text sometimes.
All right. Well, we've got a Chopper to play a hiking bear. So yeah, this wide board is very intimidating now. Yeah, we do lose the Chopper, but there's so much advantage still for a Zoro player.
Mm-hmm. Looks like they're just trying to debate how big they'd like to swing. Looks like an 8 going in. Probably at that Luffy.
All right. 2-1 with the 2-1. Chopper and the Duck Squad.
Mm-hmm. One card from Joseph, but Joseph still has a pretty sizable board, choosing to put in Chopper plus Hiking Bear next last turn. So there's going to be a nasty amount of 6K swings this turn at the very least.
Yeah, we have 2 Dawn open, right? I don't think we're playing Hell's Judgment, but maybe we could be. We still have a blocker with the Nico Robin, which also helps us not only get out of an attack, but draw another card, which is helpful too. But yeah, Zoro's, had a pretty aggressive start already. All right, using 1 Dawn underneath leader, so everyone gets plus 1K. We're going to use the Hiking Bear to give the plus 1K to the 4K Chopper. Now a 6K Chopper with that plus 1 and with the Zoro leader effect, and just starting with a single 6K to lead. And it looks like a 1K Zoro Juro.
1K Zoro Juro, yep.
All right.
And Hiking Bear getting in that 6.
Yeah, asking how much Dawn's left available. It looks like it was about 5 or 6.
Looks like 6, yeah.
Yeah, that's just kind of the issue with maybe this matchup, or one of the, I think, key points to trying to beat the Luffy deck is that it's good at getting out of larger attacks, but smaller attacks add up very quickly for it.
100%. Looks like they're strongly considering having to use a giant this turn. Or a block, either one's reasonable. Looks like just a 2K.
Yeah, a slightly over combo for it. The other issue is that you don't you don't even feel confident going down to 0 against Zoro because they have so many different ways to proc an unblockable attack. So you really just have to respect it.
That chopper only gets plus 2k on both turns when there's 2 Dawn attached to it, or is it just the opponent's turn?
Just opponent's turn. Yeah. So you're spare. Yeah. If it was both turns, that would be a little oppressive, I find. But defensive, just making it so like your opponent can just attack into it for free sometimes is nice.
A little overpowered chopper didn't hurt anybody.
Sure. You're right. Okay, we're just going to continue to this nickel and dimes. For 3, we're going to play out the Zoro Rush. We're going to be able to attack 6 with it, and then Luffy can attack 10 with the additional Dawn. So just great numbers, requiring even with Giant in hand, some kind of unfun numbers. And we still have the blocker available to us.
Attaching a Dawn to the chopper, and it looks like it's going to be a 7 and at least a 6, if not a 7, with the last chopper.
Yeah, currently this chopper is a 5k, so yeah, I think with the other 2 Dawn, you can make it a 6. Or if you have another copy of Just Shut Up and Come With Us, just block it again. So we're going to use the Nico Robin. We're going to lose a Dawn, look top 3 to find is it just any Straw Hat? Doesn't care about color?
Yeah, any Straw Hat.
All right.
But ideally one with counter.
Correct, which that one distinctly does not.
It looks like a 7.
And honestly, it's not too outrageous to say that they might not have the counter for that. Yeah, and having a Giant out of it feels so bad. We lost 3 Dawn this turn.
Yeah.
We're going to be at, 6?
Yep. 6 going to 7.
Or no, I think we're at 4 going to 6, rather.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, 4 going to 6, my bad. Okay. We're in a terrible spot, but this is one of the spots where MVP Electrical Luna probably has its best moments.
Oh, sure. Yeah. You still kind of have to establish a blocker. You need to, there's a lot of things you still have to do, but I agree. Like this deck still has enough extension where you're not out of it completely yet. All right, looking at the 6 Dawn here. And looking through it, we have 3 other tables of undefeated. We had Lim win on table 2. We had the other green purple Luffy win on table 3. Table 1, I think, is a Teach versus Enel matchup. It's Enel versus something. I know that, so don't worry. We'll probably have enough time. I'd be very surprised if the Zoro green purple Luffy game outpaced the Enel any Enel game, honestly.
It looks like Enel's playing another Luchi.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Man, 3 Luchis in a row, if I count that right. That is remarkable. Okay. Yeah, there's the Luna.
That's step 1 from Devs with Luna. Yep.
And it's let me just reread this card. Let me just make sure that I read this card correctly. All right, I'm going to pull it up. It's from OP08. Electrical Luna casually says, all of your opponent's rested characters, right? Right?
Yeah.
All?
All.
All. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of them cannot restand next turn. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's kind of good. Yeah. How much Dawn does it cost again?
Only a measly 3 for
3.
some reason, and it deals
Okay.
with 7 costs.
So it costs 3 and it targets 5 cards.
That seems pretty average.
That seems yeah. Just on board, there is what 17 costly cards that you just interacted with.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, not too bad.
Okay. Alrighty. Deb did not have the blocker, but I've seen Gum Gum Giant get people out of hairier situations.
Yeah. It really is just like how much counter do we have in hand? Honestly, Zoro is not a deck that's been known for having defense besides just a healthy offense. You are at 10, so you can go, 15, go for it against a 6K leader. So double Gum Gum and a 2K gets out of it. Does it also mean that your opponent's at 4 Dawn next turn, though?
Look, I imagine it doing 2K checks. Is that 2 giants in trash? Or I think it's just 1.
I believe there's only 1.
Yeah, 1 giant, 3 2Ks.
So, you can also just go something like 12K and then play a 3-drop chopper blocker, which is kind of obnoxious to deal with.
That would be very, very good. The EB chopper.
If you run Kid and Killer, that can maybe make numbers odd. No, I think if you want to go for game, right? It's just full 15 on leader, right?
Yeah, I think so. Any extra Dawn to deploy characters is probably worse than just putting on the leader.
Yeah, so it's really a decision of, do you respect them winning next turn and do you want to put some blockers down? No, big 15. All right.
Let's see the power of Gum Gum.
Yep. Getting rid of Gamma Knife.
It's pitching Gamma Knife.
All right.
We're up to 9 after drawing 2.
Sorry, we're up to 10, I think you'll find.
Oh, yeah, 10. I keep forgetting we're a 6K leader.
10, 12, 13.
13. Not good enough.
Yeah, pretty close.
More bricks.
But, I think it's the right play. There's very likely plays that you were able to find the cards needed to be able to get out of that, right? With the 2K, 1K in hand, if you found a 0-cost Gatling, you are already in there too. And the next turn was going to be pretty explosive. Otherwise, with it'd be what, 9, and then 10. I think you can do by using leader effectively.
Yep, I think you can do it 9, 9, 10.
Yeah,
which is honestly crazy.
If you used double Gum Gum Giant that turn, yeah.
Yeah, if you use double Gum Gum Giant.
Yeah, so if you had 4,
obviously,
if you started the turn with 4 Dawn, yeah.
Yeah, if you started with 6 Dawn, it's a lot easier with a Luffy. But yeah, with 4 Dawn, you still have some pretty sizable swings, but it didn't seem like it was enough even given Joseph's hand. I believe those 2 2Ks near the end. So
all right, well let's go to table 1 real quick. We've seen this matchup every round for the last 3 rounds, right? And I think actually our Enel players scooping it up.
Yeah. Enel finally fell to Luchi this game.
Yeah. I will say that it was looking like it was getting incrementally harder for that matchup every time for Enel, right? The first game, he was mostly ahead. Second game, it was pretty close. This one, Rob Lucci's able to finally get the value for that. So we have 4 undefeated, or I think we have 3 undefeateds, right? Yeah. Since that was a pair down match that we just watched, so we've got Lim, we've got Rob Lucci, and we've got a green purple Luffy, another one. So those are our chances for our top seed for this, which means that we'll have a 50-50 if we're doing 7 or 8 rounds of Swiss.
Ooh, okay, that's exciting. Any predictions?
Maybe what would be the best matchup to see? Maybe that's the better question. Would you guys want to see? I think a lot of people want to see Rob Lucci versus green purple Luffy, right?
Yeah. Rob Lucci green purple is just a really interesting matchup in the current meta, where a lot of people think it's great from both sides. So getting as much data as we can would be fun.
Well, let's get a little bit of data then. We've got table 13. Both players are X1, so still hoping to get into that top 16 finish for this event. And we'll see what it looks like. We got, honestly, a pretty blinged out version of Green Purple Luffy at the top there. We got alt art Zoros, we got alt art Namis. Standard leader, but we've been preparing for this deck to come out for some time. Let's see. There was a carrot player. I think only one, but they did show up. They did show up today.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Looks like Luchi player is pretty low on resources. Didn't really have much in terms of cards in hand, but was able to still be at 4 life, which is nice.
Yeah.
So might just be some good old-fashioned combat trying to close this game out.
Sure. We've got Jack on field. It looks like the Secret Rare Luffy is currently an 8 cost. So, but we can attack with this Luchi and then Jack effect to remove the Zoro. Yeah, the other one. Yeah, active Zoro. Yeah, better one. All right. Yeah, looking like time to use the giant here. Here's a very tangential question. If Giant got banned on the release of OP11, do you think Green Purple Luffy, as we know it, still exists as a deck?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it'd be a fine deck, but I don't think it'd be able to be best deck.
Gotcha.
I honestly just don't know what the meta would look like just because of how prevalent purple is in OP11 and EB02.
Sure.
So I'd have to do a lot of experimenting, but like Shanks is probably what my front runner would be, all else equal.
Sure. Yeah. I honestly, like, there's a lot of people have been asking me, like, what's a safe deck to build right now? And like, man, that is such a tough question, I find. We get 6 new star decks, which I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't really seen any cards from those outside of the leaders coming out at the beginning of June. I think a lot of people, from what I've been talking to people in Japan, there's been a little bit of, people have been a little bit uncomfortable with the format that they have right now and are kind of requesting some changes. So I don't know if that's going to happen at all, or if it happens, when it happens, kind of thing. But I feel like that's another possibility, right?
Yep.
And yeah, so it's very uncertain to see what's actually going to be kind of good this time next month.
Do you want Gum Gum Giant banned? I know it's a loaded question, but
I've been, from every point between when it was released to now, yes. However, it is not a decision that lives in a vacuum, I find. And the reason I say that is, we have other changes in card pools that can make it a non-issue. So it's difficult to say, yes, it needs to get hit when we don't know what the card pool is going to look like a month from now.
That's fair.
So in a vacuum, though, if I was to put it in there, I would be mildly happy, mildly pleased with the card just not existing anymore. I think in general, it just has shown it's a little bit overtuned for how this game works in general.
That is reasonable.
So I do know some people are saying, if that happens, then, purple Luffy decks that we know don't exist the way that they have been. And I do also really feel for people who are really excited to play like the blue and purple Luffy. And then if that card goes away, there's a chance that deck isn't viable. So then they just never got to play the deck they were looking forward to, right? That feels bad on like a more customer satisfaction. But so it's not an easy, like, straight up call, I feel like. What about you, Jonas?
Yeah, sorry. I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to figure out what I want in terms of that card.
Sure.
I also don't like playing against it. I think it's like a very unhealthy and overtuned card.
Yeah.
But I also don't think purple is like viable, period, afterwards, without when they lose that card. So it just makes it harder and harder to use, basically.
Yeah.
So I like there being a lot of different color representation when playing this game, and I just don't think it's very likely for that to be the case if Gum Gum Giant ends up getting banned at all.
Yeah, sure, but like I think like end game of it right now at the end of OP11 is the meta is like what 60+% of just leaders that are purple named Luffy, right? Like green purple Luffy's great, blue purple Luffy's great, purple Luffy from OP05 has gone a big resurgence because these other two decks have been good. So like it's either just oversaturated or out of the meta, which so I understand like why it's a tough call.
Yeah, but I think it's probably a little too overset and it needs to go.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's one of the few cards that I really want to play at least once in a tournament, like in a regional before it goes.
Sure,
so try to do it well. Just because if you can't beat them, join them sometimes.
Exactly right. I mean, you were in Japan for a couple weeks, right? You had your chance to play blue purple Luffy at full power, so you wasted that. You decided to go on the green purple.
Wasted it with the boring Swing 7 deck.
All right.
All right. Anyways, back to the game.
Yeah. Sorry, I know that was a big tangent.
No. I think it's a really important.
I just need some audio clips of you saying that for future purposes. Don't worry about
it. If I get clipped. This game, we've gotten Luchi down to no cards in hand, which is honestly just the dream scenario whenever you're playing against Luchi. But there's also 2 jacks, so greatness at what cost?
Yeah.
I'm curious how the Luchi player is going to try to navigate this, whether they just want to try to fight for this Luffy with combat, whether they drew Rebecca and get to go Rebecca, Hina, Jack, or something. There's a lot of fun things that might be able to happen this turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, just 15.
Only 15.
To be fair, we've watched Luchi on camera a fair amount of times today, and we've seen the 15 at a character twice, which I'm very happy about.
Yeah. And like this game with 10 Dawn, right? Like you almost always have like 10 decisions already at like these end game scenarios, right? It doesn't matter how many cards you have in hand, right? Like being able to have this flexible Dawn system is definitely one of the biggest selling points for this game and why it's been, I think, so refreshing. And yeah, these decisions really add up. And even like, you know what, worst case, last decision, just use all of them on leader attack. Still a great play in a lot of weird spots.
Mm-hmm. It's one of the reasons why I fell in love with the game is just how many fun decisions you can have with your Dawn. Mm-hmm. And people kind of going to the extremes a lot in different games, trying to see what other decisions might be reasonable.
My favorite thing is just to kind of like throw up my eyebrows and be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I guess that card's gone. Yeah, you're right. You won. Like, you can have him. All right. You clearly do not like that card on the board. There you go.
All right.
Well, we do have the Luffy Tar here, which is great for, again, the Rob Luchi matchup to put 2 bodies out, including the 6-cost Sanji, which was a 3-cost in hand due to having less Dawn than our opponent. And so that being established is great. Going to use our leader effect with Sanji Pudding to essentially untap 3. And then we're going to use the Merry-Go to, add the cost to our Sanji Pudding. And do you think we're attacking with Sanji Pudding this turn? We're going to just maybe tackle a little bit with leader?
I think you probably should. Just because I think if you give too much time to Luchi, they'll eventually be able to clear things. So try and at least poke once with your leaders 100% happening. I think you can probably get the Sanji Pudding and actually get this game closer to ending next turn if you'd like. Yep. And the green purple Luffy player agrees. Do they have a 3rd character to play this turn? That'd be very, very good.
All right, we're gonna play out
another Sanji.
Another Sanji. That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, double blocker is good. I mean, we're still at 2 life. Honestly, I think these Sanjis are just being established as attackers for future turns. So.
Yep. 3-cost 6Ks are still good.
They really are.
Three-cost Sanji is probably one of my favorite 2Ks they've printed. This card's been outplayed in a lot of different fun decks. And it kind of goes like opposite of what normal purple decks want to do a lot of the time, which is just go super high on Dawn.
Yeah.
Like both red purple Law and the green purple Lucy using this card very well has been one of my favorite things to witness.
Yeah, I kind of wish it had like a Vinsmoke or Germa tag, right?
So Reiju could use it.
Yeah, right. Like it obviously came out in the set that Reiju was, supposed to get the support with it too, and they still played this card a lot too. But if it was like a searchable card as a 2K in the deck when you're almost always behind Dawn, like I think that would have been a little bit better for it and Reiju.
Pitching a 1-cost Frankie in the deck. Have you tried the 3-cost Frankie? Are you a fan of that card?
The 3-drop what?
The 3-cost Frankie in green purple.
3-cost. I've had a little bit. Not a big fan. I'd probably rather play Robin. What about you?
I also was not a huge fan. Those bodies are pretty nice if you think the 4K is going to be relevant, but it felt like these like small 4K bodies were just like too easy for my opponents to attack into, and they didn't really offer much benefit aside from Madon. Okay. Ooh. All right. Well. Luchi definitely having a really good turn, getting a double clear on both the Sanchi Pudding and the 7-cost Luffy Taro.
Yeah.
Tempest Kick and Rebecca Hina doing a lot of overtime there. And there's a second Rebecca. Ooh.
Yeah, this is probably just going to grab us a 2K. We don't have a lot of cards left in deck. This also is time and round, so this is turn 0. Both at 2 cards in life, but I'm pretty sure Rob Lucci has less cards in deck at this moment. Yeah, adding a Laboon. Okay, a 1K. All right, for some potential removal next turn as well.
Yeah, it looks like Luchi finally got that ball rolling with those extra cards, so it should be good enough to try to push, unless Green Purple is able to try to end this game relatively soon with a lot of pressure with either these Sanjis that are in play or 6-cost Secret Luffy.
Yeah, double Rebecca blocker, those just kind of, unless you have like Zoro, right?
Yeah. But there might not be that much counter in the Luchi player's hand at this point. There was only a 1K that we know about. But they did use Jack twice, so there might be some good ones.
Yeah, because I think Jack discarded a Brook earlier, and so many cards in trash right now. Looking like a Blackbeard player. Yeah, Burgess would be like a 12K right now.
I wish that card wasn't leader locked. I'd do so many fun things.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure that is one of the better cards that they did decide to leader lock. Oh, I am so sorry.
If there was one card you could have not leader locked, what would it be?
Oh man, I have to rethink about it. There. I remember specifically saying like, why is this card leader locked? Like it is in a world of like Moria being unleader locked. Why is this card not? I'd have to relook. Do you have one in mind?
Oh, Come My Way is probably the one I think the most of.
Sure.
The EB02 event that redirects. I just want to play that card in so many different kind of like styles.
Yeah.
But I know why it's leader locked.
Yeah.
And then aside from that, I really want to play the 4-cost Law in other decks as well. The blue one, the one that bounces.
Oh, yeah. That one I think is moderately fair to be leader locked though. You got to make sure I have some special spice for my blue purple croc, right?
100%.
I'd have to. It's probably something that is though, like Baroque works are something that's the card is undertuned for just what it is anyways. So, because I'm happy like Rosinante is not leader locked. Oh yeah, like 1-drop Rebecca, right? Or was it Spandam? One of those two is leader. Or like both those are leader locked, right? No, Rebecca is not.
Spandam is, Rebecca is not.
Yes, I don't know why Spandam was leader locked. That card had no business being leader locked.
It shouldn't be leader locked.
Yeah,
right?
when Brand New and Rebecca are just free to do whatever they want. That one I know I had a lot of like before like OP5 when black was like a successful color in this game, or like, you know, wholly just great and good at removal. There's a lot of times like, man, I wish I could splash my Spandam into other leaders like Smoker and then have like a Rob Lucci. Or sorry, we don't have that card yet. A cool Kaku play on 5. But those are just really old sentences.
Yeah. I wish I miss those like OPO2, OPO3 black cards, but I think the new ones are kind of throwing it out of the water, with the exception of our goat Kuzan that we mentioned before.
All right, and I think it's time in rounds now. So our green purple Luffy player has 2 life to. Or actually, it's not quite yet.
Okay.
Let me see. Yeah, we've got 15 seconds.
Yeah, now we've reached the 5 minutes in overtime.
Yeah.
So
He gets the block there, using that to increase the cost of that, and let's see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, attacking 10 with Jack. I think the attack got in before the time retired, so 6K, 10 to 6.
Yep. And admittedly, even if they took this life, I think Luchi would still lose a second tiebreaker.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, getting rid of a Lufitaro. All right, yeah, and yeah, with being able to get out of that attack, yeah, it's just going to be the end of tiebreakers. So,
Yeah.
I know this is unceremonious. Here, we're going to go BRB real quick.
Oh, good.
Hey. All right. Oops. Oh, I got the. Oh no. Oh, geez. Oh, Eggman. I got the things
Oh,
backwards.
that's fine.
I know. Oh
yeah.
no.
Either way, we're back with
no.
round 7, right?
I did get that. I did get the number correct. Yes, I did get the number correct.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do have
Luchi versus Lim instead of Lim versus Luchi.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah. That's actually not too, I got the names correct. Okay. But yeah, this we've seen this matchup. Also, shouts to Bogdan for adjusting their setup, making it look a little bit better for not only for us but his opponent too. Getting that glare fixed. Glare is I can't explain it. It's just I know that it has to happen. I know how light works, but man, it's such a frustrating thing to have to try to play around with, specifically card games, right?
It is one of the most frustrating things. I definitely tried to look into like anti-glare sleeves or like lighting setups to kind of help with it, but sometimes it's unavoidable and just you can't make those changes to your room in the short term.
No, you really can't. So, but we are able to make it look a lot better, and I think that's helpful for him. So, oh, here, 1 second. Let me just tell him real quick. All right, but there we go. Yep. So it's going to be Lim versus Rob Luchi here. If you ask me, I'd say one of the toughest matchups for Lim can be Rob Luchi. The fact that they have a lot of removal is terrifying, but we are able to go first as Lim, which is very helpful.
And do we have the best one drop too? That'd be super awesome.
A1 drop is fine.
Any one drop.
Any one drop is fine. Yeah, I agree. All right. And nothing on turn 1.
Yep. And this first turn really changes a lot about how the matchup plays, whether this is a high impact character to get rid of or not. Mainly just like the Sabo to keep drawing those cards is like one of the best things you can do.
Mm-hmm.
But Enel's also very, very good to help sculpt that hand for later turns.
All right, going to start with a 5K.
I was hoping to manifest a Tempest Kick because that would be a very brutal leader effect or trigger. Okay, Sabo. All right.
Yeah, getting the Sabo out feels good. If they don't get rid of it, it kind of offers a card draw every turn moving forward. Next turn, if it stays around 2, it's very easy to play like double 3s. But, with just a 6K attack, this kind of shows that maybe they're not able to really get a great removal on the Sabo here.
If I was trying to foresee a little bit, it's very likely just going to be a 3-cost Brook.
Yeah.
So, and that's not bad, but at the same time, letting the Lim player stick this Sabo is going to be really, really scary, especially if Bogdan has the punish on these like really, really critical turns.
Yeah, and we did discard or counter with the Newgate, which would have been one of our better ways to really answer this Brook, if possible. So, but we're going to 6 Dawn here. If we have a 3 cost, it'd be pretty easy to do a 3 leader effect and then draw from Sabo. but we'll see if that happens.
Yeah. What other options are available? You could also just play 6-cost Sokka. You won't be able to draw with Sabo, but it'd still be reasonable.
Yeah, I do think removing this brook is a mild priority, which is kind of why I'm kind of surprised that we used the new gate to counter out. Yeah. All right, we're gonna 3. Okay, 3-cost Limb here.
Slim. Perfect. Basically, all you really want at this point is more new gates, right?
Yeah. Mihawk is not quite that, but it's one of our kind of win positions in the end game. Still 3 Dawn left to use leader effect. And let's see what
Is there backup new gate in the hand?
No. Okay.
Nope. No. Okay.
So yeah, we do get a lot of card draw, which is nice, but yeah, if we had new gate instead, I think that'd be the our opponent has disappeared.
Is he okay? Might be some DC issues.
Yeah. I guess we'll watch to make sure.
Yep. Uh-oh. Fingers crossed it gets resolved in a reasonable time.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate when these kind of things happen.
Let's see. It's failing on my side. Let me see. There we go. All right. Less than a minute. Here, I'm just going to let them know what happened real quick. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So less than a minute. Able to be a warning for that one. If you have more warnings, right, that can stumble into a game loss, but it's just how it is. So we're going to discard an Electrical Luna. Again, a really good card in green and purple leaders, and a did not catch the other card, but we're going to attack with Sabo. We have 3 rested cards, so that's going to get into a draw 1. And hit down the Rob Luchi to 3 life. Thinking on this could be Tempest Kick. It is. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think like that's one of the weaknesses for this deck is that because you have to order the way you play cards, you have to, hit that. Right, like it's just like
you have to kind of play into a lot.
Yeah, you play into a lot of triggers for sure.
Alrighty, and despite the fact that Tempest Kick got rid of one of Oden's threats, they still have 2 6K bodies in play when Luchi's only going up to 6 Dawn, so not going to be easy to get rid of both. Also, from Abraham's perspective, they countered with the Laboon last turn, which is probably one of the better cards to combine with Brook. So I'm curious what tools they have this turn to also help get rid of these 5Ks. Okay.
All right.
Yep. Looks like a 7. Going in against Bogdan, so I think it's 5 cards.
All right, Nami there.
There's no Hina in there, I don't recall. But they can play Rebecca Hina if they have it in their hand, while also bringing back Laboon. That's an option.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really funny thing to see in this game where a lot of people naturally start fanning through their trash when they kind of have cards that involve it. I came up with a bunch of other card games I played growing up, but seeing it happen all the time is like one of the funnest things to see. I'm guilty of it too, to be honest.
For sure.
Rebecca Hina getting rid of or reducing the Sabo down to a 1, and then Brooke getting rid of it. Definitely kind of putting a stop to a lot of Bogdan's card advantage. So hopefully this ends up playing relatively well for Abraham, trying to get towards the top end and set up a lot more better clears with Mordon.
Here, give us 1 second. Here, we're going to do a quick beer. I have no. Oh, I know why I'm muted, because I muted right before we left. All right, let me start again. I am so sorry. All right, the practice run was there. All right, my apologies. Everyone can hear me. We're good. Sorry, I muted right before we left to handle it. All right. Great explanation about your mood. All right.
Great explanation. Gotta repeat it though.
All right. Gotcha. Okay, so start over. We try to hold our events as close as we can to Bandai's TRMs and the rules that they have set up, and what they have for events, specifically, online events too, because it's just like a different venue and how it works. So specifically what happened, one of our players, their webcam disconnected. Between it being disconnected and turning back on, the cards were not in the same spots. That can happen from a variety of reasons, such as just they physically went to unplug their webcam and plug it back in. So because of that could do that could just made your table shift or something like that. So simply put, because we can't maintain the integrity of the game because of what happened, because the camera disconnected, it would have to be a game loss. So this would almost be exactly the same of if the camera was off for more than a minute. That is also what a game loss would be. So this is not an accusation of anything besides just the integrity can't be upheld for how it was. So because of the disconnect, it was a game loss for that game. They are going to have an X1 record. This is potentially the last round of Swiss anyways. So not a DQ from the event. If we felt like anything was malicious, there would have been a DQ in general, but just a game loss for this one. So that's just how it is. That's how Bandai's TRM would rule it. We use judges that Bandai uses too, and that would be the ruling that this would be at generally at a regional level too. So that is the what we're ruling for the rest of this. So if you guys have any more questions about how that works, you can ask me offline or later. But that's what we're doing for that one. So we have Lim currently sitting at 7-0, potentially our first seed. Which, can we talk about how dangerous first seed Lim can be in a top cut situation?
Always first, never problem.
Never first. Yeah, always first is very, very scary. So I think that is just how we have to be careful. Like, we have to be careful about the Lim being like, oh man, undefeated. Like we knew that there's going to be a green purple leader, in this top cut, right? Have a good chance for it. Lim might not have been the name of that leader, but I do think that is something that is going to be very scary if they're always going to get that first.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Bogdan try to continue into the top cut setting with going first every single time. Hopefully, it ends up converting very well.
Yeah. So, but yeah, and so we'll look at that. Also, I do want to say I really appreciate our player who did get the disconnect. They're just very understanding about it, understand the situation, and just it's just understood. So, I know this can be very tense. I also know that we have a lot of international players who it's like 4 a.m. right now on a Monday morning. So we'll go from that. But yeah, table 2 just finished. Let me see if we do have an 8th round for us today.
The undefeated did lose.
Okay, so
this is the last round.
Okay, this is the last round of Swiss too. So all right, because it was what was it? Was it another Zoro versus Luffy?
Another Zoro versus green purple, and Zoro was able to carry.
Cool. All right. So this will be the 7th round of Swiss. Will be the last round of Swiss because we have one undefeated, which will be a first seed Lim. Once again, very, very scary for that. So any X1 records now would be into the top 16 as well as is, and we'll see how we can approach that moving forward. So. Whew, that's scary. We're gonna see what our other top 16 are. I mean, it's just tradition. We got our favorite Enel player.
Enel at table 3.
Just trying to, maintain. It's against Usopp.
Ooh, okay. I think that might need to happen then.
Yeah, let's just jump on over there. I'll update the things as we get there.
That sounds good. All right, Enel versus Usopp. Ooh. We finally have a showing for that new EB02 Sanji that's currently in play, and we came right on time for a perfect hit a beige out of life. I assumed on the Zoro, but I wasn't able to catch it.
Yeah, and there's a mildly wide board out there, right? There is Sanji, Nami, and Enel. We're at 0 life. Oh, this is just going for game, right? Like this is.
Yeah, but there was a beige just used on the Zoro.
Oh, Okay, so it would. Okay, so yeah, they give it up. Okay, I thought they were holding 3 Dawn to play Gum Gum Giant, or not Giant, King Kong Gun. But all right, Enel's X1, so Enel's going to be in our top 16 as well as one of our leaders. Green Purple Luffy's going to be in there as well. Zoro's going to be in there. I think that's really all that I can kind of know off of what we have available to us. Yeah. So, all right. All right.
Looks like this is one Luchi. But yeah, we'll do a breakdown for the top 16 in between rounds.
Yeah, and we have, how much time do we have left for us? We have 7 minutes left in round. I know this is going to be kind of lame, but I think we're going to just probably take an extended break, probably closer to like 40 minutes, just to get Top Cut set up. Now that we know that's going to be there, we've been live, just the two of us, for like 5 hours too. So we'll see how the top 16 shakes out. But I should have like my handy dandy Eggman pie chart for that. Especially, I'm going to make it because I'm going to need it for the website too. But yeah, I think like based from what we know, we have at least like 4 or 5 leaders already in the top 16, which I even if we're in a different format from OP10, I really hope to continue the diversity that we've been seeing.
100%.
So cool. All right. So it's going to be, again, a bit of an extended break, just because I do want to have a break for the players for getting into top 16. It's going to be 4 rounds of best of 3 1-hour rounds moving forward. Top seed's going to be able to get there. I'm going to make sure everyone gets that known and situated, and people can get the break if they need it. Because again, there are some players, like our Enel player. Our Enel player has probably been 2-minute in-betweens every round because they've been going to time so consistently. So we'll be back. We'll be back with our top 16. We'll let you know what those leaders are, and extended break, but we'll see you then. Be there. Bye-bye. All right, we are back. Thank you guys for being patient with our extended break. We've got our top 16 for our inaugural EB02 case tournament. And Jonas, do you have a handy dandy pie chart or anything else that maybe says what those 16 are?
Yes, I do. It's a pretty unexpected and diverse top 16, so I'm super excited to talk about it.
Yeah.
The most boring part, I guess, is just the 4 green purple Luffys.
Sure.
Followed by that, two Luchis and 2 Zoros, and then after that, it's a unique leader of the other 8 remaining.
Yeah.
Or 9 remaining.
Yeah, half the top cut having unique leaders, I think, is very unusual. You know, for a 200+ player event like this, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's like super awesome. There's OPO10 Usopp. There's Lim, undefeated. There's Bonnie, Enel, purple Luffy's in there. Mono Black Smoker OPO2. OPO2 Newgate.
Yeah.
And probably the spiciest one here, we have an EB01 Oden as well.
Yeah. I mean, that deck's been getting some toxins. It's a new one to get support, so that's been really cool. I'm making the executive decision. We're going to probably see the Smoker game. It's going to be Smoker versus Zoro. I think most people we really haven't been able to see that. We've seen a little bit of Oden today, so I'm looking forward to see how it feels with the new Sengoku card. So I think that's really cool. This will be top 16 best of 3, so hour-long rounds. Top seed gets to go first, which means that if you are the Lim player, you get to go first every game 1 if you decide to do so, which I think most would. I also, last as a footnote, no Shanks in the top 16, despite it being probably one of the most popular leaders that we saw today.
Yeah, I was very surprised just because I thought Shanks would do relatively well. But this format wasn't all green purple like a lot of people would expect. There was a relatively diverse format, and Shanks can kind of struggle if it doesn't really know what it's supposed to be playing against and what it should tech for. So I can see that being very unfortunate but very realistic outcome.
Yeah, I super agree. So well, let me just get our names fixed real quick. So it's going to be Richard versus Aryan as our game 1. It's going to be Zoro again, so I expect this to be somewhat of a quicker game, but we'll see if that's the case. Let me just get the Zoro leader there. And let's go over to table 6 for our top 16.
Awesome.
All right, yeah, here we go. Richard on the left with Smoker and Aryan on the right with the Zoro.
Admittedly, this matchup does give me some flashbacks to some OPO2 like woes I had. This matchup used to be quite difficult for Smoker to catch up on. I'm curious how the new cards, especially the starter deck cards, are going to change how this matchup plays out.
Yeah, and I'm going to say it because you're not going to say it. Jonas is the first person to win a regional level or top a regional level event with Smoker in the history of the English card game, of the One Piece card game. So, right? I
don't think I'm first in the history of the card game. I think I'm the first in NA.
Sorry, yeah, definitely NA. Yeah, English version. Yeah, is what I was trying to get to. So, Japan, I definitely think they got some, but breakout performances when doing the data in year 1, I'm like, man, Smoker, crazy. How did this deck get here? So, on one leader I know is really close to your heart as well. And in OPO2, Zoro was definitely one of the most prevalent decks. So this matchup has come a long way, I think, from OPO2.
Yep. Is that going to be an interesting one to see how both players have built their decks to kind of play against each other? I noticed that the Zoro player isn't playing the traditional like Enel build. They're kind of going back to the old school Curly Dadan, a lot of 1-drop deck build, which will be very interesting.
Sure.
And the Smoker deck, I don't want to spoil too many of the cards, but definitely highlights a lot of what the new Black KOs have to offer in the current game. So should be super fun. I'm really rooting for Richard. I'm gonna be biased about it 100%.
Sure.
I know Zoro is a very powerful deck in this current.
I think biases are okay as long as, I mean, if you are upfront about them, right? But in some scenarios, but yeah, being able to, this is always the case, right? Zoro being very aggressive. We are a 5-life defensive leader with the removal, so that does help us. I think in Smoker also getting kind of the benefit that we're almost always a 7k leader, as long as we can attach it onto our leader, does come up pretty often against a deck that loves to play 1-drops. So, but it looks like we're just going to start with a Tempest Kick, just get a single draw, put a card into our trash. We know Zoro's not playing a lot of high-costed cards, so that -3 generally doesn't come up, I think, very often.
Yeah, Tempest Cake's probably not going to matter when a lot of the deck is going to be natural KOs for 2s through 4s, so should be relatively reasonable. Also, Zoro going off to a relatively slow start with no Searcher on turn 1, but hopefully a Dedan or a Rusher will help fix that.
Yeah, we're just starting off with a basic 5 here. We're going to use a Borsalino. Would have been a great card to play next turn, but maybe we have another one. We're going to play out the Dodon, as mentioned, looking top 5. You know, I said this matchup came up a long way. Maybe not as long of a way as I originally thought.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a Buggy or a Nami here. It's almost like nothing changed at all.
Yeah, so reading the card out, just making sure they know, yeah, it is a Buggy. Yeah, it looks top 5 for a 1-drop red card, which this Buggy is, which now gets another top 5 search for any event card off the top 5 of the deck.
Yep, hopefully finds some old school ones or some new ones. Either one would be quite reasonable. Unfortunately, Buggy did not find a hit, but still that 1/3 character that can't be attacked into by slash characters or leaders is still going to be a very obnoxious attacker for this game.
Yeah, there wasn't a Nami in top 16, right?
I don't believe there was a Nami, no.
No.
So, four down Rebecca. Rebecca bringing back Borsalino and play nothing, which is definitely going to be a pretty slow start.
All right. Yeah, but there's not a Nami in leader in Top Cut, but there's definitely a Nami character in Top Cut here.
Yeah, there's plenty of Nami searchers for sure.
Yeah, looking top 5 for Straw Hat, which is generally most of our deck. Now, there is a lot of overlap with what these cards can search a lot of the time, but there is also a lot of single cards that they don't find. So, this deck did, miss on its searches every once in a while. Buggy was probably the one that would miss the most, but with the variety of cards that you still have to run, not too surprising if any of these miss. But no, we're able to get a Radical Beam off the Nami. Very strong there.
Definitely going to help make sure that we can defend some of these characters if need be. And not right now when we're still at 4 life, but later in this game.
Yeah. All right. Okay. 5K comboing or countering with the Borsalino once again.
And it looks like a 6 at life. Finally taking a hit on Richard's side. And there is a Magura buffing that Buggy to swing for another 7 and get that block in.
And another, running out of space on that mat there. The life could move a little bit to their left, I think, but
yeah.
All right, looking there for an event again off top 5 with Buggy.
Yeah. I was about to say we have yet to see an actual card before OP03, which is super fun. Maybe we'll find some new stuff with this search. Ooh, all right. We finally got a new one in the Momo pistol, one of the new inclusions.
All right, so we're at 6. We do have the Toshigi. This is a little bit of a newer card for this matchup, right? Being able to get the KO on what likely... Okay, the Curly didn't. I kind of would have wanted to get rid of the active Buggy, if I was being honest, but we are able to just attack into another one and just pass from there.
Yep. Slowly trying to dwindle these 3K bodies, but the 1-drop onslaught's going to continue for a while, it seems like.
Sure. And maybe I misspoke, right? This deck just loves to, we have a lot of ways to easily interact with 1-drop, so getting rid of the 2 costs is maybe the better one. It's just like an issue because like Magra, Makino, there's a lot of ways to buff these 1-drops on the flip side too, so that can be tough.
Yeah, I would agree. I generally like to get rid of the Buggies as well, but he might be trying to prioritize making sure that they have plenty of 1 cost to still allow Smoker to use its leader effect.
Yeah, and they were reading out the effect for the the Dawn. So this could definitely be their first interaction with this deck, which means Tashigi is a slash character. So it can actually attack into Buggy, which is a little can be overlooked if you've never really experienced that encounter before.
And that turn was a really awesome use of a new card to kind of slow or very easily get rid of Richard's board. Using the Magura to buff the other Magura to have a 6k character.
Yep.
And then also using Mole Pistol to get rid of the Tashiki means that these 1-drops are going to survive for multiple turns, it seems like.
Yeah, agreed. And unlike Rob Luchi, Smoker generally doesn't run Rob Luchi, which would be a great way to get rid of 2 of these bodies. But when we're just more of kind of a remove a single card per turn, it does cost a little bit more, or we do get a little bit more damage from all these incremental attacks. But we do have the new card here is the Sengoku here. It does let us play a 4-drop Navy or lower from our trash, getting a Borsalino blocker. Pretty good way to kind of start being more defensive in these later turns.
Smoker really needed to get those multiple characters in play to try to apply pressure with. And having these 2 blockers with some real size to them is definitely going to help Richard not only like pressure this board back, but also make sure they don't like fall too far behind to all a bunch of 7k swings or something.
For sure. All right, so we've got what 9 Dawn for Zoro, I think.
Yep, 9 Dawn. Okay. Starting with a 6 at life, giving us Suru.
Okay, another Magra. Oh, a Makino, sure.
Ooh, Makino, yep. Buffing Magra, swinging a 7.
Yep, 7 is good. We're going to go down to 2. And Sengoku is a blocker here, so that can help you. But when they're attacking these, oh my gosh, another Makino. Man, I'm getting flashbacks. I don't know about you. I haven't seen this deck this in a while.
Arian looks like they're very likely to do a bunch of 7s this turn. Taking
and one more 7.
That for 1 last 7.
Yeah, it looks like blocking and then deciding on what to discard with it. Another Sengoku. Oh, that had to feel a little bit expensive, right?
That's real expensive. That's like one of your best cards to be playing on these turns.
Yeah, and then here's like an issue, right? Like this Makino, they're activate mains to give the plus 3,000, right? So if you don't get rid of them now, they're going to just do the same effect next turn. You got to be really aware of how much aggression is still afforded for Zoro. Being at 1 life when they also have a lot of unblockable cards that can get unblockable is scary. Yeah, just a lot of aggression here. All right, full 10 Dawn though. Let's see what our best play is. I mean, we can start removing bodies, but it means that we get generally the loss of blockers. Rebecca to play out to get back into Shigi to play Tashigi could be kind of good.
What else could be reasonable? 3-cost Brook would probably be one of your best cards.
Oh, sure.
Put in another body, and also get rid of another.
And at 10, I mean, we can send Goku into Brook, but looks like it is just going to be a 5-cost Tashigi here.
Yep.
You get to just get rid of whatever you want at this point.
I wonder. I mean, they're all equally replaceable, so trying to figure out which one I remove is kind of moot. I guess probably the Nami if you're not planning on attacking into the Makinos.
Yeah, it's either you get rid of the Makinos or you get rid of every other 1 cost, right? It's kind of to make it where Makino can't buff anything besides the other one, which isn't even that strong, right?
Yeah, it's not great. But yeah, it's probably get rid of everything but the Makinos at this point, since you All these 2Ks are still going to dwindle cards.
Yeah.
Yep. Looks like Nami first.
Yeah, they've yet to make a 1-drop card with Rush inherently. So, when that happens, maybe our choices change. But
that would be awesome, actually. And really big 8K swing at another. Ooh, 3-cost Brook did show up. Okay.
Yeah. Would have been nicer off of Rebecca, but still a great ad here. Keeping the Machinos around. But when, Brook can get rid of another one next turn for pretty free, that makes sense. We do have 2 pretty formidable blockers right now with the Sengoku and the Borso. And, we might be able to bunker up after this pretty relentless aggression here. But no, another buggy.
Ooh, second buggy whiff hurts. But Zoro's still in a pretty advantageous position, so.
All right, it's deciding on numbers now. We've got 9 more Dawn to work with. I could have missed it. Where's the Dawn that we used to pay for buggy?
That is a great question.
Let me just quickly ask him real quick. All right. I remember him tapping, and yeah, just a little hidden there. So no worries though. Just a little bit more obvious. So 9 Dawn though with this. These Machinos were played last turn, but this buggy is played this turn. So I mean, you could make the buggy a 9K. You could even make it a 6K if it makes sense to use like a mole gun with it.
Yeah, I think it would be quite reasonable. Okay. Looks like Richard is happy just blocking with Borsellino.
And playing out, I believe that's a Marco.
5-cost Marco.
Okay. Yeah. With no Rebecca on board, doesn't have a way to remove it, but we added an event with buggy, right?
We whiffed on this buggy.
Oh, we whiffed. Well. Okay. So then no guarantee of an event in hand to revive. So that's a little tempting. If we have another Tashigi doesn't KO. It puts it into the trash. So that does mean you bypass that too.
Yep, another Tashigi. Any Rebecca would be super nice. Because you could do like Rebecca Tashigi this turn as well.
There are maybe like some builds that can play like Kaido. Kaido here wouldn't be even that terrifying. It also would get rid of the Marco without proccing his on KO effect. So
yeah, I can see it, and I believe Richard's on 3 today.
Okay.
Of the 9-cost Kaido, so that'd be a very good card to use this turn.
All right, thinking about this 5 here. Luckily for Arion, there's not that many cards in black that have rush. Generally, none that the smoker player would be playing. So systematically can't lose this turn.
Ooh,
that is brutal. Gross. Yeah. So this is going to be able to get rid of the Sengoku, and honestly, like I was thinking, like Borsellino is like the smaller card, but the KO protection comes up quite a bit when Mole Pistol is a card that Zoro can run.
To be honest, it wouldn't have mattered either way.
Sure, for this, for this scenario, yes, you're right, 100%.
But yeah, during Arion's turn, it would be a much better time of Borsellino in play if they had a pistol in hand.
Yeah, and then it's tough too because like if we had a way to if we had like another Tashigi, we should have started with that just to get a 6K body off the board first.
Mm-hmm. Or that Kaido we mentioned.
Yeah, or the Kaido. Yeah, 100%. And you know, I always think that in where we're right now, right, we're in an untested format, right, at the beginning of a format, essentially, and so the aggressive deck that just has shown to be good, generally is great for this. But oh man, yeah, the Kaido now after the mole pistol got its usage is a little brutal.
Richard didn't tap all of his Dawn for the Kaido.
Yeah, thank you. All right, corrected. Thank you. Yeah, we are good to go. Yeah, just deciding on what they want to discard though. Or no, they did discard.
Discard the Isho.
Okay, no, the Nico Robin, I think, right? For the Zoro player.
Oh, the Zoro. Yeah, sorry for the 5. Yeah.
All right, and going down to 1. But yeah, that you would feel a lot safer here with a Sengoku on board. Without one, terrifying. Terrifying. And if you got rid of the Marco first, you would be able to play around that mole pistol trigger, right? Which, you know, you could still have lost the... there's a really funny play where you can... Does Makino say rest itself to tap to boost itself or any card, any one drop?
I believe you can rest herself.
Yeah, so if you have 2, you can Otama both the same one to make it a 6K. And then you can just mole gun afterwards. But yeah, quick 5 with the double Makino, and really only 1 Dawn investment, so I think that's fair.
Yep. And then we have a 7, and then that's a take, and then if there's any rusher here, it looks like a Zoro.
Yeah, Zoro. Yeah.
9.
So honestly, pretty close game. I think there's a chance that you could have lost to next turn anyways, just by giving them the mole pistol from life, but making it, you know, cost 0 essentially did make it a little bit better. So we've got Zoro up 1-0. This is best of 3. They're going to go into game number 2, and we'll see if Smoker's able to make any adjustments. But honestly, I'd say Zoro just didn't have any real negative experience with that. Just very fortunate draws.
Yeah, that was a Zoro doing a lot of early pressure and then trying to close the game out with all those like 2K bodies, which was kind of textbook Zoro. Smoker just didn't have much in terms of board presence until it got to its 6th Dawn turn, which was a bit too late.
Yeah.
So trying to hopefully find some future stuff.
Yeah, and I mean there was some like technically Rebecca's played as like a blocker that let you draw 1. I think Kuzan or something that could have attacked aggressively could have been good too on 4. The 2 that does like the same thing. Borso eventually, like being a blocker later, felt good, but like the turn you played it didn't really establish anything. So, you know, there's a lot of, you know, One Piece is generally not so linear, which is I think one of my favorite things. We've talked about this where we have a lot of decision making, and that's what makes it unique, and a lot of different game states very different. How is turn chosen after the first game? Loser, yeah. Whoever lost game 1 will get to decide afterwards. All right. So, do you think you, if you're a Smoker though, you'd still think second is the best, or knowing that you're not playing against Animal, going first might be.
Going first might just be better, just because of Tashigi and Sengoku.
Yeah.
But I honestly think that if you really like try to lean towards drawing Brook first, is going to be best by a lot.
I think that's true. I think I'd probably try to go first. It means that Like Zoro gets like one less attack early. It means, I mean, like with Sengoku being our 7 Dawn play, that helps a lot too to get to that like 1 turn earlier. But no, deciding just to stay on second.
Yeah.
And I believe that's Nami, yeah?
Yeah, Nami's for sure. Richard kept his original hand, correct?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay. That should be a good sign. A lot of the good 4 drops would be nice. And
Yeah.
if you Richard's able to find any of those like 2 costs or 1 or 2 cost characters to kind of contest, whether that's 2 cost brand new or 3 or 1 cost Sengoku,
Yeah.
that should help kind of stop a lot of Arian's early aggression.
Yeah, like Sengoku brand new. Either of these, like the search, sure is good, but just honestly having a body that can attack into something is good. But no, did not find a searcher and deciding just to pass from there. All right, taking the 5 Magra, boosting this up to 7K, I believe.
Yeah.
Right, or 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
1 from leader, 3 from the Makino, 1 from another Don, or the 1 from the Magra.
Yeah.
So really fast start, Richard, all the way going down to 3 on the first turn.
Yeah, but yeah, this Brook, even if you don't have searchers, Brook is probably the most important card for you to find in this deck. So not having Sengoku and the Brook or the brand new probably felt bad, but yeah, having the Brook I think is an easy keep if you do see it. All right, we're at 5 Dawn. It's 3 life to 5 right now. But that Brook is a problem, and you know Mole Pistol is a really good card, but you need cards on board to be able to really kind of fully utilize that good card.
Can Magura buff itself? I know you can't use it this turn, but for future turns.
Sure, yeah. Like you can get kind of close, honestly, but not quite there.
Alrighty. Looks like Richard's going to have some good pressure going 5-6 and then playing a 4 cost. Yeah. We'll find out if it's Kuzan, Borso, or Rebecca pretty soon.
Yeah. I think Borso, Borso's probably best in slot, so pretty fortunate on that find.
Okay. And let's go. Found a radical beam off this Nami. Unfortunately, Arian doesn't seem like they need much more protection. They just need more threats. So
yeah,
fortunately, we're able to find any more.
Yeah, and you know, compared to the tempo of like the first game, right, where Zoro was able to say, you know, I found the Dan into Buggy and played Nami next turn. I had my 1-drop boosters. Right now, this is a lot slower of a game, and you have to decide, you know, do I pressure Brook? Is it worth it? You know, I have to spend a lot of cards and damage not going into. Wow. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Just saying, I want Borsalino off the board here.
Yep. And Richard quickly identifying whether that was at life or at Brook. Either way, it's probably better to just block there. Yep. Hopefully trying to do some really fun stuff with the new EB02 Sengoku, fingers crossed.
Yeah, I think if we're able to establish that just helps a lot. We can do 2 5Ks again, get rid of the Nami. Yeah, 2K Sanji out, 5 with Smoker once again. You know, a lot of cards in Zoro's hand, but deciding to go down to 2 life then going to play the Sengoku to get the Borsalino. Like, wild, like how different the sides of trashes are, right? We haven't had a single counter from hand from Smoker yet either. It's just a funny game state.
It is a silly one. But this is kind of where Smoker loves to be. Blocker heavy, really trying to put in some pressure.
Oh, but we've got Dragon, all right? A card we didn't see in game one. Can be, very aggressive here. Deciding if you want to try to block. Oh, we're going to block and get out of it. Okay. With the 1K.
Okay. Yeah. And now Ariane has a very tough decision in terms of where they want this 10K plus Dragon Swing to go. There's a lot of reasonable contenders, but life's calling my name.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, right? And okay, not even leaving the one open for a Rad Beam. Going into the
We're
Sengoku.
choosing to get rid of that Sengoku and just do the 11 at it.
All right. Well, currently the Dragon is an 8 cost. If we were able to reduce it by 7, Brooke would be able to get the removal for it. Double Tashigi would be terrifying. We also have the chance to attack here for 5. If we have Kaido, that could be very good too.
Kaido would be very absurd here.
Yeah, Kaido being played. Discarding a Kuzan from hand to get rid of the Dragon. 5 with leader. So it's funny, Smoker's been definitely like just attacking 5s way more often than Zoro.
That's usually not where the game
wants to
like
be it's just
from the Zoro perspective.
The tempo for this game is completely different, right? We just watched the full game of this matchup, and now we're in the same matchup, same 2 decks, same who's going first and second, and the wild shift on how this game works is it's always one of my favorite things about it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. We got 10 Dawn once again. I mean, another Dragon would be, again, strong. It'd be... we could do some good numbers, but with 2 life and a very difficult to remove blocker in Borsalino, this is going to be kind of tough for Zoro. All right, for 2, we're going to be playing out the Dodon, looking top 5 for a red 1 cost. Going to find the Buggy.
Buggy, yeah.
Deja Vu from game 1, yeah, Buggy for 1. Looking out for any event card, able to find another 0 cost event.
Mm-hmm. Trying to have sort of some more attackers for these subsequent turns.
Yeah.
Because I imagine this Brook's going to clear at least 1, so we're going to need some attackers later in the game.
Yeah, and that Brook is such an obnoxious card in this matchup, right? Like, you can remove it, and then you can play Rebecca to bring it back, and then still remove something. The fact that the effect is on play and when attacking just comes up in so many situations.
Yep. Looks like a 6. Just going 2K to the 6 at life. And there's a 5 cost character. I presume Marco?
Yep. And we'll see if we respect this Marco a little bit differently in this game number 2, right? It did let you get the removal on something. No, all right, just attacking 5. Can get the removal on the Buggy here. Borsalino's protection effect is only on your opponent's turn, so it can get hit with the on KO.
Yep.
Ooh, this Tashigi is very nice, though.
Tashigi, let's go. Reducing, I presume, the Marco by 4.
Yeah, we might have done a little bit of some hasty Dawn math, though. It would have meant that we wouldn't be able to Rebecca, and yeah.
Yep. Okay, and then reducing it, making Smoker into a 7K, and then swinging 7 at life after trashing the Marco.
Yeah. All right, Rad Beam to get out. 9 with Kaido. All right, no trigger. And then, playing Brook.
There we go.
Yeah. Not too bad.
It's definitely Richard firing on all cylinders. Just getting the blockers set up, having these Brooks to clear all the small bodies. This is kind of what the dream is.
It really is, right? And again, like, it just shows like the diversity of like this matchup and potentially a lot of others in this game, where these control decks can really set up, and when you do, like, it can feel like a mountain you can't climb, even though you just remember climbing it a second ago.
Okay, looks like a 5 at life with the Dan. Voice block, 6 at life.
Yeah, 2K with Tashigi. Big dragon attack. Oh, sorry, Zoro. Sorry, it is Zoro.
Yeah. And there's a 6, okay.
5 in hand, 2 up, 1 life. I mean, I think pending anything outrageous from life, I think Smoker's in a moderately good spot to try to claim it this turn.
Yep. 5 cards is scary against 2 Dom, though.
That is true, right? But we can just do just so many 5K attacks, right? We're probably going to start with a 7K, using it on, I suppose, Nami. So 7 to 5.
Yep.
We're going to 0 cost event with the Gum.
Yep.
7.
Another 7. It's only 3 cards. Radical Beam.
I mean, now we just go 5s, right?
I think it's almost all winning, to be honest. But you could also just do a bunch of more 7s just to be super safe. Like Rad Beam or not, I'm not entirely sure how you're able to survive.
Yeah, no trigger from life. 9 from Kaido. Rad Beam and 1. And then just Borso take us home. Brook, all right. Recognizing the MVP from this game. So that's game number 2. Both players 1-1, and they got 25 minutes to try to finish their third game here in top 16.
Go. Okay. Now, the interesting thing is whether these players have a difference in opinion of first, second. Because Richard was able to choose both times and chose second, but it's Arian's time to choose this time.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, like, we've definitely come a long way, right? Smoker in set 2 always wanted to go second, right? It's like, all right, we've got some like one, like, actually brand new came out in OPO3, right?
Yeah.
The first card that we could play was Borso or Kuzan. So, right? Like,
yeah, it was.
There weren't any 1-drops, 2-drops, or 3-drops that we really cared to play more times than not. So it's like, well, do I get to play a card in turn 2, or do I have to wait until turn 3? And that's why I think a lot of players just have going second so ingrained in their mind as a Smoker player.
But yeah, a lot of things changed in terms of like the odd curve potential that it now has, which is super amazing.
Yeah, Brooks definitely gotten a lot of value. Pretty much every black deck, especially with Rebecca synergizing so well with good 3-drops too, helps a lot. Technically we had Hina, but like playing Hina on 3 on an empty board to do nothing just felt bad. So
I've played many of 3-5 vanilla in my day.
I'm sure, right? and then just to get it interacted on the next turn, it was brutal. So would you think if you were Aryan, would you want to keep going first, or do you think there is a chance that you take second away?
I think I would still just choose first. Especially not knowing everyone's deck list, I think I would just choose first. I think it's just too important for you to play a 1-drop on 1 and then use Maguro or Makino to get that extra pressure going.
Sure.
I think that's like one of your main recipes for success.
Yeah, I think that's fair. All right, well, we're getting there. We're going to put 5 here. I haven't done a top cut event in a while where we have it. It's almost like this is definitely what I would expect to be one of the faster matchups, mildly faster matchups, right? Because we got Zoro in it.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're going to barely have enough time for 3 games, right?
Yeah, it's one of the downsides of these best of 3 tournaments. You do only have 60 minutes for 3 games. So it's effectively 20 minutes per game if you end up getting to game 3 every time.
Sure.
So a lot of it is just managing your time very effectively or the best you possibly can to make sure you can get to game 3 every single time.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of my testing personally, I just try to play relatively quickly just so that I get comfortable in these top cut settings.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mechanical thing, but managing your time, conceding when you don't think you're very likely to win game 2 in a very grindy matchup can also be very important.
Yeah. Also, we do have other tables. We had table 7 finish of Newgate versus let me see, it was Jonathan on Newgate versus, I believe it was Vincent with, it was Harrison. It was Harrison with
Green Purple.
So yeah, Newgate beat that, and then we had Usopp versus Guillermo, or 3rd seed, with Rob Luchi. So Usopp being able to beat Rob Luchi, which that's also kind of like a known good matchup for Usopp, I believe. Yeah. So nothing. I think
+1 costs add up.
Yeah, they really do, and those key roasters are just so hard to interact with.
Yep, slow starts from both players here in game 3 of the Zoro versus Smoker matchup. And the very obvious play is obvious. We had Richard pitch a 3-cost Brook to a 5K swing.
Yeah.
So I imagine the good 4-Don play of Rebecca Brook is imminent.
Yeah, it's whenever my opponent discards a Brook in this situation, I'm like, oh no, I have to know what is next, right?
Yeah. And Ariane, Nami searched for Nami, and Nami found a 3-cost Zoro. So unlike the previous game, Ariane will definitely have plenty of rushers to keep playing this match.
Yeah. And there it is. We do get rid of the Rebecca. So we did see in game 1 that Nico Robin is a card that Zoro does play. So if they do have it, it'd be pretty good to play it here and then probably pressure the Brook off the board. It's a little bit of a slower play, but I think it's one that helps you the later you do get. But also putting Brook back into the trash means that you can play it again from the trash too, which is a little bit intimidating. Oh, they do have it. Okay,
yeah,
all right.
There you go. Yeah, let's get rid of that Rebecca and probably start bullying this Brook.
All right, and another Dodon.
There you go.
I gotta respect both these players having like near max rarity decks too. Like, there's just so many pretty cards. Like again, these decks have come a long way, and to see just like this pretty art is really fun to see.
I don't really know many of these red alt arts, so I'm super excited to see some of them in action. The Dodan looks amazing, as well as that Nami. I don't think I own any of those.
Sincerely, I don't know where the Dodon comes from, especially because
it's a premium Bandai, like one of those volumes that they have.
Yeah, and part of the reason, like Dodon, I don't think like got a tournament promo for a while because it did get banned? I can't remember. Right? Did it? Or got limited to 1?
I don't think the Dan got hit.
Yeah, I think the Dan and Nami.
Is the Dan or Nami? Or
no, Nami did for sure. I can't remember if they also hit the Dawn at the same time. It's been so long, but because it was like that month long, like for funsies, restriction list. So the reason I say that, the Dan was in contention to getting hit for a long time, and so because of that, they don't like printing alt art cards that are on their kind of their watch list at times. Yeah. So. Dodon getting an alt art is way after its traditional time. So, but we do have the Tashigi here. That's going to be able to get rid of likely the Magra. Oh, okay. Yeah, and then using leader effect. Okay. Yeah, prioritizing the 2 drops. I still think like prioritizing the 1 drops might be the better play.
Yeah, this one's closer just because it's 3K versus 2K body.
Sure.
But yeah, I do think a lot of times getting rid of the 1 drops is just safer. But if Aaron doesn't use those 1-cost characters, you're usually pretty happy in these spots. But yeah, a Magura plus a Machina would probably be a nightmare this turn. And Orion's trying to turn that nightmare into reality, starting with a Machina plus 6K swing with Nico Robin. And a second Machina, doing another 6K swing.
Let's see. Also, Dodon did get hit. I wasn't dreaming it. I probably dreamed it, and then it also got hit. But
okay.
I didn't want to just be like, it definitely got hit without checking like almost 2 years ago news.
It looks like another 6.
All right. Yeah, double 1K to get out of that one.
And the 6K swing with this Zoro or 7. Yeah, it seems like a repeat of the first game in terms of board presence.
It definitely does. We are able to get a wider board. The double Machino definitely has flashbacks, right? And yeah, we do have a Sengoku to bring back. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on what your hand looks like, the 1-drop Sengoku. So it doesn't say you can't bring cards with the same name as it, right? Okay, just making sure.
It is not.
Okay.
Just Black Navy 4 or less.
Yeah. So getting rid of Isho, yeah, definitely not needed in this matchup. Another one.
Kuzan, get those out of here. Drew 3 cards. And now Richard has to decide whether it's worth it to try to get rid of this Zoro, or just trying to get rid of these 1-drops that are being very pesky.
Yeah, that is a pretty tough decision. Since I don't think there was a good one. I think that like playing the 7-drop blocker is great for like value, but we're at 1 life. We're playing a 1-drop off of it, right? It's just unfortunate we just didn't have a better play.
Mm-hmm.
Not defending the 7-0 or 6-0. Understood there too. And going to pass with still a good amount of bodies on board.
Looks like a more pistol. Ooh, getting rid of that Sengoku.
Yeah. Just being in range for that without any additional cards is pretty tough. And making the Zoro a 6K by using the Dawn underneath it to give the boost. So yeah, there's going to be a 7K, and I think that Richards put up a good fight and really showed that this deck can win. But when Zoro decides to win, it's very tough to tell them no.
Yeah.
All right. Robin attacking 1-2. Or sorry, 2-1. 5 to leader. All right. Oh, Rebecca, that's such a costly one to need to get out of hand.
7 at life. Try to get him to 0.
And thinking about it, right? Like we claimed to not have a 2K earlier, right? So chances are this would have to be 3 1Ks out of hand if we want to defend it, which just costs so much.
A lot of things did change after that 1-cost Sengoku, so there might randomly be a lot more 2Ks, but yeah, very likely not many.
All right, 10 Dawn, we made it, but no life, only Tashigi on board. Pretty wide boards for the Zoro still. All right. Ooh, the Alt Art Sengoku breaking it out for the final game. Love to see it.
More Sengoku. Try to fix that hand up some more.
Yeah, hitting a was that double Kuzan?
2 more Kuzans.
We've got 3 new cards. Issues that we don't. There's not an easy follow up from here for what we're doing.
Okay, looks like a card fell on the lap, so it seems like this confirming with each party that no cards are being palmed or anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, 3 Dawn. I mean, this is like the same thing though, right? Like Brook's probably like the best 3 Dawn card. Black is gone, but it would still be kind of good here, to be honest. But all right, we get rid of the Nico. Tacking into the Magra. Yeah, not even looking at a hand to try to defend it.
We got a Kobe. Okay.
Kobe, yeah, very good. Also playable off the Sengoku, right? A little expensive. We're just saying, like, please don't have Jambe. Please don't have, even like 2 sufficient attackers, right? Like Dragon turns this into a probably like 2 9Ks. A tap and 8. Yeah, we do have Dragon in hand.
Yeah. Looks like a 9 and then a 10.
9 and then a 10. So we kind of got to get out of this 9. Hopefully block the 10 with the blocker there. Yeah, 2-2-1. All right. Or sorry, 2-2-2. We finally get our 2Ks.
Yep. The hand improved pretty quickly, but it didn't seem like it's going to be enough.
Yeah. With only 4 bodies on the board, we can't go for game right now. Brand new for 2.
Maybe find a Sengoku.
Yeah, Sengoku, Brook. Or sorry, brand new. We can find the Borsalino. Be good too.
Yeah. Borsalino.
Okay, that does help. Issues that unless we have like double 4-drop blocker, right? Like we're just not pressuring that dragon. I don't think that card's going to go down anytime soon.
Yeah. So we're going to be basically blocking with our blockers and letting them go away basically every single turn.
Oh, okay. Wait, Tempest Kick. Sorry, I can't forget the power of draw 1 -3 cost.
Could be anything.
All right, currently 5 cost. We can attach a Dawn to leader to make it a 4 cost. Toshigi would help you get there, but then we really wouldn't have a blocker to follow it up with. And we've got 8 minutes left, right? Like this is likely one of your last turns. So in game 3 of top 16. So we'll see. Also, I can tell. We'll a couple other tables left, but let's finish this one actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, just deciding, you know what, not going to get there. One more, if they had a little bit more life, perhaps, but the fact that Sengoku was really the only card we're bringing back off our 7-drop Sengoku, just felt we are losing a little value, and but that was the only rush card they have left, right? So if we're able to get rid of that dragon and establish a blocker, that would have put Zoro into a bit of a rough spot. So GG's to both. Richard trying their best, able to make it to game 3, and I honestly think both players could have won that game, and it's just Aryan with the Zoro rush just a little bit hard to contend with at times still.
Yeah.
So there we go. All right. We've got a couple other tables playing out. We said already that we had Newgate beat Green Purple Luffy. We had Usopp beat Rob Luchi. We just had that match where Zoro was able to beat Smoker. And then we also had table 2. So Vincent was able to beat...
It was a green-purple mirror where Vincent won against Alex.
Gotcha.
Table 4, Enel won against Phil, who was on Oden. Oden's gone.
Okay, gotcha. And then we've got...
Oh, wait, sorry. It's only one. It's only on game 2. We only reported the first game, it looks like.
Well, it could
they might have reported it weird.
Yeah. If they report it, it doesn't matter either way for placing. So they might have just said 1-0. But they should know it's best of 3. But let's table 1 looking like right now. I know it is Bonnie versus Lim, right?
Yep.
And the names are going to be wrong, but let's jump over there real quick. I'm going to kind of assume that we're on game 3, but I guess we can just find out with y'all. Especially with us so close to end of time, I'd rather not give them more reasons to be distracted.
Yep. It looks like ACOS Kid has been doing a lot of work this game.
Yeah. If you're not running Gamma Knife, that card is really just a big wall that's hard to overcome. Electrical Luna, all right.
Okay.
That hits everything ironically except for Kid. The one card that you're really okay with being rested.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 10 Dawn. Fair amount of cards in hand. 8-drop Kid. Doing its thing. We can't win, it seems like, on this next turn. But we're going to go 5 with Bonnie here. All right, 2K.
2K.
I'm going to just hard assume they've got no cards in hand. Just 2 cards in life. All right, attacking 9. Need to put the Dawn underneath just for being able to use the effect anyways. Maybe not attacking. Oh, no, okay. Attacking, sorry, into the 3-drop limb.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Smoker for 5.
2 Dawn for a Rosinante.
Got some Dawn open. Yeah, this is looking pretty tough for Lim to be able to overcome this, right? Like that top deck has to be essentially Gamma Knife for you to have a chance.
Daniel doesn't have that many cards. There might be a chance that a Mihawk might be able to do something if Daniel has very few cards with counter, but
sure,
it's not very likely.
No, that is fair. That is a fair, because you can go. Yeah, it'd have to be something where like you put what, like 10 or 5 or 6 on Newgate.
It probably have to be a 10 or something. Looks like just a bare minimum 8. Resting.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Resting leader.
And a block. Okay. And Daniel has 4 cards.
Yeah, and the thing is that I think you block early because they could play out a Newgate to pop the blocker. So you want to respect that as soon as you can.
That makes sense, actually. There isn't any surprise rushers out of the limb deck, so.
No, and okay, using everything for this. Yeah, sure, you get it, but with 1 card in hand and 2 cards that say banish, 7K, I'm not sure what that 1 card in hand is going to be able to do for you. Yeah, no blockers. Yeah, I think that's just numbers on the way down.
Yeah. We got a banish at life, trashing.
Banish at life,
Another
yeah.
7.
And 8K, yeah, that'll be it. All right.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's game 3. I have no idea, but based on them not hurriedly shuffling, I think that is going to be the end of it.
Pretty
So
likely game. Awesome.
Lim, first seed, doesn't seem like they're able to close it out. We'll get a confirmation on who wins on table 1, but we'll go from there. So I think that's the end of the round though for us, and we'll go from there. But we also had, looks like table, the other. Did you see the other tables that finished? Because I think table 3.
Oh, Zoro lost to table 3. That one's a new update.
Because there are 2 Zoros in our top, yeah.
Yeah. But Zoro lost to a green purple at table 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yep. And they put it in. Yeah. Bonnie was able to win against Lim on table 1, and then
table 5, Luchi just won against Carlos. Against purple Luffy.
Okay. Gotcha. So we've got going down the line. We've got Bonnie. We've got green purple. Alejandro's playing green purple.
Alejandro's playing green purple. Yeah.
Okay. Sage is playing
Enel.
Okay. Abraham is playing Rob Luchi. Ariane is playing Zoro.
Johan's on
Usopp, and then we got Whitebeard.
JCM's on. You don't have to bother.
Yeah. So those are what made it through, and yeah, thank you guys very much. So we're gonna take a tiny break. We're gonna start the next round in like 5 minutes. So top 8, we'll see what the matchups are. Our odd one out is what Newgate clearly, but
yeah.
We also had
Usopp is the other.
Usopp is definitely the other one. If Usopp goes against green purple, I'd be interested to see what that matchup looks like too. So we'll see what it looks like. We'll be back, and we'll see you guys in our top 8. Be right back.
Bye.
All right, we are back. We've got top 8, and definitely the more unique matchup. Not one that I would expect in top 8 is going to be Newgate versus Usopp.
I have actually played Zero of this matchup, so I'm excited to figure out how this is going to play out.
Yeah. And the other tables are, I think we said it was Green Purple versus Bonnie, or is it Zoro versus Bonnie?
Yeah, so it's Green Purple versus Bonnie. It's a Green Purple versus Enel as well. We have Zoro versus Luchi, and then we have Newgate versus Usopp.
Gotcha. So we'll see what those look like. This one I would almost anticipate to be just over sooner, so we can jump into whatever one seems a little fresher afterwards. But yeah, I've never played this matchup, and I'd be really curious to see how it does. I know JCM pretty well. He also topped 16 the regional yesterday, so he spent a lot of the last 48 hours playing this leader. And I do know that one of his losses yesterday was from and Usopp fishing for the last copy of their Gum Gum or their King Kong gun to do a double one to go for game, and was able to find it. So we'll see if this matchup is reminding him of yesterday, or if he's able to overcome it.
I do think JCM has a natural edge just because of how much he's played Whitebeard compared to how much his opponents played against his deck, right?
Yeah.
I imagine no one's really playing Newgate to prepare for these tournaments, so JCM's been preparing a lot more against meta decks compared to his opponents.
Let's see. There are 2 green purple Luffys in top 8, I believe.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, playing the blocker for 2. That's kind of bad news. Usopp doesn't get the draw. Sorry, does get the draw. Yeah. So actively doing nothing feels kind of bad, but I think this is pretty much the deck I think in the meta right now that runs the most amount of blockers. Oh, and I guess Orlumbus. I've never seen that card in Usopp.
Ooh.
Never
you got
ever.
Some fun inclusions over here. Time to start sleuthing, seeing what kind of hybrid build we have going on.
It's just like a sneaky one-up to make people curious about what's going on.
Oh, a lot more. There's 3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not too outrageous. We have like a lot of time. Like your opponents do not want to hit your 1-drops a lot of the time, so I get it.
The main concession was actually cutting on Cavendish down to 2.
Yeah.
So
they hit a King Kong gun, and then using that to draw 3, trash 2, pretending to be our Odyssey Enel, and then we play 4-drop Zoro, 1-drop Nami, looking top 5 for a straw hat.
Hitting a bad manners kick course. Looks like we got Rebecca going on.
All right, Leo. Unfortunately, no stage quite yet. But if you weren't expecting to attack with your leader due to Newgate being a 6K anyways, you don't really care that much.
Yeah, I don't think so either. We got the stage now though. But unfortunately, 1 turn too short to be able to use Orlumbus plus play a full cost Zoro.
Yeah. I mean, we could pressure with Orlumbus right now if we have an Adeo. Yeah, I think this is a great ad right now. Keep 1 open. I don't know how I feel about them being, already losing 2 copies of their King Kong gun already. That can be one of our best finishers in the deck. So hopefully this means that they have 1 or 2 extra copies in hand.
Very possibly. I'm not entirely sure what Johan's hand exactly looked like. But yeah, later in the late game, you're probably going to want to wish you had all of those in your hand.
Yeah. All right, we're at 7 Dawn here. We have a good amount of attacks if we want to. I know that we've seen some kind of spice from JCM. It's not just running the same OP03 version of Newgate that we've been seeing that's existed for a while. But I know like 5-cost Ezo has been a pretty solid card to be able to apply pressure, but also be able to get you usage of dead cards in your hand. We're going to play out the ace. It does have rush, but we're going to keep it active. And the fact that Zoro does also have an on KO means that if they try to KO the card, we get to play out another body too, which is nice.
Mm-hmm. Interesting strategic decision from JCM this turn to choose to not attack with the ace. And it seems like he's like pretty comfortable with this matchup to be like, okay, my opponent's very likely going to play a Kyros this turn.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really want to have to defend my ace if need be. So really smart heads up play from there. Hopefully this ace ends up doing a lot more work as a relatively sticky threat that can't get Kyros.
Yeah. No, and especially since we saw it added to hand from Leo last turn. Makes sense. All right.
Yep.
And this is definitely the play that we're used to. We're able to get almost a double removal. Like honestly though, it might have been good to try to do a double removal with Orlumbus if we're going to lose the Rebecca anyways. Right?
Ooh, yeah, that actually might have been.
But maybe we're just trying to get rid of the Zoro. Play Nami. Okay.
Hit Nami. Okay. Got a rad beam. Perfect.
And then going to return the Leo with the resolution of the Kyros effect. But having nothing to attack into with that Kyros means that it's just going to stay active here. Newgate's at 1 life, going to go to 0 by the end of the turn by its own effect. But we do have 9 Dawn that we have in play now.
Ooh, looks like 7 cost ace is incoming though.
Yep.
Perfect.
It's not looking like it's gonna. Yeah, we're gonna actually try to get rid of the Zoro. We're gonna discard Rebecca from hand just to get at low enough hand size to get the additional draw. Anyways, we're gonna attack with Newgate 6 to 5, and then 7 to 5 here. Oh, taking it down to 1. All right.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, this is just putting them on to, what, do I feel confident for going for game or bunkering up next turn? I'm saying double King Kong gun to casually go plus 12 for 6 Dawn, making our Kyros a 21k would be pretty good.
I think I want to see this really badly.
Oh
Set
boy.
aside 3 Dawn.
Oh boy. Those are 2 sets of 3.
That's a lot of King Kong gun. And a lot of cards in hand from Johan.
Yeah, I mean, actively we know that there's a Rad Beam, right? That was added. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. You weren't kidding.
I said it, right? Like, there might be a reason that we're so aggressive with taking this. So this is 12 plus 4, 16 plus 9 is 24. So 10, 14, 15, 17, 19, 21,
21,
and 24. I think he could tie it, right?
He could only exactly tie double King Kong gun.
Yeah, it was just 1k away from being able to get there. Super close. I do think that King Kong gun can be the secret tech if you need to try to be at a new gate. Question, Jonas.
Yeah.
Is 24k the largest attack you've ever seen in this One Piece card game? Outside of the giant, in case someone is playing the plus 80k or whatever.
Oh yeah,
outside
pretty well.
Outside of that,
really
cheese.
Count. Yeah, I'm trying to think about. I had double King Kong gun on a Luffy, but that's not nearly as big.
No.
I just did it twice, so
yeah.
I think that's probably number 1 that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee that was probably the largest single attack I've ever seen. Right. The only other exception is I'm trying to think of other things that boost. Nothing would be Hound Blazed above, right? I've seen 22Ks from 10 Dawn on a Teach, but 24K is very difficult to obtain.
That is absurd. All right, let's see if we can get triple King Kong.
You're right. Game. Let's see if we can surpass it on this next one.
Yep, just a casual 26K swing. Huh. I wonder if JCM was anticipating that 24K swing.
I think he was.
Yeah.
Or I think he was. He definitely did the math for 1. And I'm guessing he's well, if he has 2, I think I have to just go for what's happening, right? We've seen 2 hit the trash already. Seeing 2 more is a little bit absurd when it hasn't been actively searched. So that was probably the compromise he made.
Makes sense. All right, let's see. I imagine JCM is going to choose to go first.
Yeah, I think that's what he wanted. That's what we got game 1 anyways, right?
Yeah. But you never know. Sometimes people like switching up their strategies after they see it not work one game. So
sure.
Yeah, I do think going first is just enough better because of this Rebecca shenanigans and Kyros, of course. Props to both these players playing quite quickly, though.
Yeah.
Both being cognizant of time, but also just being very clear with all their actions is relatively. It just makes a good gameplay all around, both for the viewer and for the player.
Yeah, and in North America, we definitely have less opportunities to where we can use Top Cut, or get to Top Cut. So, that is a important. We do have 2 Dawn. maybe you're playing a little bit too quickly. But once we start using Invisible Dawn, that's when perhaps we need to slow down a little bit.
Yep.
I did preface with the Burnin's World cheese. Outside of that, I did preface. I do know that that's existing. Here, let me remind him that he needs. Oh, maybe he'll figure it out. All right.
There you go.
Okay, we're good. We just went from 0 to 4. Easy peasy. All right, get rid of the Sanji there. Draw a card. Establishing a 6k body on board is really great against Newgate as well. Just applies that much more pressure.
And that early stage is also going to make this a lot easier.
All right, 7 at lead.
7.
Oh, we got 2-1.
2-1.
And
Bar 10 or Lumbus.
Yeah, and then just a Zoro for 4.
Alrighty. Ooh, getting an 8k swing in.
Sometimes JCM takes his life too quickly. I feel like his hand is on the card before they even pretend to turn a card sideways.
He plays Enel and he plays Whitebeard.
Yeah.
Taking life is just natural.
Yeah.
But
if there's cards in his life area, he's doing something wrong. All right. We have a ace here. This is going to let you probably try to trade with Zoro. 6 to 5, 2k, 7 to 5. You don't really want to do the blocker here because you want to use it for a draw next turn. Passing from there.
Yep. JCM's definitely got that board set up this game. But Johan's able to get to this part of the game with still 2 life and a blocker in play.
Almost took the 2k, but you know what? King Kong Gun's a pretty good card, huh?
Not bad. Let's see what this 7-cost character is going to be. Rebecca. Ooh, let's see what we got for this. Kyros. And just Kyros. Or not. Okay. Plus Sabo. Okay.
Sabo, yeah. And bouncing the Zoro back to hand. Kyros can pressure the ace too, which is good. Sabo just protects things from being KO'd. Is it KO'd or is it removed from board?
I believe it's removed by effects.
Yeah.
Stuff. Okay.
Fortunately, I don't think it procs the leader effect. That'd be maybe a little busted if that was the case.
Probably.
But
Johan chose not to rest the Kyros this turn.
Yeah, that okay, probably with the idea that was, it worked last game. Let's just pretend like that's going to be, another 24k would be near enough for us again.
Yeah, don't let it get potentially ran down by another 7-cost ace or something.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Okay. Then we get a 7k swing. It looks like.
Yeah, I haven't seen JCM play any 5-cost Luffys. I would assume he plays them, but missing out on them on these first 2 games is pretty tough. All right, gonna draw one off the block from leader effect. And curious on what they want to try to do with this last 9 Dawn. We kind of need to keep 2 Dawn open again.
Yeah, at the very least, 2 Dawn. 5 Dawn,
Izo.
4
Okay.
Izo. Okay. That's going to help, at the very least, turn some non-counter cards into effectively 2Ks by reducing the power of some characters by 2K.
Yeah.
And now GCM has to kind of mess around and see how much Dawn they'd like to leave up, whether that's 2, 3. It looks like 3 this time. And then swing 8k at life. Oh, that's
No,
Sabo.
it's Sabo. Okay. And
oh, there we go. Chopper blocker.
All right. Who's going to win? 24k body or Chopper with some Some cotton candy stepping in your way.
Starting off with a 10k swing, and JC has to decide whether or what they want to do in terms of building or blocking, countering, using Izo effect.
Yeah. I'm really surprised he tried to go into the Sabo, though. I wonder what the reasoning was, because putting the Sabo down, or the Usopp down to 5 this turn might have been, or to 1 life might have been a little bit scarier. Yeah. So just using the Izo effect again. So you discard 1 card from your hand, give 1 character or leader minus 2k power for the turn. So turning that King Kong, or the Gum Gum Mole Pistol into effect, so give him the -2. And then deciding on how to get rid of the rest, with a Rad Beam. So kind of over countering a little bit, but making sure to get usage of your cards while you can.
Never seen a chopper hold down the fort this hard before.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see it.
Staring danger in the face.
Okay. Looks like a 6k swing with Cavendish at ace.
Yeah, just to get the draw 2 and discard 1.
Mm-hmm. And with that 4 remaining down, I imagine a 4-cost Frankie is probably incoming.
Yeah, there's the Frankie as mentioned.
Yep. Okay. JCM survived the first hurdle.
Now as most things, a second hurdle has now appeared.
But 2 7k bodies is still going to be a lot of pressure to hopefully at the very least get Johan down to 0 or 1 this turn. Yep, starting with the block on the first 7k swing.
All right, getting out another blocker. No immediate value, but can be helpful to survive on the next turn too. Also, probably the strongest, Dressrosa card you can get off of Frankie's effect too, in case that matters. All right, we've got the Mole Pistol. Going to give something -5k and get rid of a 2k or less. All right, yeah, getting rid of the Kyros there. It's just going to be really hard to outvalue Usopp in this late game, though, right?
Yeah. Powering through these blockers is going to be rough, but relying on this blocker and a fair amount of cards in hand, you should be able to beat any King Kong guns.
All right, 2-1. Another, okay. No.
Another Mole Pistol.
Yeah.
On the cabinet.
But no room for Rad Beam right now. If they have any removal for this chopper, right, it could be a quick game over.
But JCM still has a 5-card hand, or I think it's more than 5. I'm not entirely sure about the size, but
we still have like Iso's effect, right?
Yeah.
And I think he did it unintentionally. Showed that there is a Goldie Roger in hand. So if you survive this turn, you could definitely Goldie Roger for game around any kind of blocker ups, right?
Yeah. Because you could do a lot of 7k swings while also getting your opponent to 0. 6, 7, 7, 13.
Yeah.
Looks like a 2k and a 4-cost Zoro.
Yeah, and Zoro would be able to get rid of the chopper, but at the cost of resting your leader.
Mm-hmm. that after doing that, if you want to play a King Konga, and you get to swing 12 at life if you'd like.
Yeah. You know that it's going to be down to 10 with Ezo effect guaranteed, but it might be just kind of the way you have to go for it. Yep, Zoro for 4. All right. Saying that I feel confident that I can go for game here. 5 Dawn left available for us. Going to use that on Rebecca, make it a 11k and then 13k. All right, discarding Luffy, making it a 11, so 6 to 11.
Yep.
All right, it's going to be 9 to 11. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, so discard there. Yep.
And JCM's trying to figure out whether they have to pitch the Roger or not to these swings.
All right.
Okay, so that goes up to 9.
Yeah, that gets out of it. So 2 cards in hand. And JCM's going to have to try to win this turn, or should be it. So yeah, there's the 10-drop Roger. 6 at life. 2k. 7 at life. 7 at life.
Ooh.
Oh, we get there. Very clean. And forcing that game 3 with Newgate.
That was super awesome. And that one cost shopper was holding down the fort.
He was, right? Like, what a warrior. Narrowly able to defend it, right? Like, for what it's worth, these have been really close games, right? JCM lost by only 1k last turn. This game, I think he only won by 1k, right? The numbers are really specific. They get really down close to it. And this match has been like nothing I've ever seen before, which is really fun to be able to watch it.
Yeah, this is like one of the swingiest games you ever see, just because like it almost always just boils down to one turn. And it's a little bit of positioning gets the characters in play, and then one character or one person just goes for game.
Yeah. And, this is a lot of math to figure out. It's math that you're not used to, right? You're used to doing like 5k leader math a lot of the time, or, cards in hand. But Newgate is just such a unique leader. I think by the end of OP3, a lot of people knew the best way to approach it, even though it was pretty much the best deck in the format. But even in this one, right, if you don't remember how it's played or what you're actually trying to do half the time, you get a lot of free advantage. Kind of reminds me of like the Nami matchup at times too. If you don't kind of recognize where they're actually getting advantage from, you can secretly give them advantage without even knowing it. Mm-hmm. Also, fun fact, that is the first game that JCM has ever won on any tournament live stream he's ever been in. So not the match, but he won a game.
First game ever?
I'm pretty sure. By the way that he talks, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to tell him that he broke his curse no matter what.
Hopefully we break 2 records this time, both in terms of matches and games.
Yeah. Anytime I say, hey, you might want to be on stream, he's like, no, I never went on stream. I got to tell him, like, oh, that's not true. May 11th, 2025. You want a game with top 8.
Write that down.
All right. So it looks like Usopp's been able to choose who goes first for the first time today, deciding to go second, or putting Newgate on second. Excuse me.
Okay.
I mean, we're just getting our searchers set up. We're not going to be able to pressure. Oh, sorry. They're playing like they have 5 minutes left. They've got a full 30.
Yeah, they have been playing on average 7-8 minute games so far. Frankly, hard to follow sometimes, but at the same time, it's really fun to watch some very fast gameplay.
Yeah.
Okay, Cavendish, Rebecca, and pitching any day. Oh, okay. These first 3 searchers in stage definitely helping make sure that Johan finds basically everything they want to play on curve this game.
For sure.
starting off with Cavendish. Let's go.
Yeah, that's going to be really good for some like cycle later. Like Newgate's not going to be able to interact with this. I think this can kind of be a real aggressive turn for Newgate specifically. So we've got what? I think 6 Dawn to work with.
Yep.
Another 4-drop Zoro would be strong. Looks like we're going to go 6. Probably 6 with Newgate and then maybe 7 with 5-drop Luffy if we have it.
Yep. 5 costs Luffy and 6 costs Ace are quite reasonable.
Oh, we're going to actually use the mole gun there to get rid of the Cav. I pretty much like this. Taking a 7 too, going down to 2 life, man, that is kind of intimidating as Usopp, taking all this damage so early.
Especially when they're very likely not to play a blocker this turn when setting up. Choosing not to Rebecca on their 7 Dawn turn. That's really unfortunate. They didn't find all the pieces going into this turn, and I found said pieces.
Yeah. Thank you, Leo, for reminding me that. Their turn late, yeah. And if they're not or countering early, right, it generally means you got extra copies of that stage in hand. Reading the card, so on KO for Zoro, you get to play out a red card with 6k power or less, but only on KO, but it's any kind of KO. So looks like they're going 7 into one of those 2. All right, 2k out, so at lead and then playing Frankie for 4. Curious on cards in hand for Usopp right now.
Probably can't be more than
I think more, way more than 5. So if Frankie gets KO'd, you do not get really anything back. We're going to start off with Ace. 2k to get out of a attack there. Attacking 6k. Going to play out the Frankie. That will be enough to get us down to the card amount that we need. So down to 5. All of our searchers are kind of on board, so that is helpful. Kind of tempted to put 1 on Nami to attack 3 into 3.
I was thinking the exact same thing. The real question is, would we be scared of a potential King Kong gun or 2? I'm not entirely sure.
That is, that is a very good observation, right? These do look like a lot of unassuming 1-drops, but 6 Dawn changes that very quickly.
They do. All right. JCM's willing to deal with that risk and putting that Dawn on that Nami for that extra card.
And then deciding on Zoro, I think attacking the Bart's probably worth it, to be honest.
I think so too.
Just makes it difficult for them to draw cards off it next turn, yeah.
Yep.
Going down to 1. Oh, Nami got what's going around. So one thing to know, I don't think we've kind of talked about this. You do not want to attack Newgate's the character this turn at all, or the leader this turn at all. The reason being is that JCM is going to go down to 0 life next turn anyways. You don't want to give them the card early. Just as an attack that they would take no matter what at this point. So I think that's just pretty good awareness from Johan on that. We're going to use the 0 cost event and the Zoro that we bounce back to hand to get out of the Kyros attack.
Oh.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, the 10? Yep. There we go. 0 cost plus 2k.
Were they attacking? Okay, they yeah, okay, understood. Do you think
it was 11 at the 7 cost?
Okay, gotcha. All right, so we're at 10 Dawn. We're going to go down to 0 life at the end of this turn. Newgate's just staring into my soul based on how my camera setup is. Just looking at me.
Curious what JCM's kind of struggling with this turn. It's a very scary turn because I think a lot of what this game's going to boil down to is how much pressure, or whether JCM gets Johan down to 1 or 0, and whether that JCM can survive 1 or 2 King Kong guns.
Yeah. There's 4 cards in hand right now, right? So if you have 5 cost Rush Luffy, that can go for game, right? We're going to start, though, with an 8 into... a leader, or is it at Cav?
Very likely Cav, knowing...
Okay, we do get rid of it. We do give them another draw for their troubles, though. Do you think this is going to be kind of another game where we might want to try to depend on the Goldie Roger? Going to use the Mulligan. We can also use it to KO a Leo or Rebecca if we so desire.
Yep, it looks like just trying to fight for board. It seems like a game that JCM's trying to position to be much more about like Goldie Roger setups.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a lot worse.
And then double blockers from the chopper.
Double blocker, no dawn up.
Yeah.
Johan was very content with just giving the 3 2Ks to make sure that their 4K Kira survived. And now Johan trying to capitalize on how many cards they had and trying to probably go for a game this turn if possible.
Yeah, right. That kind of play means to me that... Oh, okay. Surprised we're not bouncing chopper back to hand. Decides just to find... maybe more defensive cards. 2 Kyros on the board, though, is pretty scary.
Yeah.
All right, we get a 2K and King Kong gun.
And a 2K.
And get rid of that. So we almost have perfect knowledge of hand, which is scary.
Is that a 10 going in at ace? Or does Johan want to get a 6 in?
All right. 1K with the rush ace. All right, it's really is okay. I know you have a 2K in hand. What's the other card accompanying it? All right. 2K, 1K. You got it? Asking for cards and trash. This could also be a case where if you have like double rush Luffy, 2 7s to end the game off the 10 Dawn can be very upsetting. Yeah, what a tough matchup, right? This is going to be generally the last turn of the game, right? Either JCM wins here or he concedes. All right. 9, yep. And then they've got 7 left. They got Rush Luffy, 5.
Luffy. Another 9.
And not quite. 2K, 1K.
1K, 3 bricks.
Yeah.
Whew.
Very
we've
tough.
broken 2 records today for JCM's first game win and match win.
Yeah. Update the notes. He can win on stream.
Write that down.
I'll let him know. He's going to be like, well, I can't win on official event streams. All right. So moving into top 4, meaning that I have to ship boxes a little bit less farther away from me, which I'm also a fan of. If I'm biased for JCM, it is literally for shipping only purposes. That is my only real bias for that one. So, but honestly, I think a really great match. Really happy we were able to watch that one. And Newgate into our top 4. JCM's gone like in the last week of time. Something like 20-3 with this deck, right? Something crazy.
Something absurd.
In tournament
between
setting.
the Yeah, the rice cooker tournament.
He did
ended up
also,
winning.
yes, the when I think 5-0 or 6-0 in that one out here in LA at DXN Outpost.
Last week he top 8 or got second with Newgate. I lost to Jerry in the finals on Purple Luffy.
Yeah.
And then he got top 16 last weekend or yesterday.
Yesterday,
right?
yeah.
Okay. And that's top 4 here. Yeah, this is like an absurd run.
Yeah, he was saying like, man, I crashed out this weekend. I'm like, oh, it happens to all of us. He's like, yeah, I went X2 top 16. I'm like, that would be the strongest crash out I've ever had in my life.
Says a guy with multiple top 8s.
Yeah. But crash out usually means I decided to drop from the tournament in my mind. So to say like, oh, I only got, my seeding was so good in X2 to get top 16. Baby.
Nah.
So
that is completely fair.
We're gonna go to table 2. I'm not sure what game this is, what the game count is. I probably won't until they start shuffling at the end of this one, but let's go over there.
All right, and now versus green purple. It looks like 2 Luffy Taros already in play. Let me figure out the names of the players here.
Oh yeah,
this is Alejandro versus Sage.
Sage is the
Enel.
All right, thank you very much. So Sage is on the left, playing Enel. And on the right, we've got green purple Luffy being played by Alejandro.
Yep.
Don't know the records right now, but that's okay.
Okay.
So Jonas, who's winning?
No one knows.
No one knows. Okay. Good.
So 2 Luffy Taros is a great spot for Alejandro to be in. Additionally, Alejandro does have 8 cards in hand. An important question you'd have to ask is just how many Gum Giants Alejandro has remaining, and how scary are the potential attacks. But it doesn't really look like Alejandro's trying to go for game this turn, just trying to extract a lot of extra cards. And then after this turn, I imagine this is going to be a pretty interesting battle on. How long? Oh, go ahead.
Frankie can go for game. I'm just.
Frankie could go for game. I'm not sure if the Sanji was played this turn. Was that?
Yeah, that's true. I'm going to guess Sanji was not played this turn.
Yeah. But every single Dawn for a Gum Giant's probably better. It looks like just swinging 4 and getting that Dawn.
Yeah. 3 to play what looks like a Nico Robin.
Another Sanji.
Oh, Sanji. Okay. Slightly better. Yeah, that gets out of range for X-Drake. 1 Dawn open. And passing from there. Sanji was played this turn. All right, good to know.
Okay, yeah. It looks like Alejandro probably just has 1 more turn left in the chamber. And I imagine Sage is the same.
Yeah, it's tough to say one way or the other. With Enel always, right? 10 drop could change
That's
it.
true.
I would not expect green purple Luffy to be able to remove a 10 drop Enel. So I'm gonna guess it just hasn't been seen yet.
Yep.
Unless we had a Gamma Knife. Gamma Knife, I think, is I guess the way we could interact with it. Ooh, double 2s. All right, still working on that 10 Dawn. I mean, this is really the decision. Like, do I... For what it's worth, if you try to clear board, it just means board is more difficult to remove than just doing one more attack at this point, right?
Yeah.
So any attack on board is just giving out free value.
Mm-hmm.
But if green purple Luffy survives this turn, if they have a secret rare Luffy, that is such a good way to try to end games against the Enel.
Looks at 9 at life.
You're gonna block with Sanji.
Block. Yep. And boy, is it tempting to go 10-10.
It sure is, right?
But looks like Sage is going to just gain that life. Discarding a card and going to gain a life and swing 12. Okay. Looks like there's another block here. And Alejandro's going to try to go for game with 3 relevant or largely sized characters and 9 Dawn, which potentially might mean or might spell another. Or is it only 8 Dawn? Looks like only 8 Dawn. But this still might be a very good turn to have a secret Luffy to try to go for game with.
Yeah, I think if he's got secret rare Luffy, it's guaranteed. And if he doesn't, it starts to become a little bit more questionable.
Yep. Looks like secret.
Yeah, there it is. It feels a little bit bad to play it early, but you kind of need to just to be able to get the most usage of your Dawn, right? So we've got 5 additional Dawn right now. 6k leader. And I think we kind of have to swing with Sanji Pudding first just because it's the most interactable card.
Looks like they're fine with just a 6. Given how small the swing was, I imagine Sage is pretty content with just giving the 1 card.
Sure. All right, 2-1. Got 8. Ooh, a blocker is terrifying. But we do have enough Dawn left open to have an Uso Hachi to try to interact with that. 1 card in hand.
Let's see.
Oh,
that is gross.
That's how it happens, though. Do we have the Uso Hachi? No, we don't. We're scooping it up. Yeah,
we do not.
That is tough.
Nothing's guaranteed.
No. And that's a lot of people are going to remember their feelings about Enel, I think, in the next couple of weeks. What those feelings are may be different between others, but man, that is how that ends. Let me ask them real quick if that was which game that was and which one they're going into real quick.
Yep.
All right, that was game 2, so we're going into game number 3 now. So still on the table for both players. And generally, OT can be kind of tough for green-purple Luffy in comparison because it does kind of like to go down to 0, and Nell can kind of heal up to higher amounts if needed. But, even with just 14 minutes left, I think that there are some chances for either player to get it.
Yeah, I would agree. Given the fact that they finished their first 2 games in a relatively reasonable time, I imagine that they should have a fair amount of time in this game 3.
Yeah, I think we just have to kind of pick up the pace a little bit for this one, I feel like.
Yeah.
All right, excuse me. I think this might be like the first game that we actually start with green purple Luffy today, which feels kind of irresponsible from my side, but Luffy's going to decide to go second. Keeping Enel a turn off of turn 10, I think, is fine. I think going second is more consistent for green purple Luffy, though you can high roll the odd curve dream if you need to. But it also means you can play like Sanji Pudding for 5 and then play out the stage if needed. But we're going to play the merry-go, draw the 1, pass from there.
We're searching away, looking for probably Zoro Juros and Sanji puddings, like any of those cards that can generate extra card advantage while also putting some scary threats for Enel to deal with.
Yeah. We did see table 4. We had Whitebeard beat Usopp in sincerely a very close game, very tense and fun game to watch. We had Aryan able to beat Rob Luchi on table 3, which, generally speaking, that's kind of a Rob Luchi leaning matchup, but able to make it there. So we've got, oh my god, we have OP3 back at it again. We've got Newgate, we've got Zoro. And then one of the R2 decks of table 1 being Green Purple Luffy versus Bonnie, and then table 2 being Enel versus Green Purple Luffy here.
Both of our Luchis are gone then, unfortunately.
I believe so, yeah. I think that's the case. If I'm remembering names correctly, which, 8 hours deep.
I think you are.
Could be a little bit more corporeal. Yeah, Smoker lost in top 16. They got to game 3, and I think they did a good show, but Zoro was a little bit too aggressive on that third game. And I think most people, if you said Smoker was going to get into top 16, they're like, yeah, that makes sense. And then you're like, OP02 Smoker. You're like, wait, what? Not that one? All right. I think Red Green Smoker was one of the most popular leaders, maybe the third most popular leader bought today.
Yeah, let me check the data real quick. Red Green Smoker was the fourth most popular deck, followed by, or it was Green Purple, Luchi, Shanks, and then Smoker.
Gotcha.
So yeah, still a very popular deck, and the Rogue Mono Black Smoker was the one that actually ended up making the top cut instead.
Gotcha. So we do end up putting our first copy of Sanji Pudding on board, which is pretty good. We will be able to make it a 7 cost as well, which is going to make it very difficult for them to remove it anytime soon. Do you think who do you think actually has the edge in this matchup? By the way,
I think it's Green Purple, especially when it seems like Alejandro is relying on multiple Luffy Taros to build the whiteboard, as the one that was just searched there indicates. But it is a very scary matchup to play. Just because you don't really have the ability to take the game super long because of the 10 cost Enel and because of all this ways to keep gaining life and eventually trigger. But all these 7K swings will very easily dwindle Enel's hand after a while, so it ends up being quite difficult for Enel to keep up.
Yeah. Real quick, too, I want to say, so all of the top 16 will be on Eggman events tomorrow morning. As long as I can be in front of a camera for an extra 30 more minutes, I'll record a video going over it, too. So you guys can check that out tomorrow morning. Most popular deck was Green Purple Luffy at 38 copies, but not egregiously so. There also was proxies were legal for this event, so anyone who wanted to play the deck could, as long as they had access to a printer. So that's yeah, I wanted to make it accessible because I know that deck is anything but for some people right now.
I know that you mentioned that you are setting aside your entire case that you got for this tournament, and you're going to be buying singles. Have you already gotten your EB02 singles, or are you still waiting on this?
I do have them aside, but real quick. So it looks like we forgot to use the merry-go to be able to get the protection. Yeah. And that is huge, right? Otherwise, like you had kind of the dream, right? You had your 5/7, making it a 7/7, which outside of Katakuri, you can't be touched by it. And that is so unfortunate, seeing just that active stage there. You do have to be at lower Dawn. So like earlier, Zoro got hit by Gadatsu just because we weren't able to use the effect from it. But yeah, I don't think there was any reason for the Sanji Pudding to not be a 7 cost last turn.
Yeah, it looks like Alejandro just forgot to use the stage before they played the Frankie. And that ended up kind of costing them there.
Yeah. A little bit of a less obvious sequencing, so kind of understood. But yeah, you definitely would have appreciated. Yeah, if you had a double Sanji Pudding here, I'd feel a lot better.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean this is day one, and I'll probably say this in the video too. it's very common in any meta for any just kind of moderately established aggressive deck to do well into a new format, right? I think that's why like Zoro did, is top 4 and Newgate could be top 4 just because these are just for JCM, he knows Newgate, right? So for some people, these are established builds, like the most amount of aggression that you can put out. And if you're playing against people who are trying to get used to new decks, are playing builds that are not fully optimized, an aggressive deck can really take advantage of that more than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Despite the hiccup last turn, Alejandro still had a very potent turn of Luffy Taro, Sanji Pudding, and Zoro Juro all on a turn where they had 8 Dons. So despite the fact that it was a really painful loss of that Sanji Pudding, the train's still going for sure.
Yeah, I sincerely, like, it is a miss, but I don't think that it's an unrecoverable miss right now. A board of a 6K, 7K, 8K is devastating for Enel, especially as they're just approaching their 9 Dawn turn, I believe.
Yep. So we even get to dodge a 10 cost Enel for an extra turn cycle.
All right, 1K with the chopper. Also, it looks like table 1 finished as well. We have Daniel still getting it with Bonnie. So we've got Bonnie, Newgate, Zoro, and either Enel or Green Purple Luffy as our top 4.
Congrats to Daniel, still destroying with Bonnie.
Daniel also lives in my zip code, so another shipping.
This is just a SoCal
yeah, just
event.
another unbiased shipping win for me. Glad to hear.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like Katakuri was able to kind of deal with the Sanji Puddings once again as well. So hopefully Alejandro is able to kind of keep building this board. It looks like the second Luffy Taro is going to help doing that. Is there also a third Sanji Pudding? Oh, they keep multiplying.
There is. Yeah, I mean, when the card says draw 1, when every card in your deck says search for Sanji Pudding, you're not too outrageous to be able to find this many of them.
Oh, accidentally picks up a card. Oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah, this is I don't care what deck you are. This is a devastating board to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no. He knows that you play Gum Gum Giant.
Plot twist.
Plot twist. The secret tack. Just play the best card in the game right now.
Alrighty. Looks like Alejandro's going to be content trying to get rid of these 6K bodies just so that Sage can't keep dwindling Alejandro's resources and cards in hand.
Yeah. We haven't used Mary Go yet, which I think we're at Last Dawn. Yeah, so we can get some protection to something. We're going to go Zoro. We only have 2 more attacks this turn if we want to. So I'm kind of surprised we're not using the leader attack. Unless we're planning to replace the Zoro Juro anyways.
Alejandro might also be threatening a swing with this Frankie to get him down to 0. Ooh, that's a lot of
These
blockers.
are so many blockers. It is unfortunate.
Another 6K swing, get that down back.
It kind of has to respect this. Yeah, otherwise, like, leader doesn't swing. Going to give the boost to Sanji Pudding again. This time it will stay around. Yeah, 8 Dawn to 9. 4 cards in hand. That's not that many. And passing it back.
2 Dawn up. But Alejandro's pretty low on cards. Only down to 4 cards at the moment. See if Sage has the 10 cost Enel to help pressure these relatively sizable characters while also maintaining that life.
Yeah. Yeah, there goes Frankie. Unsurprising. And just as a reminder, that Sanji pudding on the bottom of the screen, that is in life, not on board. The guy can be a little bit tricky at times, but yeah, that's where it's at.
There are 5 characters. Looks like an 8. I'd expect to be at the Zoro. And then giant pitching. Is that another 3-cost Frankie?
Yeah.
Or Robin, one or the other.
All right, we've got the Nami. Going to be able to get rid of the Zoro here. And we're at low enough cards that we get another draw. Getting rid of the 0 cost, though, is a little costly. And then playing out the Sanji blocker. This is a new blocker from EB02. I like everyone's getting like their own color of a queen blocker in this game, right? So this is kind of like the yellow version. Being able to draw 2 and trash 1 if your life is at 2 or less, which is not under condition in most Enel games. So very easy to use that.
It's usually quite easy to do so, yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yeah. I'm just still chucking along, still building up this crazy board.
Yeah.
2 Luffy Taro Sanji pudding. Well, against 3 blockers, you're not very likely to be able to go for a game. You're still able to pressure a lot of blockers to be gone or some cards out of hand, which would be nice.
How many blockers?
Quads, apparently.
Quads, yeah. There's so much. It is absurd how blocky that board is. Oh, we've got beige just in case you were unconvinced you couldn't go for game this turn. Stunning one of our Luffy Taros. Gonna block a 5th blocker from hand. We're still gonna play out the 6 cost though. I think this is a fine play. This can pressure a lot. We're gonna get 1 additional Dawn from the Sanji pudding. We have 4 right now. All right.
7 with lead, it seems like.
Yeah, I think we can moderately assume that we can get rid of 2 or 3 of these blockers though with these attacks, which is going to be nice.
Yeah. And taken again.
Yeah, and that just kind of says to me that we're probably going to play a 10 cost Enel next turn, which will get like the heal and the pressure. 7k here, 8k. Might try to Sanji block and save. Just gets rid of the Brulee as well. 1 Dawn, we're going to be using a Nami for a search. We're going to get a 2k. That's pretty nice here. And this is also time. So this is, that was turn 0. So this is going to be turn 1 here.
All right.
I want to also remember the 1 Sanji pudding's in life, 5 characters.
Yeah.
I do appreciate all the free interaction in chat, but I assure you it's 5.
I'm surprised they didn't want to swing with the other Luffy Taro, but I think it's more so just about...
No, sorry, that one was hit by beige.
Oh, I forgot about the beige.
Yeah. You're good. You're good. All right. We're using the Enel effect, discarding another 0 cost. 3 in hand right now. And it's going to be 12 into likely... Oh, triple 2Ks. All right, we get the save. That's intimidating.
It's terrifying. Looks like it was at the Luffy, so...
Yeah.
Gotta protect what you got. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Secret Rare Luffy's the scare. And this is our last turn for Green Purple Luffy. So either they can win this turn or it's over. So we're going to start with a quick 7. Okay, no trigger. Discarding a Yamato.
Yep.
Big 8.
Who? Is it a trigger worth using?
Looks like no.
All
right, double 2s with X-Drake and Frankie. If you have another 1 cost in hand, you can do a sneaky play where you put 3 Dawn on like Nami and then you get it back using leader effects. If you play another 1-drop to replace it.
Oh, that would be awesome. But I think you have enough for lethal if you wanted it. Ooh.
Only 5.
I think you had 999. Yeah, you did it exactly. 999 if you wanted it.
This is going to be 0 cost with... Okay. If it's 0 cost to put you down to 0 cards, right? Then you have just straight math to win this, right? You use 5 with Nami. Yep. Oh, it is. Okay. Then yeah, we've got the straight math. Yep. 5 with Nami and then 2 7s. And they can't get out of 3 attacks with 2 blockers. Yeah, and that's the game. All right. We've got Aandroidd narrowly getting that game 3 win in overtime.
There we go.
And going to be in our top 4, rounding it out.
Yep, congrats to Alejandro. Luffy Taro was an MVP of that match, really building those super wide boards that are really hard for Enel to deal with.
Oh, yeah. Definitely was. 1 second.
Okay, so you're good. So as a recap for people going into top 4, Daniel won against Green Purple, so we have a Bonnie. Alejandro just beat Sage that we watched on the feature match, so we have a Green Purple Luffy. Ariane beat Abraham, so we have a Zoro. And we also, at the very beginning, watched JCM beat Johan, so we have a Newgate.
Yeah.
2 green decks, 2 red decks.
Yeah.
Old versus new.
Just want to say big shouts to our Enel player too, getting a top 8. And honestly, like playing Green Purple Luffy, I think was like understood as like a good deck. There honestly wasn't, you know, the numbers. There's not that many people on Enel today, right?
I do not think there were many at all. In the entire tournament, there was 5.
Yeah. So I was kind of surprised about that. Only 5 today, and one getting in the top 4 or top 8 rather is such a great performance. And you know, we ended up just going to his match because he was undefeated for most of the day. Just kept going back and just had like a really consistent showing. So congratulations to him. And we're gonna take a tiny break. We're gonna get round the top 4 next. Excuse me. We'll see what the pairings are, but. Likely I kind of want to see Red Green Luffy again because we haven't really seen the spotlight of that yet today.
Yep, seeing more of that in action will be super awesome. And Alejandro has been kind of crushing everyone so far. See if we can get another win this next round.
For sure. So we're going to have we're going to check that out. We're going to be right back, and we'll see you guys in the top 4. Be right back. All right, we are here with our top four. We got on the left Daniel with Bonnie versus Alejandro on green, a kind of green mirror match. And then who we got on two, Jonas?
In the second table, we have JCM, our favorite, versus Zoro. So some OP02 classic gameplay over there versus a much more recent matchup over here.
Yeah. And I say favorite strictly due to shipping cost. I would sooner walk it to him than try to ship, a couple boxes to Europe. So, but yeah, we're getting started. I believe Daniel was the 16th seed, so should make the seed math pretty easy. Which does mean that Alejandro will be able to choose if they want to go first or second.
And I'm curious how Alejandro is going to choose to navigate this matchup. We watched Daniel play against Alex earlier, where they took it very, very slowly to try to grind the game out. I don't think that Alejandro has cards like 6-cost Brook to help fight that way. So I'm curious if they're going to try to play the game a little bit differently.
Here, 1 second. All right. So I'm just getting the timer set up. 59, 20. I'm like a couple seconds behind on the one on the screen in case that matters. Spoilers. I don't think table 2 is going to time, so we're not. If there's a game going to time, it's this one. Let's see, and unfortunately, Alejandro's in a bit of a tropical storm here, visibly, but we'll see if it gets a little bit better.
Okay. Oh, no 1-cost searcher of any variety for Alejandro this game, so it's going to be a little bit slower. And it looks like Daniel's going to start it off with a Bonnie.
Yeah, and Cavendish is a pretty good card. I think Bonnie gets two kind of good advantages in this matchup. One, we have a lot of defensive cards, including just our leader. And the second is that we have these 5-drops that we really like to keep around, and Luffy doesn't generally have ways to interact with them very kindly.
Yep. That card advantage and those sticky characters are definitely going to be annoying or very difficult for Green Purple to deal with. But on the flip side, Green Purple does get to put in much larger characters and faster.
Sure.
Can put in a lot of 8Ks, 7Ks, like way faster than Bonnie can put into Cavendishes and stuff like that.
Yep. So we were able to play the merry-go to draw 1, and then we end up playing the event to look top 3 for a Straw Hat card. Okay, end up getting an Usohachi.
Yep.
And you know what? 6 into Bonnie, and just a question on which one.
Good question. Decided to get rid of the searcher that gets infinite card advantage.
Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. I mean, late game you can electrical Luna it, but I don't think that's the main reason you want to hold off to that. So
I would agree. Looks like this is going to be a blocker and leaving up leader effect.
Yeah. And there's kind of also this kind of other thing, like one of the ways that Luffy can interact with board is with a 4-drop Zoro, but they do need to have 2 or more characters on board. So, keeping our characters clean at just a 1 means that this Rosinante is, even though it's just like an unassuming 2-drop, it's kind of difficult for Green Purple Luffy to deal with.
Yep. Okay, looks like 5-cost Sanji Pudding is in play. One of the most important cards to make sure the deck doesn't lose too much Dawn every turn.
Sure.
And uses leader effect to try to get some extra Dawn for this turn. And maybe there is a 3-cost Frankie to kind of help completely offset that Dawn loss.
And it looks like a 1-drop Nami here. And apologies for the quality. Alejandro's been pretty good all day because we've been seeing him a couple times on stream. So unsure why it's dropping so much right now. But ends up finding a Sanji and Pudding. 90% sure that's what that is. We'll find out if I'm right or not. But just a turn late, right? We're at 5 Dawn now. Are we at 4 Dawn? Yeah, sorry. No, we should be at 5. Yeah, because
we played a Sanji Pudding and then played
right.
Nami off the searcher.
Sorry, it's just so blurry.
Okay. All right. Daniel getting to his 6th Dawn turn. Probably really wants to set up one of those aforementioned 5-cost characters to help fight for board, whether that's 5-cost Smoker, 5-cost Cavendish, even Carrot to kind of stop these Sanji Puddings from turning active. All of them would be pretty good here.
All right, playing the Cavendish to get 2 Dawn back.
Let's see if Daniel has an extra body or something else to use this extra 2 Dawn productively. Right. So just a 7 at life.
Yeah, going down to 2. Passing from there. And yeah, again, like both these decks, establish these really good 5-drops. And the fact that neither have great ways to interact with them means that both these decks get to kind of fire on all cylinders if they do see their pieces. All right, playing another Sanji Pudding for 5. Being able to draw a card because we are behind on Dawn right now. Use leader effect once again. Lose 2, gain 2, and then gain 2.
Yep.
So it should be at
5 active Dawn.
Yeah, so if the 3rd Sanji Pudding, right? That's
3rd Sanji Pudding would be so crazy this turn.
Yeah, gonna probably start with a 7k attack though.
Mm-hmm.
Going to rest leader. And then
and it is the 3rd Sanji Pudding. Yeah, this army of 7k bodies are hopefully going to do some really good work.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, it might be just on my side. Maybe in between games, I might leave the table and come back to it, just in case it's just something. My computer has been streaming for almost 9 hours now, so it could just be like my Discord call. But yeah, I apologize for the green purple Luffy. For anyone curious, it is 3 Sanji Puddings on stream on table, 1 Nami, and the stage, which kind of is like the assumed position I think in this deck a lot too. Ooh, but we got the Hody, all right. Able to rest both. We don't have really great things to... Like, we can pressure a little bit, right? But not too much.
Yeah. Looks like a 7. Very likely going to get a Sanji Pudding.
The foil one.
Oh, you monster. Let me keep the cool one. All right, and then it looks like a 9 going in at a Sanji Pudding.
Yeah. And not impossible to defend, but asking for a lot of resources. A 2k Uso Hachi there. Not the star deck one, the other one. And a Choni Chopper, I believe, yeah.
Yep.
And pass them there.
Alejandro drawing.
All right. Well, we've got there ends up being like this weird thing if you do end up using enough Sanji puddings is that like it's diminishing returns because you have too much. Like you don't have any more Dawn in your Dawn deck, right?
Yeah. Like when you start your turn with 10 Dawn and you use Sanji pudding or leader effect, you did Dawn -2 and you have 3 Sanji puddings. You only get 2 Dawn because unfortunately we can't go higher.
Yeah. Yeah. But we're going to start pressuring big 8K first, likely into Cavendish, resting another Sanji pudding, getting the 2K, 1K.
Then
All right, going to try another 8. You're going to get the block.
Yep. And the 6-cost Luffy is going to be doing some work. Played 6 for it, but you get to use leader effect, untap 2 Dawn, and then gain 3 back.
I think they're missing 1, yeah?
Looks like they only got back 2.
Yeah, it's mandatory, right?
It's actually up to 1.
Okay.
It doesn't come up often, but since Daniel is at exactly 8 Dawn,
sure.
there might be a chance that you want to stay at 8 Dawn to play a stage or something to protect your Luffy from a carrot.
Gotcha. Okay, that can make sense.
But I also imagine it might just be a small error, which happens.
Yeah, these players have been playing for a long time, right? If it was mandatory to add 1, I would be able to jump in. But since it is a decision and you can assume 0, not able to jump in that time. There's like this thin line between like correcting on plays versus like doing that. But if they are at 8 Dawn right now, yeah, being able to protect with the stage could be the reason why. But I ain't looking like not using that either.
Okay. Looks like they just prioritize. Or I assume they just probably just forgot the 3rd Sanji pudding. You usually don't get to this like pseudo magical Christmas land where you have all 3 in play, or you have 3 in play.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So right now it's 3 copies of Sanji pudding, a secret rare Luffy, and a Nami on board, versus a Cavendish and a Hody Jones.
Yep. 2 life for each player, and it looks like Alejandro has about 7 cards.
Yeah. And 10-drop Doffy feels kind of good here, right? Which ends up being the play.
Like that's what's happening.
Having Cavendish to be able to now set up for leader effect is super good too. 1 Sanji pudding gets to stay. Technically, that Dawn shouldn't return, but I don't think it's going to matter in this situation, so I'm not going to jump in.
Yep. Is it 6 going at life?
Yeah, and then would you want to do a 6 with Bonnie and then 8 with Hody, or would you be better with like an 8 or like a 9 on Sanji pudding and then, or even a? Do you think you want to try to interact with that last Sanji pudding?
It probably just depends on how much Alejandro respects the 6K swing. If Alejandro countered there, I might do another 6, especially with a 2K.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Another 2K. And now it's kind of hard because you have an 8K swing that can either go a 6 or a 7. So if you hope your opponent just ran out of 2Ks on that one spot, you can try to do the 8 at Sanji pudding, but it's very probably likely better to go at life.
Yeah. Well, regardless of where we're going, Giant does help save the day. And I think this is, saving the attack is good, but also I think cycling through cards is fantastic too. With 3 copies of Sanji pudding on board, I don't think we're as worried about it.
Yeah. I don't think we're pressed on Don. Okay. I'm curious how many cards Daniel has. 10-cost Doffy did happen on those guys, though.
Yeah.
There we go.
right. And thinking about our play, we got 8 Dawn, right? And again, I do apologize. After this game, I might just jump out of the call and jump back in, just see if it might be something on my side. Luckily, it's pretty understood what most cards. It is like, all right, it's Sanji putting Secret Rare and then maybe some superfluous cards more times than not.
I wonder if Alejandro is going to continue to fight over this Cavendish doing these 8K swings like they did last turn.
Yeah, that is definitely. I mean, if Cavendish stays on board, right, that will present an opportunity to play another Doffy and get some value from it. I think you still play Doffy next turn anyways if you have it too, but we'll see. There's a strong chance too that if you have another Hody, you can try to go for game if they are in a position that lets 2 tapped cards prevent any defense.
Yeah, I think Hody for game might be a very reasonable option for Daniel, especially since I believe Daniel only has 3 cards. ACOS Kid would be normally quite good against green purple, but against this triple 10 or quadruple 7K body board is probably not good enough.
Yeah, I agree. All right, looks like adding 3. All right, playing Nami for 1.
Mm-hmm. They'd have to play over one of the Namis. Yep.
Again, if we had nothing better to do, I wouldn't be too upset about putting 3 on
the Nami.
Yeah, and then replacing it, and then that's 4 Dawn used. So, but getting the Secret Rare is pretty nice here. It does let you you have now 6 Dawn untapped. 2 from leader effect. Or sorry, 4.
Only
4
5.
Dawn. Or 5. Yeah, sorry, we have a third one. Yeah, my goodness. Yeah. All right, if we really dislike Hody Jones, we could pressure that card.
Three Dawn?
We could go 10 twice, but that would be probably pretty scary with only 2 Dawn open. Or no, sorry, none Dawn open afterwards. Oh wow. Okay, just the full.
Just 12.
The full.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that's really fair. It just means that it's very difficult for going for game next turn.
Yeah.
You get mildly punished by another 10 drop. If you play Electrical Luna as Bonnie, that really stinks here. I would imagine like almost the scoop immediately if that's the case.
Yeah. Looks like Daniel. Looks like 8-8-10 is very imminent.
That is possible, right? I mean, for what it's worth, yeah. Yeah, scooping it up, saying, you know what, I can't do enough damage, and now I just can't defend that. I either needed another Doffy, or again, like Electrical Luna, I think would have done a lot of work there, but not just having it. So that was game 1. Alejandro takes it with green purple Luffy, and we're going in game 2.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, in table 2 we got Whitebeard versus Zoro. I think they've already finished.
They've already finished their match?
I believe maybe.
That'd be preposterous.
One player's out of the room, but that could just be like they finished game 1 and they needed to maybe use the restroom real quick or something, but we'll see. Yeah, and here I'm gonna take a little step out real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
So here it's gonna be on us real quick, but yeah, let me end on my side. We'll jump back in. Doesn't look worse, right? That's step one. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if it was an actual 10 minutes. Let me see. Let me refresh Best Coast again. Oh yeah, no, it was literally 10 minutes. Jonathan won. So Whitebeard's in finals.
Okay.
Got to play against either Bonnie or Green Purple Luffy.
I know JCM has been able to beat multiple green purples so far in today's tournament.
Yeah,
but I know he's mentioned multiple times he does not like playing against the Bonnie matchup. So
yeah, 10 drop Doffy is the best card in my mind to beat. One of the best cards to beat Whitebeard. Pudding's the actual first, but with Doflamingo at kind of an all-time low for the first time in like 6 months, and most other blue decks just not finding room to play Pudding, that does mean that you can pretty much avoid, I think, Pudding for most of a day pretty easily.
Yep. And aside from day one Doffy, or the round one Doffy that we saw, I have not seen many Doffys in the top tables. So all you gotta do is just hope to dodge it the first round.
Yep. And we've got the Rosinante and 2 again, and we're deciding to go first as Daniel this time. And that does mean that we can have 5. We're going to play 4 for a 4-drop Zoro Juro to look top 5 for a purple Straw Hat card. And I believe
that's a Sanchi Pudding if I've ever seen one. We should just make a mini game out of this. Just 380p, guess that card.
It's what does the winner get though, right? Just the why is this an interpretable JPEG in my mind right now? Why can I understand what this is? And honestly, a great start here for Daniel, right? We got our Smoker out. This card is also pretty obnoxious. Arguably a little bit better than Cavendish in times. So yeah, having a 7k banish that also lets you keep a Dawn open every turn is quite nice.
Yep.
The other thing is that you don't have to attack with it to be able to get that Dawn back every turn. So that does also help you, have it so they can't just pressure Cav, right?
Yep.
All right. I'd bet a lot of money that Sanji and Pudding. Making our leader a 6k, being able to spend the 4 to be able to play another Zoro Juro looking at the top 5.
Juro. That's the ideal second start.
Yeah, I think just confirming.
What card is what?
Yeah.
You can barely make out the green hair.
It's coming into focus.
And that's another Sanji Pudding.
Hey, 1 second. All right. Starting off with the banish feels pretty good here. 7k banish against a 6k, so they do have to just do a 2k to get out, which they do with the Usohachi. And yeah, we still have the Hodies.
Yeah. Interesting to decide. You get 1 Dawn back. You probably need to leave active to slow this game down.
Yeah.
And deciding whether you want to attack into a Sanji Pudding or just a Zoro Juro is a tough decision.
Yeah, Zoro Juro is probably the better one.
Yeah, it's the safest one. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and this is kind of what you want to see when you're going first. 5 cost, 7 costs, maybe even a 9 cost this next turn from Daniel's side.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, I do apologize. Again, you guys can go back through the VOD. We've watched Alejandro for a couple games. I'm unsure why this is the peak time for the frame drops or the unblurriness, because it's been, again, generally good. So just been around our top 4 thing. Oh wait, I see some clarity.
Oh,
I'm gonna bask in it for just a second. It's gonna go away, I know, but just look what could be. An ideal world.
All right. I'm just starting with a 9K. I assume is going to be at that smoker. And then we're going to play another Sanji pudding.
And there it goes.
Is the draw mandatory?
I believe it is.
Yeah. And Alejandro caught it before and ended up finishing the leader effect. Okay. There's a 10K swing incoming.
Yeah, it's on play. Yeah, it's a mandatory draw.
Oh, it's already gone. No.
Yeah, if I was to say anything, I assume it's internet. I don't think Alejandro is from North America either, so it could just be from Europe. I believe it's like starting to become Monday, so people waking up could make a difference. Actively using it too. So I could detective sleuth what's happening, but the answer is still the same. This is the best we got. All right, we got 4 Dawn, 1 away from another Sanji pudding. We've got what? What's on the board right now? Is that Secret Luffy?
Just 2 Sanji puddings, 2 Zoro Joes.
Okay, gotcha.
The rested 5 cost is another Sanji pudding.
Yeah,
it's just the
you're right. Sorry, I thought I snuck a 6 into view. You are right. Yeah, now the answer is how, and we could have gone a big 10K to try to get rid of the smoker, but we do kind of leave us open for some like counterplay as well, so we do have to respect that.
Yep. It also looks like Alejandro has a couple non-counters they went out of their hand, including at least 1 Merry-Go.
Oh, and the Chopper.
Merry-Go and then Chopper.
This is a dangerous card to play against green.
Yep, it's very easy for them to just ignore it or rest it.
Yeah. So real quick for it. So Luffy's effect, the green purple Luffy, you need to have only Straw Hat cards. And I know you see Chopper, you're like, oh, of course he's like one of the most Straw Hat cards, right? He's only Foxy, Pirates, and Animal. So if you're able to keep that on the board by either resting it with like another Hody Jones or something, they cannot use their leader effect anymore. And we're going to start with a 7K banish.
Ooh, 2 1s.
Yeah, that's some good news too. Oh, we got Shanks here. Going to get rid of one of these Sanji puddings. And then I might actually just stop attacking for the turn, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. As much as I want to keep the shiny one in play, maintaining the proper board state is necessary here.
Yeah. Getting the Dawn back, and then, thinking about this Hody. Sincerely not giving them away to lose Dawn. Yeah, I think this is great.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can still activate by losing 2 Dawn, right? You just don't get any other resolution?
Yeah, I think you only Dawn minus.
Okay.
I'm not 1,000% sure on this ruling. I probably should have Googled this beforehand. But there's a weird wording involving the word then, where some people might argue that you get to not untap 2 Dawn, but still become a 6K. But I think you just get neither effect.
That's my understanding, is that you get neither effect. Yeah,
Okay.
you don't get the 1K. Yeah. I believe chat in this one instance. Let's see if it blows up in my face.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna use to get the rest. Zoro might actually be the better rest card if you know that they can't get a 6K art. Oh, we could have rest Chopper again though. That's
Can't
tempting.
keep wishing the luck.
All right, well. We get 10 Dawn, right? Very rare for green purple Luffy in most games. And now we just don't feel like we have a lot to do with it, right?
Wait, sorry, one more time.
It's green purple Luffy's at 10 Dawn, and they just can't utilize it. And they're very
they can't use
rarely
it
at 10 Dawn.
well.
All right, I believe this is another Zoro Juro. Paying
Looks
for
like
4.
a Zoro Juro. Yep.
Got an Uso Hachi 2K there.
Then 6 Dawn remaining. Try to figure out what the best use of our Dawn is. 2 for another Chopper.
Oh, we're doubling down. Very funny.
Yeah, if your opponent's not going to attack, sure. No, we got a 5K swing.
Intimidating. Mm-hmm. No, my leader's a... Oh.
This interaction with Chopper is probably one of the hardest pain points for this deck, and the inclusion of Chopper. It's definitely a super powerful blocker, and when your opponents are forced to attack into it, you get the perks of both the Dawn Plus and a cheap blocker, but that doesn't happen every single time.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like Daniel's finally willing to break this open and just power through these blockers.
Yeah, Chopper, yeah, easy block there. We're gonna play Doffy though. That's still pretty upsetting here.
Go. Yeah.
So, Secret Rare Luffy can still punish for a game right now, especially with no Dawn open. So, you do have to be very aware of that.
Mm-hmm. Especially with this one Sanji putting in play, so and full 10 Dawn, so it's still quite scary.
Yeah, other table 2 was Zoro Whitebeard. Whitebeard, he got the W. So we'll be waiting in finals for the winner of this match.
Ooh, more Sanji puddings.
Can never get enough, huh?
There's never enough Sanji puddings, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, why does that card say equal or less for the draw? Why doesn't it just say less? The draw one is already absurd, but to make it that easy, saying, 10 Dawn, whatever. 5-7 draw 1. Enjoy.
There's no problem with this. Everything is perfectly fine.
You're right.
It would have been too good if it had blocker. That's where we draw the line.
All right.
This 9 Dawn. Seven at life.
All right. I think that's the fourth and final Zoro.
They keep searching themselves. If all you're doing is just drawing with Sanji puddings and keep putting Zoro drills, you'll probably get to all four.
Yeah.
But despite the fact that Green Purple is doing some very powerful things, putting in these 6K and 7K bodies every turn, Daniel's board is not anything to sneeze at either.
Mm-mm.
Not even Gum Gum Giants can guarantee you safety out of this crazy board.
No. And I think we just got a Secret Rare Luffy to hand here.
Yep.
And they're going to pass with 4 Dawn open. So really respecting the potential of a Hody Jones coming down next turn. Yeah, we're just going to go 8.
8.
What do you think is the best play from? Do you think we have to go for game here? Do you think?
I think Daniel with a kid plus a Rosinante is actually in a perfectly fine spot.
Okay.
And it looks like Daniel's just content, just continue nickel and diming this board, getting these Gum Gum Giants out of the way, or just getting these characters out of the way.
Sure.
And just try to slowly sculpt, trying to go for game over 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, we start with the lowest attack. Yeah, just kind of force the giant out. Even though at this spot, like, there's no real cost besides them having to figure out what card they want out of their hand. All right, discarding the another Gum Gum Giant from hand.
Wow. Okay.
All right, 10 to
10.
Yeah, the second giant is definitely where you start losing Dawn value from it, but you still get to keep your card advantage for defense.
Yep.
Because you definitely want to try, if you want to try to secret rare for game, you need to be able to have as much Dawn as possible is super nice. Oh, a second one, okay.
Ooh, okay.
Discarding a...
You got Searcher of it?
Yeah, when you're at sea, you fight pirates. All right, this is going to make it very unlikely that Daniel can go for game this turn. But we could go 8.
11 at a Sanji pudding?
That's true. 11 at a Sanji pudding would feel good. Yeah. And maybe following up with either Eustace Kid or... I think it has to be Eustace Kid, right? Another 9-cost Shanks doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't think a 10-cost Doffy is good enough against a potential looming Luffy.
Yeah. All
right. How low can we go on Dawn? Is it time for the last Gum Gum Giant? Go down to 4 Dawn?
Yeah, we played 2 and we saw 3 and... Oh, we get rid of the Zoro. Okay. That's fine.
And Kid. Is there a Rosinante in as well? Killer. Okay.
Almost. Man, if we had a one more Dawn available to us, yeah, this killer would have been able to draw a card too, which is nice.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's see if Alejandro has any way to get rid of this killer and just try to go really tall into this kid.
Yeah, this is a rare situation where like 4-drop Zoro would be able to interact with his blocker that isn't Rosinante, right?
Mm-hmm. Usohachi is also good enough here.
Okay, we are going to play the
There you go.
Usohachi, so that does help. And
It's like a 10.
yeah, only going 10. A little bit of a low ball. Yeah, 2K, 1K gets out of it.
1K. Yep.
Gonna use Dawn -2 off leader effect. Gets to reset 2, and then Sanji Pudding gets 2 more, so we've got 6 right now. But might not have enough attacks to be able to use that to go for game. Electrical Luna, though, only stuns 2 bodies, a blocker and Hody.
I can't tell. Is Alejandro at 3 or 2?
I believe is at 1 life, actually.
Oh, Daniel's at 1.
Alejandro. Sorry, Alejandro's at. I think
it looks like 3 different cards.
Yeah, it looks like 3. Yeah. So
I mean, it looks like a Luna might be able to let you survive then if you want it to.
Yeah.
Just counter out of 1 swing, take the other 3.
I get the search.
Get a Nami searcher.
All right. I mean, we can kind of pressure this, right? Just 8. 1K very quickly. 3 Dawn left. I mean, I'd have to be very afraid of Hody Jones now. Especially, I mean, we've used 3 giants, right? There's only 1 more in rotation, so.
Yeah, you can choose not to attack. Oh, okay, there's another stage. I was going to mention you could choose not to attack just to make sure you leave up Dawn for giant.
Mm-hmm.
But you only have 1 left, so how much are you really threatening?
Yeah. It might have been better just to put all your Dawn on 1 swing to try to get rid of the kid. If there's no...
Yep, I was thinking a similar thing, just like go really monstrously big, like 14 plus, and hope that was good.
All right, this is a chance for Alejandro to get hit by a Hody and a whole lot of damage with a 8K, 8K, 10K, 11K on board. This is pretty scary. All right, so this is telling me that does not. If he had Hody, he'd slam it, right?
Yeah.
So now it's like, all right, I don't have Hody. What's my next step? What's my next move? Oh, wait, no, okay.
He's
more patient than I. At the same token, right? Like, you could just go for board, and then just say that kid's gonna win me the game next turn too. Yeah. All right. Okay. I thought he was at 2, right? Now he's down to 1.
Okay, maybe the cards just were a bit too pixelated, so it looked like...
I think so too. Yeah, but I just recall them being at 2 for such a long time. All right, and then no way this 14 gets out of it. So all right, that's game number 2. Going to game 3 of top 4 for this one. So for anyone curious, this is 45 minutes to get into game 3 on table 2. Whitebeard versus Zoro, 3 games, under 15 minutes, with setup. So Jason's been very patient waiting on this this Sunday evening. And I'm gonna see if he gets there. And we got one more. We're gonna see if Daniel's able to beat Green Purple Luffy.
It should be super fun. Or I'm curious because they both differed on choice of first or second, right? Alejandro had higher seed and chose second, and then after winning, Daniel chose first. So
Yeah,
I'm curious if Alejandro will switch it up or decide to continue to stick to his guns and continue to go second.
yeah. So I do think most people say that this is a winning matchup for Bonnie. I mildly agree. I don't think it's an unwinnable matchup. Clearly, we're in game 3 as is. But what do you think the scales kind of tip for this matchup for you, Jonas?
I think it's just like a slight edge towards Bonnie. Mostly due to, like we mentioned, like these 8-cost kids doing a lot of work. But like we've seen both Alejandro and Alex do in some previous games, these explosive bodies are allow you to apply a lot of pressure towards Bonnie's board, and it's really hard to be able to defend against all of them while also setting up Kid. So because of that, I think it's still a pretty close matchup. It requires a lot of skill expression from both players, and they've been playing it very well to try to get here thus far. But from here, it's going to boil down to who draws the right half of their deck this match.
Yeah, and Daniel's the underdog in the sense, playing the lesser used leader, but snuck in the top 16 with that 16th seed. That means every game in the top cut, he does not get to. He loses every dice roll, right, for the rest of the day because of that. But able to beat a limb going first. I believe he beat a red green Luffy last. A purple green Luffy last round in top 8, and agreed with another one in this top 4.
Okay, looks like Alejandro changed their plan and chose to go first this game.
Yeah. And I think we were mentioning, if JCM got to choose who he's playing against, I think Green Purple Luffy is definitely the matchup he's wanting to play into. Bonnie just has a lot of stall cards. 10-cost Doffy can just prevent an additional play, right? And I think that's definitely the way. He's hoping for the red or the purple green Luffy to win it out.
Yep. Alejandro has lived every green purple blue player's dream. Nami search Sanji pudding, so in a pretty happy spot this turn. And Daniel is going to play a pretty fun song and dance, trying to navigate these bodies to get some good card advantage over the first couple turns.
Yeah. Real quick, I know this is really pedantic. People are saying the camera's getting worse. The camera's not the choke point here. It is literally just bandwidth internet issues for this, which is the most difficult thing to actually do anything about. So I know the camera quality is not ideal, but it's legitimately just internet not being happy, and I don't think that's anyone's fault besides just internet being what it is. So I don't it's something you can prepare against, and we've been watching Alejandro all day, and this is just clearly the worst it's been, which is unfortunate, but it's what it is.
To give a better play-by-play, it looks like it was stage this turn into Event Searcher into search for a second Sanji pudding. Then swing in 5. And Daniel with a body in hand and another body in play means that they get to kind of fight for board and get a lot of extra value out of these searchers, which would be super nice.
All right. Yeah, double Bonnie here is great, especially when you're able to kind of clear the board. If you ever just have extra draw on one turn, being able to capitalize by drawing feels good. And it just means that unless they have 4-drop Zoro, which we haven't seen green Zoro all game, it just means that green purple Luffy's going to have to at least let one of these slide. All right, playing our Sanji pudding. What do we say anymore? Yes, it's the good card. Being able to find it on curve is ideal. And using the effect with the leader effect to make our leader 6k, have the additional 3, and pass from there. And played out a
3-cost character.
I'm guessing it's
and in their list, they don't have any other 3 costs to play that are good on that turn, aside from Usohachi and Frankie.
Yeah.
So it looks like it is 2 cost 2k Usohachi. Yep.
Yeah, and it does have a good when attacking. If you have 8 or more Dawn with a Dawn unattached, you get to rest a 4 or less, I believe.
Yep. So definitely could help bully characters later in the game or get rid of blockers. But not a particularly spectacular body, and it's very difficult to defend.
Yeah. But if we want to try to help clean up like a Bonnie later, it could be something that will let you do that.
We got 5-cost Smoker.
All right, going to 6 Dawn.
Looks like a 7 at life. Resting, I imagine, the Usohachi or just leader. Okay.
And going to 3 life. All right, playing another Sanji Pudding. Be able to get the card draw this time due to being at equal or less Dawn.
Getting that 2 Dawn back with using leader effect and having 2 Sanji Puddings. Is there another Sanji Pudding? Looks like it.
Yeah, this one won't let you get the draw, right? I think we're above Dawn now, right?
You should still be, or is it? It should be 6 on both sides.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, so that's pretty terrifying to see that. I can't honestly think of a better start than that.
Yep. Oh, okay. And Alejandro chose to refrain from attacking the body in exchange for making sure that they get to keep the Usohachi in play.
Yeah, I don't really know what's the best. What's the target you're hoping for that Usohachi?
I'm not entirely sure.
All right.
Maybe it's another body to attack 7 with later.
Yeah. Looks like we finally found all of our 5 drops. So we do have to make sure to sequence correctly because Smoker does prevent you from at the afterwards, right? So you have to use Cavendish's first and then the Smoker effect. But these are 2 great cards to have on board. Stunning one of these Sanji Puddings, and you can put some real pressure after this too.
I think this is probably exactly what you want to be doing in this matchup. Just like all these 5-cost characters, having a rested 5-cost Smoker, this is kind of exactly what you want to look for going second.
Yeah, because it's the card that's the hardest to remove by battle, and even if you do remove it, it's probably the weakest of the 2 on board anymore afterwards.
Yep. This is also the first game that we've seen with Daniel having 5-cost Carrot. A really powerful card because aside from a staged 6-cost Luffy or secret Luffy, there really isn't a way to protect your cards from Carrot in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Okay, using another Merry-Go to get a card draw. I think we have too much Dawn to use the effect, right?
I think we have exactly the same amount as our opponent, both at 8.
Gotcha. Yeah, because otherwise we could stack the 2 effects, right? Because I don't believe the first one was tapped.
Yeah, we could have tried to make the first one into, or one of them into a 9-cost to protect it.
Hmm.
Let's take that Uso Hachi.
All right. We still have, what, 6 Dawn available to us?
Yep. Huh.
I wonder what we're thinking about using this Dawn for. So, like, do we have the 4th? The 4th would be...
Oh, that's 5 Dawn.
Oh, my goodness. All 4 on board here. That is a lot of Sanjis and a lot of puddings. This will let us lose 2 Dawn to then ramp up to, what, the full 10, I believe?
Yeah.
And then we still have 7 Dawn to work with this turn. That is absurd.
That's green purple for you.
This is the ideal, right?
This is the ideal and then some, to be honest. Yeah, this amount of Dawn is basically like more than you'd ever need.
Yeah.
And the card advantage, obviously, amassed by Alejandro is kind of crazy. Like 3 of these drew extra cards. This is basically just nonstop value.
Yeah, this will let you attack a lot of 7Ks this turn if you so desire, right? We can attack 7 with a Sanji Pudding, 7 with Leader. If we have a Secret Rare in hand, we can play that out over the Uso Hachi. We can also have that attack 5 after like the first attack to get value. Maybe like even rest the Bonnie. A lot of plays from Green Purple Luffy now.
You could honestly just start with just trying to muscle this smoker off the board, like 11 at it or something.
Sure, yeah. Looks like we're going 9 into, I'm going to guess, the smoker there. Gonna rest the other Sanji Pudding. So the other 2 can't attack this turn, right? They were both played this turn, if I remember.
I think they might have been.
It's been a long day. I'm sorry. I know it just happened.
Yeah, you're good. I think only one was. Because he played 2 last turn.
Yeah.
So I think one of them can still attack.
All right, we're going a big 9 here, 2K1. And passing with 2 Dawn open. Again, 4 life, 10 Dawn, 6 cards in hand, likely 1 or 2 giants. Like this is 4 Sanji Puddings on board, right? Like even if we use 2 giants, right? We just go back up to 10. No big deal next turn.
Ooh, okay, that's a good draw.
Yeah, and we are approaching time. We got about 2 minutes left. It is 10 minutes overtime, but still just 3 turns. And this could be where Daniel's trying to get there by just having an obnoxious body that's hard to remove. We're going to attack with Cav first. Get 2 additional Dawn ready. Going to attack 6 with Carrot.
Yep. And I imagine one of the Sanji Puddings can no longer come back up. And then another 6.
The thing is that Uso Hachi that's been on board since turn 3, if you play anything that's not... If you play like another killer, it does get that free interaction with that. Needs to be
Rosinante. It basically just needs to be Rosinante, otherwise it gets immediately invalidated.
Yeah.
Ooh, is that a Luna?
Yeah. Honestly, though, Luna's better just play it for 3 next turn.
I would think so, too.
Yeah. We're going to use the effect. We're going to play out a Rosinante.
Rosie, okay.
I don't know if we've used the smoker effect. It doesn't, as long as we have one Dawn open, right? That's who we really care about. So as we approach time, looks like this will likely be green, purple Luffy on turn 0. And Jonas, can you remind us what our, if there's time and time, what is our overtime procedures?
Yep. So there's 4 tiebreakers, and you kind of use them in order. The first one is whoever has the most amount of life at the end of round procedures would win.
Mm-hmm.
If they're both tied to the number of life, it's the number of cards in deck. The person with the most would win. After that, it's the number of characters on your side, if that's also tied. And then lastly, if all 3 of those happen to be tied, it's the player who lost last alive.
Yeah, 1 second. We're going to mute. All right, real quick. Our clock was a little bit behind, so turn 0 actually was on Daniel's turn. So sorry for the confusion on that one. So this is turn 1, and we have 10 minutes of overtime.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just on my side for setting up the clock on the clock on the stream is not immediately synced with the one on our tournament software.
All right. It looks like the turn was started with a 10 at Kid, and I believe there's a 0 cost that countered with. We have another 10.
All right, 2 and 1.
2K, 1K. Yep.
We've not used leader effect yet. And I think we're going to use, let me bring this card's name up. It is a mouthful.
I just call it Asura. I know there's like 19 words on the card.
There are a lot of words on the card, yeah. I think it's from OP7. It is Demonic Aura 9 Sword Style Asura Demon 9 Flush.
There we go. Yeah. You get to rest one of your opponent's up to 5k blockers, but you have to rest one of your own 3 costs to do so.
Mm-hmm.
But also gives your leader plus, or one of your characters a leader's plus 3k.
Yeah.
So ends up doing a big swing at Kid. And Daniel, even though the red blocker was rested, ended up using the Rosinante to defend their rested Kid.
Yeah. And they did use the Luna this turn, yeah? Or did they not?
I don't think so.
Oh, wow.
They just used the demonic or a 9 sword style.
Okay.
And just made their leader big for the turn instead.
Yeah, I swear, maybe my eyes were deceiving. I swear that like the first life could have been the Luna. It would have been fantastic here because this is going to be Daniel's last turn aggressively.
Yep.
Okay, going to attack with Bonnie. Going to be able to again stun some life there. Stun probably one of the Sanji puddings likely.
2k, 1k. Yep.
Attacking with Cavendish, not being able to reset a Dawn. Going to do another another Gum Gum Giant.
Yep.
Finding new cards to get back into the deck.
And there's a 9. And it got to take 1.
Thinking on this one. Going to get a Dawn back with Jet Gatling. Honestly, at this point, fair.
Yep.
Gives you one more Dawn to try to do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
As long as this wasn't needed to get out of this attack. Oh, it was. Okay. All right.
It was. Okay.
So going to pass from there. Daniel's at 3 life with a kid blocker. If you're able to, you essentially need to put Bonnie down to 0 life to win this. I would assume green, purple Luffy has less cards in their deck right now. They've been aggressively drawing a lot more. And
they've drawn 6 cards with Gum Gum Giants.
Correct. Yes. I have noticed. I'm sure Alejandro has as well.
Okay. Looks like starting with just a 10 at the kid.
Now, there is a bit of a decision if you use this now, because if they have a secret rare Luffy, being able to get out of one more of those attacks could be good, but we will get out of it. And, double 2K. All right, now we can play the perfect number game.
Yep.
Yeah, no cards in hand. It's going to go 8 into kid here. Right, gets rid of it. 5K with Usohachi, finally attacking this game. If we got Rush Luffy, I think that's game.
Yep, as long as you use leader effect and then use all 3 of those Sanji puddings.
No, actually, I don't think we have enough Dawn. No, we don't.
We have 3 Sanji puddings, or 4 Sanji puddings in play.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, it's just so absurd.
There's just so many Sanji puddings. I forgot.
I'm just so not used to it.
Yeah, and then searching, mostly for searching's sake.
All right, using the minus to get 1 back, and then getting 4 back, but that's not enough for double attack, right? We're 1 Dawn of yeah. So we have to hope that double 7s is enough. If we got a 2K, 1K, if we got a 0 cost event, Daniel's going to be able to win this game. All right, playing out
Chopper and Sanji. Okay.
Yeah.
And looks like that's time and overtime.
Yeah.
Both players have exactly 1 life. Oh, did they get an extra turn?
All right. Just muted real quick. We were counting. It was 30 cards to, I believe, 19 or 20 for green, purple Luffy. Not that I'm too surprised, right? Green, purple Luffy just gets so much more card draw, especially if you've established 4 Sanji puddings throughout that game. So Daniel's going to be in the finals versus JCM.
Yep.
So, all right. So that's going to be it for us. We've got one more game. I want to say this one more time. I legit is not. It is the webcam setup is not great, but it is because of the internet. 100% in my mind. They've been we've seen them all day. This is the worst it's ever been. It's been generally clear. So I have no reason to believe like Alejandro did that maliciously or anything. I think it's just literally the nature of how this format works. Is that sometimes your internet's not happy. And sincerely, Daniel did not complain about it. The person who it affects literally the most was able to play it out, was able to get a good game, able to win that, get it in time, and is able to get to the finals. So we've got one more round for you guys. We've got Bonnie versus Newgate. JCM likely hoping that Green Purple Luffy was able to take that one. Probably the better matchup if you ask him. But that is where it is. So thank you guys for watching so much. We're going to watch our finals here. I'm going to have a little poll in the chat on the Twitch side. If you guys want to put some bits on the line or not bits, channel points on the line, we'll see what's going to look like. It's probably going to be pretty quick, so don't go too far. And we'll see you guys in that finals. Be right back. All right. We've got our finals. It's going to be Bonnie versus JCM on the Newgate. And, both these players are winners, but I'm the real winner because both these players are within my zip code. So shipping half a case does not have to go too far, even if it touches the USPS postal service. So this is, by JCM's prediction, a rough matchup for him. Bonnie has a lot of tools to stop your aggression. Traditionally, 10-drop Doffy has been a real big fiend for this deck. Just stalling out another turn makes it just that much more difficult for Newgate to do anything, and not being able to really interact with 5-drop sometimes makes it really tough. So we will see.
Yeah. I've also not really tested this matchup much, but I imagine if anyone knows this matchup better than anyone else, it's probably JCM.
If he tells us it's bad, I will be like, I believe you. But based on the prediction, it is like 70 to 15,000 points each. So people want Newgate to win. We'll see if JCM's able to bring it home.
People love an underdog.
We gotta. It's watching it live from Europe, 4 a.m. Thank you very much. Thank you for not only just European watchers, but European players too. I know we had a whole lot of different zip codes and postal codes here for this event. So I appreciate this being such an international event and being able to have that for you guys too. So just basic. Honestly, I know we're not paying close attention to the game, but mostly just automatic for the first couple turns. We're trying to establish bodies on board. Iso, very good. We got a 7K from the from the Sanji attack here, getting one of the Rosinante blocks, using the leader effect to rest the Newgate and going to pass from there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if JCM can ask for a better start here. This is kind of everything you want.
Yeah. All right, gonna get a card draw, which is not too bad, but honestly, I think at this point you'd rather have a 6K aggressive body than the draw. But
yeah,
also with the smoker on the board, that banish does kind of make a bit of a difference, right? It means that you don't have to, you might not automatically take every life that's headed towards you. I'm gonna start with an Ezo attack here, resting the leader. Assumedly resting the leader.
Yeah, assumedly.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Nami. Oh, you're looking for another rusher if possible.
Yeah. And that is like one of the better ways to interact around Bonnie's leader effect is to establish cards with rush. Getting a 2K chopper is not terrible, but blockers are just very interactable in this matchup. But I do like the Ezo. I think Ezo really can be like a good body on curve, but also help you, apply some defense, even if they tap you out.
Yep. Turning a lot of these extra rush, like non-counter cards, like 7-cost Ace, 5-cost Luffy into 2Ks is just like so powerful at a deck as aggressive leading as Whitebeard.
All right, playing out the Zoro here. It is a rush card, but a bit of an expensive one. I think you still have to just go for it, right? I wouldn't be too afraid of losing next turn if, with Ezo's effect live. All right, thinking about what to do with our turn now. Looks like, starting with the Spanish attack. And again, this is like in any other situation, right? You'd have to kind of respect this, right? It could be going to Newgate or to Zoro, even Ezo. This is a pretty good swing anyway.
Yeah, I'm curious. I imagine Daniel's attacking life just to hope to get a 2K. Yep. It looks like 8-cost Kid is here.
Yeah, and we don't have... Oh, we're going to keep it active. Okay, saying I respect you to not be able to remove this next turn. Ace does offer some great ways to, get some damage here if they did play it. So instead prioritizing the 1. But yeah, still playing out the Ace. Going to give the -2 Smoker, and I guess doesn't really matter outside of that. Going to start with a Zoro attack.
He's doing 5 at 4.
Yeah, surprised that we started with that one.
I mean, I imagine a 7K is going to be rested regardless. So you can start small if you'd like, but
sure.
I'm also surprised he wanted to leave up 2 Don.
Actually, the more I think about it, I think it doesn't matter, right? You start with the smaller attack anyways because
Yep.
Yeah, but it looks atypical, right?
Yeah. Okay.
It's the block there. All right, 2 Dawn on Nami.
Probably it was like 2 choppers instead.
Yeah. All right. If you're afraid of Hody, at least you're actively using the Dawn to move something forward, right? We still have the ESO effect too, but this could just be end of game 1 here.
5 going in, or 7 going in, I assume at life, but it could be going at 0. Just 2K.
10 drop. Yeah, Doffy. Yeah, very strong here.
Yeah.
On top of then having 1 Dawn, if you want to use it for kit effect, you could use it too. Yeah, we are, and we're gonna do 1 more attack. We're gonna get the chopper block, but yeah, only Zoro can attack. Devastating. We kind of need another Ace to maybe pressure down the Eustace Kid, and even if that's the case, like Hody could still wreck us pretty hard next turn too. Wasn't attacking the Zoro just to make, in case they had a bigger body to get off of the on KO effect too, right?
Yep.
Okay, we're just saying
14.
Goodbye to the kid here, leaving 1 open and a Dawn. A Dawn open and the chopper, but yeah, if Hody's on board, then I think this is going to go to game 2.
It's a 0 cost. It's pretty big sign of strength.
Yeah. Going 10. Getting the chopper. Okay. This could be, trying to bait the all-in. If they had Hody, they would have played it earlier. But oh man.
Oh.
This is almost worse though, right?
Yeah, it's back-to-back 10 drops. JCM only really having 1 extra attacker. Oh, okay. And Daniel even choosing not to use up leader effect here, because this is very likely not going to matter against only 1 active character.
Yeah, if he had 1 life maybe, but at 2 life, he's pretty comfortable here. Really, the only thing you get punished by is the double 5 drop Luffy. But yeah, we're gonna start with a 6K attack.
0 pots. 0 cost, and then playing a chopper blocker.
All right. And JCM still, I think, doing his best, right? Having another blocker, turning 2 cards into his hand into 2Ks due to the ESO effect.
Yep.
All right, using Rad Beam and 1K to get out of that attack. Blocking there. And then 17, yeah, clean it up, going to game number 2.
Yes, sir.
All right, 1 game away from Daniel winning today.
Yep.
All right, and I think that just kind of shows why this can be such a tough matchup for Newgate, right? There's just so many cards that interact with your board negatively. You don't really care about the removal. The stun is just way more impactful because Newgate is on a clock, and you can really capitalize on that being the case.
Yep, just trying to slow the game down any way possible is just going to always work against Newgate as long as you have the defensive tools for it. And this 10 cost Doffy is probably one of the best cards they've ever printed to kind of interact against Newgate.
Yeah, it's pretty fine, rough. So this also is an untimed finals. Not that I'm worried about this going for any much longer, to be honest. Win or lose, Newgate tends to take 10 to 15 minutes, so I can do one more match for the day. All right. Not liking Newgate's initial hand, going toward again. And I think Daniel's keeping his opening hand too. Here, real quick. Let me ask Daniel if he can turn on some ambient light real quick.
Some lights, yeah.
All right, there's the light. Yeah. The thing about running an event for over 10 hours is that dang old sun moves across the sky. And that does cause some issues every once in a while.
I turn on lights in my room myself. So.
Yeah. It's, even in sunny Cali, right, we do run out of sun sign. So shouts to Daniel. He's not playing at home either. He's at a friend's house today, and casually he's like, "Oh, I guess I'll play," and play he has.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that Luffy's pretty good on odd curve, right? So it does help. Just immediately taking it.
Yep. Killer. Okay.
All right, and instead of playing out the Ezo, so I there's just like so many of these like weird like mind games you can play, right? Like, oh, he's going to 5 Dawn, and I actively saw him add a 5-drop Luffy in hand. That is the next card they're going to play, right? And nope, Ezo instead.
Never let them know your next move.
Never. All right, playing out the Cav. Super strong card here. Getting 2 Dawn back, being able to play Bonnie, using it immediately, look top 5. And finds out.
And Barto blocker.
All right. Going to be 7K with Ezo, getting the rest on the Newgate there. Going to play out a 7-cost ace, just going for big 7, deciding not to block there, going down to 3. Going to 1 for JCM and passing from there.
Yep. These bodies have been able to slow down JCM kind of tremendously. It's kind of very hard to keep up. And while Daniel would normally be at like 1 or 2 in this case, being at 3 while still having all these blockers and stuff set up is pretty hard to keep up with.
Yeah, and again, even though you have so much rush, right? Daniel's playing at a pace where you can easily, now we've got Carrot, right? Now we've got a Dawn still open, right? So you're back at to like, oh, I only really get 1 guaranteed attack, but we're going to play a 7-cost ace once again, going to get the reduction on, I guess, the Cav.
Yep. And then doing a 6 out of 3K Cavendish.
Yeah.
Resting 1 of the 7K bodies that can attack this turn. And
deciding to block. And then, still gets a removal there. Carrot's still good. I mean, if they get hit by a Doffy, right? That's just kind of it.
Have no permanent second attack, no character, no leader, nothing.
Oh man,
7.
That's what it could be looking like. Oh, okay, 9 Shanks.
9 cost Shanks.
Yeah.
Somehow even scarier, getting rid of the Izo.
Yeah. And Daniel, just being able to maximize the value from his Dawn, keeping one open every turn, super strong. And I can see JCM just like, man, this is tough. I have not a great way to interact. 11k bodies on the other side that's going to try to go for game. Seems rough.
See if you can find another ace.
All right. I mean, if we have another ace, right, we can maybe try to get rid of the carrot. But
yep,
they've just been able to buy so much time.
And now we've reached the point that even if JCM leaves up a Dawn, like just putting all the Dawn on a Shanks might just be enough.
Yeah, 21.
It's not as good as a 24K.
Yeah, I was going to say not the largest number we've seen today, but second largest.
Yeah, not bad. Body's another deck you might want to consider playing the 2-cost songs in. Searching build for 9-cost Shanks and Hody might be worth it.
Yeah. We do have a pretty good searcher off the 1-drop Bonnie, and that also kind of mandates kind of some action, but really, like, I think the only thing we're missing out on is like Rosie then, right? Because it's only 4 hires, right?
Yeah.
They're playing out the blocker, and like, man,
I up 3 Dawn to respect to Hody Jones.
Yeah, don't play Hody, don't play 10-drop Doffy, don't play anything. Just pass, please. That'd be ideal. Oh, he did not listen. And we're not afraid. At 3 life, unafraid here. Yeah, scooping it up, and I think that's very fair. Very, very fair. Yeah, Bonnie has such a good time into this matchup, and I understand. So that is going to be it. JCM, a fantastic second place. Daniel from 16th seed to first place after Top Cut, winning it with Bonnie. Some great grindy matchups, and taking the W for today.
100%. Congrats to Daniel for crushing it today.
Yeah.
Six being the worst seed every single round is not a fun position to be in. Mm-mm. So working through every single round, despite not having the choice and winning, is kind of extraordinary.
Yeah, 100%. So, that's going to be it for us. We've been live for just over 10 hours, so I would like to do something else for a little bit. Jonas, thank you for being here, being patient. I know, this tournament was a lot, just a lot of people from a lot of different places, and I'm happy that we're able to get it done. Thank you guys for watching as well. If you guys want the top 16 deck list, as long as I'm still breathing, they will be on my website tomorrow morning, and I will hopefully record a video if I can stomach being in front of camera for another 30 minutes. So we'll see. If you guys are in top 16, prizing will go out in the next week or so. So make sure to look out for that. I was going to prepare like a little screen for it, but I never found the time. But there will be some new products on Eggman Events store this week too, so be able to look out that for on socials. And you guys can find this live stream on YouTube, and you'll find all 7 rounds of Swiss and then top 16, so 4 additional rounds from there. So Jonas, anything else from you?
Nope. Thank everyone for playing today. It was a really fun time watching all these great players perform. And don't forget to say Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers today. And they're staying pretty late.
Yeah. Us here in the West Coast, right? We are like the behind most of the world, right? So if you haven't said anything yet, your time is running out. Make sure to do that too. So thank you guys very much. Really do appreciate it. I got to do something else for a little bit. So appreciate it. Enjoy the VOD if you haven't already. Top 16 will be out tomorrow. and we'll be then. We'll see you guys then. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.